12, she pushed me to become a ballet dancer so I could get the solo in the Nutcracker. Even though I had 2 left feet, I tried my best to make her happy. Mom, this is so difficult and my feet are killing me. Oh, come on. You're not trying hard enough. Don't you want to be the best, Ariel? The most famous person on the planet? Yes, Mom. Then try till you can. Here, take this. This will always remind you to be strong and determined. I looked at the bracelet with a massive picture of Mom, and while I thought it was kinda creepy, I wore it because I didn't want to disappoint her. That evening, I practiced till I tripped and hurt my ankle. I couldn't dance and had to walk on crutches for days. It was embarrassing, but I'd do anything to make my mother proud. While Mom was crazy, Dad wanted me to be what made me happy. They fought about it a lot, which only made me more miserable. When I got to 9th grade, I finally figured out what my dream thing to do was. I ran home from school and couldn't wait to tell my dad. Dad, I love looking at the stars. I think I want to be an astronomer. That's great, honey. I know you'll be amazing at it. That same day, Dad got me my first telescope and all the posters of meteors, planets, and stars I could ever want. It was all really expensive, but he said he was happy to get it because it made me happy. But all the excitement got wiped away as soon as Mom saw the telescope. What were you thinking, John? She won't become famous by looking at planets. There are so many other things you could have gotten her and you chose this? You're hurting her. Don't you see that? She's just a kid and you've loaded her with dumb expectations. Mom and Dad fought a lot, and the following day, Dad left. I was hurt to see how upset Mom was. This was all my fault. My mom just wanted the best for me, and I couldn't get anything right. Soon after Dad left, Mom and I moved to California and she enrolled me in one of the best schools in the city. I promised myself things would be different. I changed my hair color, bought fancier outfits, and even enrolled in ballet classes. Hey Mom, look, no more tripping over my feet. That's nice, dear, but just not tripping over your feet isn't star ballerina material. Do you remember that little Nutcracker incident? I want you to focus on yourself so you won't humiliate me like that again. You're right, Mom. No more loose ends. I'll be my best version. I pushed myself to do better, and soon, I became everything Mom dreamt of. The student body president, head cheerleader, and the best student in school. I had a busy life, and sometimes the pressure to keep up was a bit too much. But then I saw how proud Mom was, and everything felt better. One day during cheer practice, my best friend Maisie and I were performing cartwheels, but we just weren't getting it right. When suddenly, I was interrupted by Declan, the smartest guy in the whole school. You're doing it wrong. Really? Then show us the right way. Suddenly, Declan put his books aside and did the most amazing cartwheel and backflip. I was blown away. And that's how you land the perfect flip. Wow, I could have never guessed a nerd would be so, what's the right word? Flexible? You don't know a lot of things. Like what? Like, I've had the biggest crush on you and would love to take you out on a date. Suddenly, I felt my cheeks on fire. Declan was a nerd, and although he was cute, I didn't know if we were a good match. Think about it. You know where to find me. Declan walked away, and Macy jumped on me with excitement. I could see the sparks fly. You should totally go for it. He's kinda cute. You think? Mom would never allow me to date a geek. Forget about your mom for once and just do what you really like. And for the love of God, take that hideous bracelet off your wrist. No way. Mom would kill me if I took it off. And I'll think about the date. I didn't think. I called Declan the moment I reached home, and the next day, we went out. He was fun and cute, and I had a great time. For weeks after that, we went out on several more dates, till he asked me out and we became an official couple. Things were fine, till one day the school announced the annual cheerleading competition, and I was selected as the team representative. I was constantly practicing at school and at home. Mom made me practice extra hours. One day before the competition, Mom was teaching me a few moves, but I was tired to the bone. Your formations aren't good enough. You know what you need? A good energy drink. No, Mom, can I please go to bed now? Mom agreed. I went to bed, but a few seconds later, Declan texted me that he was outside of my place. I sneaked out and found him standing with my favorite ice cream. Oh, you're the best. The best!
I know you needed that. You've been practicing too hard.
Yeah, try telling my mom that. Declan and I spoke for a few minutes and he kissed me goodnight. But when I went inside, I saw my mom fuming.
I thought you were too tired to practice, but here you are eating useless calories and being blind in love.
It's not like that, Mom. He just came for a few minutes to surprise me, and he's a nice guy.
You need to focus, and all this love and drama will only mess with your brain. Gosh, you're such a kid, Ariel.
It made me sad to see Mom being so angry, but I didn't want to make things messy, so I simply nodded and went up to bed. I woke up extremely exhausted the next day, but I felt confident and decided to focus my energy on the right thing. I was excited to show off my new cheer that I'd come up with. My mother waved at me and pointed to my mouth. I could read her lips.
Smile big. I'm recording this for your portfolio.
I smiled as wide as I could and started to lead the other cheerleaders. The crowd was going wild, and even my mother and Declan were cheering for me. I got all the way to the top of the pyramid when I felt my heart beating as if it would pop out of my chest. I started to feel wobbly. Are you okay, Ariel? Yes, I'm just perfect. I wasn't. And the last thing I remember was tumbling from the top of the pyramid and the sound of the ambulance. When I woke up, I was in the hospital with my mom and dad who had flown all the way to California when he heard the news. I didn't have any bruising or anything, but I still didn't feel well. The doctor came in and looked at the clipboard that had all my information on it.
What is the last thing you remember?
I was cheering, and then my heart started beating really fast. Then I heard the ambulance and I woke up here. Did I fall? Great, I ruined everything, didn't I? The doctor said that I'd fainted because of dehydration, exhaustion, and stress. He said that I needed to slow down and rest for a few days or I would get sick again. I was so shocked. I had no idea that stress could make someone sick. Before I could say anything, though, my mom made this loud scoff.
Please, that is totally nonsense. When I was her age, I had twice the workload she does, and nothing like this ever happened. Ariel is going to be a star one day, and stars don't burn out. If she wants that, then she has to work harder and get used to a hectic schedule.
My dad looked like he was ready to blow a gasket, but I beat him to it. I can't believe you! I'm in a hospital bed and you still won't quit. I left my passion and did everything you asked me to, but nothing's working anymore. I'm tired and exhausted, Mom. I don't want to be famous or perfect. I just want to be me. Why can't you love me for me?
Oh, don't be so dramatic now. You know this is all just a phase. We'll be out of here soon and you'll be just fine.
Mom tried to help me up, but I shrugged her away. Just leave, Mom. Seriously. Also, take this stupid thing with you. It makes me feel like I've lost myself to make you happy. I couldn't stop crying after Mom left. I spent another week in the hospital and got a lot of rest. Dad visited me a lot, but my mom never came back. It made me sad because all I wanted to do was tell her I was sorry for yelling at her. My dad dropped me off at home and promised that he would see me again before he left. But just as I unlocked the door, I saw Mom running toward me, and all the trauma came rushing back. On second thoughts, Dad, can you please take me with you? I can't stay with Mom and live up to her crazy expectations anymore. I want to live my life the way I want to.
Are you sure?
Yes. I am not ready to forgive her yet. But sweetie, I have a surprise for you. I've even bought you a welcome cake. The look on Mom's face crushed my soul, but I was too mad at her for all the years she'd ignored my happiness. Dad rented a small apartment next to the school so I wouldn't have to skip studies, and thanks to Declan and Maisie, I started to feel better. I needed to learn how to love myself again, before everything else. I started reading my astronomy books and fell in love with science, again. I was finally feeling like myself. I even landed a scholarship that week to one of the best colleges in the country. I was super excited to tell Dad, but he had something bigger waiting for me. It was a letter from my mom talking about her story, how she could never live up to her parents' expectations and never felt good enough. And along with it was a drawing from when she was a kid. For the first time ever, I could relate to Mom. I saw her as a young girl struggling to keep up with everything, and it broke my heart. I knew I had to see her, so I decided to pay her a visit that weekend. The house was open, so I went in, and when I saw my room, I was overwhelmed thinking about all the nights I'd spent crying in there. I turned around to leave, but Mom was right behind me.
I'm so happy to see you, Ariel. Did you get my letter?
Yes, I did. Why didn't you ever tell me all that before?
I was too ashamed to show you my weak side. Parents are supposed to be strong.
But Mom, what you did to me was no different than what happened to you. You made me slog day and night, and I left everything, all the stuff that I liked, just to make you proud.
I am so sorry I put so much pressure on you. I guess I wanted you to be what I never was, but I didn't realize how awful and stressed that made you feel. You're the best daughter, and you make me proud every day. I love you.
I love you too, Mom. That's all I really wanted to hear you say. And Mom?
Yes?
Can I have my bracelet back?
I was wondering if you'll ever ask.
Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. What are you doing here? Isn't the meeting going on?
Nope, that's just what I told you. I sent everyone home and was now waiting for you to steal the painting and run away with it.
What?
After the painting was stolen from the museum, the FBI contacted me to help them catch the guy they suspected was after it. Does the name Pierre Souffle ring a bell?
Nope, never heard of him. What a dumb name.
They told me you would probably strike again. I really didn't suspect you until one of my brothers said something about you looking like a girl we once met in Connecticut, who had a twin. I just couldn't shake that off, and wondered if you were hiding something. I had the FBI look into you, and most of your information checked out, but then they told me that they'd seen the suspected art thief and a girl your age leave your apartment a few times.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Tonight was a trap? How could you trick me?
Hello? Should I get a mirror for you? You've been tricking me from the very start.
That's different.
Only if different means exactly the same.
You'd really send me to jail?
You'd really walk away with that painting?
Eric, I have to do this. I don't have a choice. It's to protect everyone I love from Pierre.
And I'm guessing that list doesn't include me, does it?
As we stared breathlessly at each other, suddenly Pierre's van stopped beside us.
Good Lord, get a room!
And before I knew it, his men had grabbed both me and Eric and put some rags on our faces, and I instantly drifted into unconsciousness. When we came about, Eric and I found ourselves tied to chairs on some boat.
Ah, the sleeping beauties are awake just in time for me to say goodbye.
You're not getting away with this.
Oh, yes, I am. It's not like you are smart enough to call the police to your house when you caught Claire. Yeah, that's her real name.
You didn't call the police? What was your plan then?
My guess is he was just going to take the painting from you and give you a chance to run away. I think he even gave his own security men the night off.
Why would you do that, Eric?
Because he wasn't going to send the girl he loves to prison. Duh.
Eric sat there poker-faced as I glanced at him. Pierre, you got what you wanted. Now keep your end of the deal. Pay up and let us go.
Your sister double-crossed me first, which landed you in this mess, remember? I think I'll do the same.
Why is there water coming in the boat?
Oh, that's because it's got oils everywhere. It's going to sink soon. You two should make up and forgive each other because life's too short to be angry. I mean, literally, your life is really short. I'd say about another 30 minutes. Adieu. So long. Farewell.
And with that, Pierre and his goons left.
There has to be some way out. Don't you know how to get out of such situations after all your years as a criminal?
I'm a con woman. I don't know how to trick my way out of these ropes.
Great! Then I'll just die here with you of all people.
Who would you rather die with? Maybe that really pretty, extra smiley waitress at the restaurant you love so much?
You know what? Let's just not talk.
Fine by me. We sat silently for a few minutes as the water kept seeping in.
I've never had boba tea.
What?
You know, a few years ago when everyone really got into boba tea, and I never had boba tea. I always thought I had time to drink boba tea, and now I'll never drink boba tea.
It's nothing special. You didn't miss much.
You really mean it?
Nah, it's amazing. Who is stopping you from trying boba tea?
No one? Ugh, you're the worst. Let's go back to not talking.
As we sat there in silence again, I slipped my fingers through Eric's. Eric, I'm so sorry for getting you into this. I really wish I'd never crossed your path. He pushed my hand away.
For the first time today, I agree with you.
Just then, the door burst open, and Meredith came running in. Thank God, Em. I knew you'd come for me.
You could have told me too. I would have panicked less.
Hi, Eric. Remember me? We kissed once. We'll talk more later. Gotta go now.
Meredith cut through our ropes quickly, and we splashed through the water, climbed onto the paddle boat outside, and rowed back to shore.
I had a feeling Pierre was up to no good. I followed his van to Eric's house and saw him take you two and bring you here. I had to wait for him to leave before I could rescue you, and that jerk left without giving us a dime.
We have to get that painting back. He can't get away with it.
What is so special about that stupid painting? Why is it for $10 million?
Apparently, it's worth much more. My grandmother bought it at some auction a few years ago, but I don't think she ever knew its real worth. The FBI told me that painting has hidden codes all over it. Sensitive government secrets and coordinates of underground facilities, and Pierre wants to sell those secrets to the highest bidder.
Jeez. Trust stupid men to make everything so complicated. Who put codes in a painting? Who wants them now? What is wrong with everybody? All I ever wanted from life was to go to Bora Bora, and now we have no money.
If you girls know anything about where he's going, help me catch him. I'll tell the FBI you were helping me all along, and you'll go scot-free.
Free but poor?
Should I offer you a reward for helping me get back a painting you stole from me?
That would be polite, yeah.
Meredith, do you have any idea where Pierre's going?
Yeah. I've bugged everything that man owns. His phone, his coat, his shoes, that painting. I know where he's going. Oh, by the way, Mom wants us to come home. She says she has something important to tell us. And yeah, her memory is back, and she's very angry we made her marry Arthur.
What?
More about that later.
Eric immediately got in touch with his FBI contacts, who picked us up from our spot and followed Meredith's trackers on Pierre. He was headed for a train at the Grand Central Station, and seconds before he was about to get onto his ride, he was surrounded by officers.
Don't manhandle me, you orangutans! My outfit costs more than your yearly salary! I lose the day I ever laid eyes on you two! I'll make sure I take you down with me!
I'm taking all your coats, Pierre. They fit me perfectly, you tiny mafia boss.
Get used to an orange jumpsuit, cause you'll be wearing that for a long time. As the FBI officers took him away, I turned to Eric with a worried face. He'll give them information against us.
You've helped recover a really important painting and capture a criminal the FBI has been trying to nail for ages. I promise, I won't let you get into any trouble.
Thank you. We stood there in awkward silence.
Okay, this is super uncomfortable. Do you guys need privacy to talk or something? I'll grab us some hot dogs. Do you want relish or mustard or...
No, actually, I think we're done here. I have to go. Good luck and goodbye, Claire.
Goodbye, Eric. Meredith and I took the next flight to Connecticut to see Mom back at her old house, and I was really happy to see her with her memory back. And then, Mom shocked us with her whole story.
Many years ago, I was a government scientist in Russia, working on top secret technology. And our team later wanted to sell it to an enemy country. I refused to do that and destroyed the technology. And after that, I had to go on the run because I knew those traitors would come after me. I had a boyfriend, and he recently found out I was pregnant. So I never told him about you girls and just escaped. I settled in America and took on the identity of a helpless mom living in the suburbs. Before I left Russia, I set up this laptop as a way to communicate with my father, who sent me a little money every few months to get by. I was even afraid of working in any place for too long, as being part of any system by which I could be tracked down.
Whoa! Mom, that's insane and so cool!
I'm sorry we never had much, but I was glad you grew up independent and resourceful. Then I finally recovered my memory a week ago. I was able to access the laptop and get in touch with my father. He hadn't heard from me in so long, he thought I wasn't even alive anymore. He told me that the traitors working on the project are all behind bars now. It's safe for me to go home. So we're going to Russia? Man, it's so cold there. I always wanted to go to... Bora Bora, I know. That's all you said growing up. We'll visit Russia to see my family, and then we'll go anywhere you girls want.
Mom, we're kinda poor, especially since you've left Arthur too.
Oh, but my family isn't poor at all. I come from old money. We've been rich forever. There is a God out there. Thank you. Claire, we're finally going to Bora Bora.
Yeah, It's everything we ever wanted. I tried to be as excited about the trip as Mom and Meredith, but my heart felt heavy. I wish things had ended with Eric on a better note. On the bright side, I got to meet Freddie, and I was so pleased when he introduced me to his lovely girlfriend. I'm so happy for you, Freddie, and I don't know if I can ever thank you for everything. You're amazing.
I know. Just don't forget about me and come to visit, okay?
On the day of our flight to Russia, we just reached the airport when Mom and Meredith turned to me with strange smiles on their faces. What's going on?
Here's your ticket.
That's a ticket for New York. Why, are we going there?
No, Mom and I are going to Russia, then Bora Bora. You're going to New York.
What? Why would I do that?
Come on, Claire. You've been so mopey lately. I can't stand your face anymore. Just go talk to Eric, okay? You're in love with him. And even though he's way out of your league, he loves you too. And that's something you shouldn't give up on so easily.
Pretty sure he hates me now.
Claire, go meet him once. You'll regret not trying. And in case it doesn't work out, you know where to find us, love.
Go get him, loser.
Mom and Meredith hugged me, and I felt tears flowing down my face fast as I turned away. Suddenly, I got the wind knocked out of me as Meredith gave me a bear hug.
I can't say this with you looking at me directly, so don't turn around, okay? I love you more than anyone in the world, sis. You're my BFF and my soulmate and my better half, so you better not stay away too long because of some stupid boy.
No one's ever coming between us, Em. I love you too, and I'll see you soon. As I walked out onto the New York airport, I was feeling so nervous about visiting Eric that I accidentally bumped into a man's luggage cart and went down with the suitcases.
Are you blind? You blind idiot?
It was an accident, sir. You don't have to be so rude.
You don't have to be so blind, you blind idiot.
You're so obnoxious. I grabbed the bagel the man was holding, threw it on the floor, and started jumping on it. As I continued jumping and he kept yelling, I suddenly found Eric by my side.
I'm sorry, sir. She hasn't taken her meds today. So sorry. Jeez, what's with your temper?
He started it, and what are you doing here?
You texted me that you were coming and wanted me to pick you up. You said it was an emergency? Oh, I'm guessing that was Meredith.
Yep, but I did come to New York just to see you, Eric. So I might as well say my piece now, which I've been rehearsing on the plane, and I've forgotten every single word. Dang it. Okay, I'll just spit it out. Look, I'm really sorry about the tricking and the lying and stealing and hitting your brother and endangering your life. The one thing that wasn't part of this assignment was falling for you, but I just couldn't help it right from the start. In fact, you made me fall for you years ago, and I often wondered what had happened to you. I really wish we'd met again under different circumstances, and I know I don't deserve another chance, but here I am, asking for one anyway.
Well, they say third time's the charm.
They do say that, whoever they are. Just as Eric pulled me closer, we suddenly found ourselves surrounded by federal agents. Did you set me up?
I swear I didn't.
Ma'am, there's no need to panic. We got notified about your arrival in New York when you checked in for your flight. We've also apprehended your sister before she could leave for Russia. We've been looking for you girls for a long time, actually, but you always managed to get away. Now we have a deal for you. Come work for us and help us nail some con artists, and you'll have a clean slate.
Are you offering me a job?
Yes, and a really well-paying one. The only catch is that you two will have to serve 6 months jail time first. We have to do that as a formality.
No, officer, there has to be another way.
Eric, wait, it's okay. I think I need to do this actually. Maybe we got away for too long without any consequences. If this gives me a chance to start over fresh, I'm willing to do it.
What about Meredith?
Oh, she's gonna be pissed, but she'll do it for me. So, will you come see me in prison?
It's a date.
How many weeks has it been here already?
It's just been 2 days.
Oh God, I was so close to Bora Bora. And you're so ugly and orange. How am I supposed to look at you for 6 months?
I think you're actually happy we're getting to spend more time together. You know, since I'm your BFF and soulmate and better half. That was so cheesy. Ow! My name is Lily, and from the outside, my life looks super exciting. I've lived all over the world. India, Singapore, Alaska, even civil war-ridden Myanmar, where I was kidnapped for a week by a military coup. Pretty cool, right? But the craziest adventure I'd ever gone on was in a boring suburban home in Boston. But first, let me tell you more about myself. My parents were investigative journalists, and they went wherever the story was. Corrupt government, church cult, mysterious disease outbreak, serial dog napper. Sure, they were living a life full of intrigue. And my younger brother Jacob totally idolized them. But for me, it was constant whiplash. I craved normalcy, stability, and safety. And my parents' homeschooling techniques were questionable at best. So I spent most of my time teaching myself science and biology. The plan was to become a doctor one day. You know, something stable. Then one day, my mom delivered life-changing news.
We're moving to Boston to cover a story on the mayor's disappearance. We figure it'll take at least 2 years to crack. So, we're sending you to high school.
I screamed with excitement. The most we'd ever stayed put was 6 months. Of course, the transition to normalcy was tricky. But then one day, when I was performing surgery on a mouse in biology class, I did the unthinkable. I made a friend.
Girl, you're such a natural. I'm impressed.
Thanks. I want to start my own doctoring practice one day. Hole up in one place, find some loyal patients, and really be there for them, you know?
That's beautiful. Oh, can you take a look at this mysterious fungus on my foot? Just kidding. But hey, you want to hit up the mall after this?
Suze was the best. Funny, smart, loyal. We got super close in no time. And then,
Exciting news! We solved the mayor's disappearance. Turned out, he faked his own death. So we're moving to Hawaii to cover the illegal capturing of the Hawaiian monk seal.
what? No, I love it here. I finally feel like I have a life. You said 2 years.
Sorry, honey, but we're just too darn good at our jobs.
Well, I'm not going. I've spent 16 years being carted around like a chihuahua in your purse. I'm not just an accessory to take with you whenever you want to pick up and leave.
So many kids would die to be in your position. Getting to see the world, experiencing new things. If only you could be grateful like Jacob.
Well, I'm not Jacob, and I'm not leaving. Ugh, I can't stand being your daughter.
That's it. Now you're really not leaving. You're grounded.
I was done listening to my parents. I ran out of the house and hopped on my bike, pedaling as fast as I could to Suze's house. I was in such a frantic state, I didn't even see the truck turn into my lane. And smack! I went flying off my bike, launched into the middle of the road when my head slammed against the cement. And then, everything went dark. When I woke up, my head was throbbing, and my bike was destroyed. But otherwise, I felt weirdly fine. I could have died, and it was all my parents' fault. I'll admit, I was a little disoriented. I didn't know if a day had passed or a week. And when I finally got home, I was shocked to see that my parents' cars weren't in the driveway. Were they out looking for me? When I walked inside, I thought my eyes must be deceiving me. The entire house was empty. No family photos, no TV, no furniture, no family. A sinking feeling overcame me. Hello? Is anyone here? Hello? I checked every room, but not only was no one home, none of their stuff was here. And without the furniture, the place felt really eerie. When I got to my room, I was afraid to open the door. But to my surprise, it was exactly as I'd left it. I grabbed my phone to call my mom, but it went straight to voicemail. What the heck? Did my parents seriously move without me and were now blocking my calls? I looked around for a note, but there was nothing. This was insane. But then it occurred to me, maybe this was my parents' way of letting me have my way. So I decided to stay put. I'd live my life, graduate in a year, and go to college. I'm sure my parents would call me back tomorrow, and I'd deliver the news. But that night, as I was falling asleep, I heard footsteps. I ran downstairs to see who it was. Hello? Mom? Dad? Jacob? Guys? I tried to turn the lights on, but they didn't work. Then something brushed past my foot. Ah! It was just a mouse. Okay. I was just freaking myself out. Everything would be fine. And then, a strange, cold breeze swept over me and disappeared. Maybe I'd sleep at Suze's house, just for the night. I grabbed a backpack and opened the front door, but it was jammed or something. I pulled and pulled, but it was stuck. I tried the back door, but it wouldn't budge. What was happening? Something felt off. I decided to sneak out through the window, but when I went to lift it, it slammed shut, right on my hand. Ow! I frantically tried calling Suze, but it also went to voicemail. What was happening? Okay, I had to calm myself down. I bandaged my wound and tried calling my dad. As the phone rang, there was a pit in my stomach. It went to voicemail. Dad, it's me. I just got home and no one's here. And for some reason, I can't leave. Where are you guys? I got into an accident. Sorry I didn't come home sooner. I'm okay, just call me back, please. I spent the night shivering in bed. It took me hours to fall asleep, and I had the craziest dreams. As I was sliding on an iceberg in the middle of Antarctica, surrounded by killer orca whales, the sound of the doorknob turning jolted me awake. Oh my gosh, I was so relieved. My parents had finally come home. And then I heard something strange, a voice I didn't recognize, of a teenage girl laughing. I peeked over the staircase, and the door was cracked, but no one was there. Hello? I ran down the stairs, desperate to escape the house. But as soon as I arrived at the front door, it slammed shut. I pulled frantically on the knob, but it was like someone was holding it from the other side or something. Let me out! Help! Suddenly, the sound of the teenager giggling was met with another voice.
Yara, honey, put your phone down and help me unpack.
I followed the chatter down the long, dark hallway, all the way to the kitchen.
You said you wouldn't tell me what to do if I didn't complain about moving to this creepy house.
I poked my head into the kitchen, shocked to see a mother and her daughter, maybe a year or two younger than me, unpacking boxes? The mom looked totally normal, and the girl was a hardcore emo goth, so also pretty normal. I tried not to startle them, scared they might be dangerous. Hello? Excuse me, what are you doing? How long have you been here? I've been calling for help. I'm stuck in this house, but they just kept unpacking boxes. They didn't even look at me. Hello? What is happening? I tapped the woman on the shoulder, but I couldn't feel her shoulder, just air. Suddenly, I saw my hand move through her shoulder like a hologram, like she wasn't real, like she was a ghost. I screamed. The woman and her daughter cocked their heads like chickens, looking right at me. They seemed terrified. For a moment, I thought they'd seen me, but then the daughter said,
Mom, what was that?
I had to get them out of here. These spirits were clearly trapping me in my own home for some mysterious, nefarious reason. I got on my phone and called the first medium Google could find, Cassandra. According to her website, she could commune with any spirit, any age, any gender, anywhere. But of course, her number went straight to voicemail.
Unfortunately, I'm performing an urgent exorcism. So if you have any phantom menaces, if you will, please leave a message with as many details.
Yeah, hi, Cassandra? My name is Lily. There's a mother about 47 years old. I don't know, it's hard to tell. She looks like she's had a lot of work done. She could be 40? Okay, I was fear rambling. Just one of my many defense mechanisms. Sorry, so yeah, her and her, grumpy 15-year-old daughter, they won't let me leave the house. And I mean, let's be honest, I don't know how ghosts work, but I think they're blocking calls to my family too. And I've already missed 2 days of school, so it's kinda urgent. My address is 4332 Pine Grove Alleyway Road. Come quick, please. I didn't know what to do, so I barricaded myself inside my bedroom. I fell asleep and woke up the next morning to the smell of bacon. I went downstairs and peeked into the kitchen. The mother had a full breakfast buffet going. Bacon, eggs, waffles. It smelled delicious. I should have been starving, but I was way too traumatized to be hungry.
Mom, what is the largest organ in the human body?
Then I saw that daughter was doing biology homework at the kitchen table. Was this normal ghost behavior?
Mom, what's the answer?
I don't know. I'm a future bed and breakfast owner, not a scientist. The lungs? Yeah, that's right.
Wrong. It's the skin, obviously. I saw the girl filling it in on her paper and for some reason screamed, "It's the skin!" But she couldn't hear me. So I wrote it on a Post-it in big red ink and slid it in front of her. She slid back in her chair, almost toppling over. Did she see the note?
Who are you? Why are you in our house?
Honey, stop with the hysteria.
Mom, you're not supposed to call women hysterical, especially your own daughter. There's an evil being here. I can feel it. And I'm not gonna be around when it enacts its vengeance.
Whoa. Who was she calling an evil being? She had it totally twisted. She ran towards the door, making a run for it.
Hey, don't you leave this house.
But was met instead with a super tall, slender woman wearing a robe, carrying a Dan's Donuts tote bag with a bunch of supplies. This was...
Hi, name's Cassandra. Someone called in for a phantom cleanse.
Oh, thank God. What the heck? How could we both hear Cassandra? Cassandra looked at the three of us. It was unclear who she was looking at since she was wearing sunglasses.
Give me a second. I need to talk to the spirit. It's reaching out. Desperately.
Thank you. Cassandra approached me, standing inches away from my face. She took her sunglasses off, and her eyes shot open, like she was activated.
What is your purpose here?
I called you. I have ghosts. You probably can't see them, but they're standing right behind you.
Oh, darling. Oh, sweet dear. No, you are the ghost.
What? Then how are you talking to me?
Because I'm a medium, and you are in between.
Wait, are you sure? How do I know you're not a ghost pretending to be a medium? And you answered my call. Only a human would be able to call you?
She called.
Cassandra pointed to the 15-year-old girl cowering behind her mom, watching this strange lady seemingly speak to me, a ghost. No. There's no way. I was fine after the accident. I can't be.
In a coma. You're in a coma.
Cassandra showed me the news article on her phone. Apparently, the bicycle accident left me in a coma. And my body is just hanging out in a hospital bed in Hawaii. So, is this like a figment of my coma dream, or?
No, this is real, sweetie. Your presence is haunting these lovely ladies.
The daughter was just standing behind Cassandra, mouth hanging open in disbelief, while her mother was squeezing her daughter's shoulder like it was a stress ball.
You okay, Mom? I told you.
Yep.
Okay, don't blame me. Jeez, the news is bad enough.
Honey, in a way, you are to blame. Because you're clinging to a space you won't let go of. Think of this place like emotional limbo. You're not dead, but you're not living either. And until you let go, you'll be trapped here.
She turned to the terrified, lovely ladies and presented her credit card swiper. And for a second, I could have sworn she was holding a paper that said, "Like and subscribe to MSA." Nope, made that up. She didn't have that. Seriously? Please, like and subscribe to MSA.
Time to pay.
So, is she gonna leave?
I want to. Tell me how. But Cassandra was already out the door. Luckily, she left it propped open. I tried running outside, but the door slammed right in my face.
Oh my God, was that the ghost?
Mom, maybe it's a sign. You're scared. I'm not happy. It would be the perfect time to bail on your bed and breakfast dreams and move back to where Dad is and where my old life used to be. Just saying.
Honey, no. We're not gonna let one ghost ruin our dreams.
I've got bigger fish to fry. Believe me.
Mom, stop calling your dreams ours.
Woof. I didn't want any of this mother-daughter drama. I just wanted to leave and be back in my body. I screamed it, hoping it would come true. I want to get out of here. I want to get out of here. I'm letting go. I reached for the door, but it wouldn't budge. I tried kicking and pushing, but my limbs just swooshed right through the wood. 4 hours later, after I calmed down, I figured being a sorta ghost, or whatever I was, came with special abilities that I didn't know about yet. Like flickering light switches, floating, blowing cold air at people. Maybe that stuff would be helpful? But what was I capable of? I tried hovering a chair, just to see if I could. It lifted, wobbled, and then launched through the kitchen window and smacked the gardener in the back. Michelle ran outside screaming apologies and ended up giving him a free night stay and a $40 please don't sue me bribe. Then I tried levitating a spoon. It spiraled into Michelle's coffee and smacked her right in the eye. She didn't even scream, just sighed, of course, and started Googling real estate agents. After a lot of trial and error, I learned that my super abilities sucked. All I could do was levitate pencils and move furniture around for some reason, all while having to watch Michelle turn my old house into a bed and breakfast. And she was working fast. And to make things worse, I could hear Yara on the phone complaining about me.
I feel like the ghost is eavesdropping. She's so noisy. She doesn't even do anything cool. I mean, the least she could do is make this boring place more interesting. Ugh, I just want to be with you, Harry. You ghostly freak, stop eavesdropping. Get a life. Or afterlife, whatever.
Fine, I was eavesdropping. Sue me. Coma Purgatory was super boring too. Soon, I learned that Yara had a boyfriend back home that she was obsessed with. And her dad divorced her mom a year ago and married another woman. So I didn't take her hostility too personally. A few days later, on the opening day of the bed and breakfast, I found all my bedroom furniture was gone, vanished, and everything I ever owned. Photos, clothes, all of it. My room had been turned into a guest room. I was being erased. Hey, I'm still here. I was so scared that leaving my room would be the end of me that I stayed. I put up with an endless stream of disgusting, smelly, nose-picking, farting guests. Just when I thought things couldn't get more uncomfortable, they did. Yara invited her boyfriend over, Harry, the one she'd been sobbing about into her hoodie since day one. Apparently, he needed a break from his toxic stepmom, and for some reason, Michelle said yes. From the second he walked in, the house started smelling like Axe body spray and microwave bacon. He flopped right onto my bed, kicked off his sneakers, and yelled,
"Yo, babe, this Airbnb is fire! You guys got snacks or what?"
Then he opened a soda, chugged half of it, and let out a fart so long it had segments. I wish I was exaggerating. Michelle passed by the door with this forced, hostage-level smile and said,
"Let me know if you need anything."
"Yeah, a TV in here would be clutch."
I swear, she blinked twice like it was Morse code for help me. Later, I tried to spook him out. Just a gentle ghost nudge. I floated a cereal box off the counter and dropped it right into his lap. He didn't flinch, just went,
"Yo, Yara, your ghost is hella chill. Wanna help me make a TikTok?"
And she actually giggled.
You're so dumb.
They released the video with the caption, "Me vibin' with the ghost girl." It got 3,000 likes. I've never felt more personally attacked in the afterlife. That night, after he clogged the downstairs toilet for the second time, Michelle snapped. She stood at the bottom of the stairs and called up,
"Yara, this is not a frat house. If Harry isn't gone by tomorrow, I'm calling his stepmother myself."
Don't you dare! He's the only thing that feels normal in this stupid place. I swear, Mom, you better not do it.
2 days later, with Harry still around, the air in the house was tense. neither Yara and Michelle would talk to each other. Or if they did, they would end up screaming and slamming doors. I was ready to full-on poltergeist this boy out of the house. Then one afternoon, I was lurking under the dining table when Harry left his phone on it and wandered off to microwave bacon. Again, the phone buzzed and a text lit up the screen. Kelsey, still thinking about our kiss last week? Miss your lips, babe? Excuse me? I stared at the phone like it had personally insulted me. Yara had to know what a fart bag Harry was. Okay, she already knew that. But if farting wasn't a deal breaker, maybe the cheating would be. Just then, I saw Yara walk into the room, and I rattled the table leg hard. The phone slid to the edge. One more rattle, and yes! It hit the floor, screen side up. Yara looked startled, then bent down to pick it up. And as soon as she saw the screen, she froze.
Our kiss? Last week?
Just then, Harry returned with his plate of bacon.
Yo, babe, you seen the hot sauce?
Who is Kelsey?
Wait, what?
Miss your lips, babe?
It's not what it looks like.
Oh, really? Because it looks like you were swapping spit with someone named Kelsey while I was crying into my hoodie in this cursed house.
I didn't think we were like exclusive since you moved.
As the two argued, I took the opportunity to rush upstairs and kick Harry's crusty backpack down the stairs and into the dining room, where Michelle was now standing too.
All of this is your fault, Mom.
Are you seriously saying it's my fault that your good-for-nothing boyfriend is a two-timer?
Yeah! If you hadn't made us leave, he wouldn't be sneaking around kissing other people behind my back.
She's not wrong, you know.
Get out!
As Harry picked up his backpack and left, Yara started to run out too. But Michelle threw her body against the front door, blocking Yara from leaving. Everyone in the bed and breakfast had gathered at the noise and were staring.
I know you're upset, but you deserve so much better than that useless, toilet-clogging piece of garbage. You're a beautiful, brave, and resilient girl. You could have...
Ugh! Just stop. This is so embarrassing. Just leave me alone.
Yara shoved past her mom and darted toward the bathroom, locking herself inside. The guest seemed super confused. Suddenly, I was reminded of the fight with my mom. But instead of running after me or stopping me from leaving, my mom just let me go. And then wasted no time before moving to Hawaii. She didn't care about me at all. I had to fight for myself and find my way out of here. And then, the next day, some super old guy left his laptop open in my room. I had an idea. I focused on levitating a pencil over the keyboard, typing my name into the search bar, key by key. Maybe I could at least find out what the status of my body was. But just as I was pressing the last button with my mind, I heard a shriek.
There's something here! My keyboard! It's moving!
I jolted, startled, and fell out of the swivel chair, launching it to the other side of the room.
The chair just tried to attack me! There's a ghost!
All of the guests ran over to see the commotion. I tried tiptoeing away, but tripped and knocked into the lamp, toppling it over, the light bulb shattering. Suddenly, all the guests were screaming and running. It was like a scene out of a horror movie, but I was the horror. Wait, don't go! I wasn't trying to be spooky, I swear! But then I saw an out. I leapt onto the old man's back, trying to hitch a ride out the door. He must have felt my presence or something.
The spirit is clinging to me! Get her off! Get her off!
As soon as he was out the door, I was blown back by an imaginary gust of wind, thrust into the living room, toppling into the coffee table. Yara poked her head out of the bathroom.
Oh, wow. Finally some action here.
Yara, stay in the bathroom. Okay, Spirit, come at me. What do you want?
I just wanted to leave, but how could I tell her? I picked up a pencil and began writing on the wall.
Oh my God.
Whoa. Cool.
I wrote, I'm sorry. I mean no harm. I'm just stuck. I dropped the pencil and then started pushing the furniture back to where it belonged. Michelle and Yara watched me, stunned.
I think she's been trying to leave, Mom. Help her.
Suddenly, Michelle collapsed to her knees. She started breaking down, crying.
I don't know how. And now the business is ruined. Yara, I'm sorry I moved us here. It's just the divorce was hard on you, I know, but it was devastating for me too. I was with Dad for 20 years. I was heartbroken. I was so focused on running to something new, something that would make me happy. I didn't consider you. Maybe the ghost is a sign that I haven't been seeing you. If you want to move back, we can move back.
Yara came out of the bathroom and grabbed her mom's hand.
Mom, no. Believe it or not, I like seeing you happy. I don't want to take that away from you. Plus, things are finally getting interesting. Mom, it's okay to be heartbroken.
But I'm the parent.
Exactly. And that means I know where I got my strength from.
Michelle gave her daughter a huge hug. Somehow, my presence had brought them together, and watching them hug made me feel so alone. I went back to my room and laid on the bed crying. Yep, apparently ghosts can cry. The next morning, I noticed something on the computer. The search result from earlier. I levitated a pencil and sneakily clicked on one of the links. It was an article about me, about how my parents had poured all their resources and energy into doing a story on brain activity during comas. Apparently, there was a procedure that could save me, but it was only because of the greed of the healthcare industry that it wasn't public knowledge. My parents even sold the house to fund the investigation. I walked down the stairs to see the front door was propped open. I saw Yara and her mom laughing as they added the word haunted in front of the bed and breakfast. Then it occurred to me, if Yara could forgive her mom, maybe I could forgive mine. Beep, beep, beep. She's awake! Honey, come here! I was so disoriented, but I could see my mom in front of me, tears streaming down her face, clutching my hand in hers. Mom, is this real? Her teardrops landed on my hand. It definitely felt real. Oh my goodness, Lily. I am so sorry we put ourselves before you. You and Jacob are everything. It's my fault for driving you away. I'll never forgive myself. Mom, it's not your fault. You're great at what you do. And if you weren't, I'd never have woken up. But we didn't even do the operation. You just woke up all on your own. Maybe Cassandra was onto something. It wasn't the house I had to leave behind. It was my anger. Mom, Dad, you were just chasing your own happiness. You deserve that too. I'd rather have parents with a passion for life, especially after witnessing just how easily it can be taken away. I love you guys. Your forgiveness means everything. And I promise you'll like Hawaii. We can stay as long as you want. Actually, I have another idea. My parents agreed to pay for me to stay at the bed and breakfast until I graduated high school. Suze was over the moon to have me back. And when I confessed to Yara that I was the spirit, we became fast friends. I told her she could probably take down the haunted sign now. But she said,
"No way! Business is booming because of it. Turns out a lot of people are obsessed with ghosts."
Turns out, I didn't need to leave the house to finally be seen. I just had to stop running from it. And yeah, my craziest adventure? Not Myanmar, not the monk seal. It was becoming the ghost in my own house and finding my way back to life.
A lot of us go through a rebellious phase, but I was a complete monster. I swear I had genuine reasons, though. I'm not saying that to make you feel bad or anything, but I had a pretty rough childhood. I never knew my parents and spent my entire life in the foster care system. I bounced from house to house at least 7 times a year. I know what you're thinking. How could someone just
give away a kid in need. Well, I'll admit that I was the one to blame, in the beginning at least. Before I go into any of that though, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to My Story Animated to hear more crazy stories about people just like you. If you do, you'll get tons of likes on your next post. Trust me, I was pretty Insta-famous for a while. See, that was part of my problem actually. I was convinced that the family life wasn't for me at all. Despite the fact that all my foster families were pretty nice, I was really rude and mean. I only cared about making videos, partying, and taking selfies. I got into the habit of stealing things and skipping school. When I didn't get my way, I would scream and shout at the top of my lungs. I'm embarrassed to think back to this day, but I think it describes the old me pretty well. I was living with this nice old couple and 4 other foster kids. They forbade me from partying on school nights, but I went out anyway and stole their car to get there. When I came home, all they did was ground me and take away my cell phone. I got so mad that I screamed and smashed their things. I made the old lady cry. I feel horrible thinking back about it. I just couldn't control myself. I don't know how I was ever that mean. I wasn't evil, though. I was just a troubled child. I actually had some outbursts that had nothing to do with misbehaving. Sometimes I had horrible nightmares that would wake me up screaming. Mixed with my behavior problems, a lot of foster homes didn't have the patience for my outbursts, hence moving around so much. By the time I was 16, I had been through every single foster home in my city. I tried to keep cool, but I was honestly terrified I'd end up stuck in an orphanage until I was an adult. Now, I may have been a monster, but I was nothing compared to the residents of the local orphanage. It was filled with the worst kids I knew, and I didn't want to end up there with them. They would have beaten me up. I wasn't nearly as tough as I liked to pretend. When my caseworker walked into the room, I burst into tears. I begged her not to ship me off to the orphanage. She thought for a second and said she might have an option for me, but I wasn't gonna like it. How bad could it be? I asked. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. That's exactly what someone says before they walk into the worst possible situation. My caseworker made a quick phone call and let me know that I was good to go. I would be leaving right this instant. I picked up my backpack, which was full of everything I owned, and was put on a bus to the middle of nowhere. I had no clue where I was going. As the bus started driving off, I Googled some pictures of the place. It wasn't even on the map. I was going to the middle of nowhere. I started screaming. I ran over and begged the bus driver to stop, but he said it was already too late. I posted one last selfie letting my followers know that I was going to be taking a break from social media. Something told me that there wasn't going to be any service out in the middle of nowhere. I was a city girl obsessed with the internet and gaming, and I couldn't even watch My Story Animated where I was going. My cell phone service cut out maybe a half hour into the trip. 3 hours later, I was awoken by the bus stopping. I looked out the window and saw this huge, creepy mansion. I thought it was the town hall to get my papers or something. I was shocked when the bus driver said, "We're here." I told him he was supposed to take me to my new home directly. "Oh, sweetie." He laughed. "This is it." Then he just drove off, leaving me alone with my backpack at the entrance to the mansion. I walked cautiously up to the door and knocked a couple of times with no answer. I called out but still got no answer. I saw a letter taped to the door and decided to open it. It read, "Welcome home, Charlotte. Please let yourself in." Sure enough, the door was unlocked. It creaked open slowly and creepily. I walked right in and decided to explore. Now, I know I said the outside was scary, but that was nothing compared to the interior of the house. It felt like it was straight from the Addams family. There were huge portraits on the wall with group photos of at least 20 kids, all dressed up in old-timey clothes, as well as all types of taxidermy. It looked like the set of a horror movie or a cult, and I didn't even know the half of it yet. You know that sixth sense feeling you get after watching a scary movie late at night? Like the one where you can feel someone watching you? Well, I got that feeling and all the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I flipped around and saw a serious-looking nun staring at me and frowning. She looked me up and down in disgust. I was wearing pretty short shorts and a crop top, so I could tell she was judging me. I waved hello and tried to introduce myself,
but she ignored me. She just started writing something down in the notebook she was holding in her hand. She lifted it up and showed me what she wrote. "No one speaks here." That was weird. I asked if it was because of some kind of medical condition or religion. She simply flipped the page and wrote down, "Follow me," and started walking away while I was still trying to talk to her. I followed her down some winding halls until we ended up in a room with a couple of beds in it. She led me to one bed that had some stuff on it, including folded clothes, a notebook, a pencil, and a piece of paper that said, "This is your new bed. Please use the paper. It will be easier for everyone. Please change into your new clothes." I thought the scariest thing about the mansion was the giant taxidermied bear in the entrance, but I was dead wrong. I picked up my new clothes and nearly fainted. See, if nothing else, I was pretty. I had to give up my city and internet, but I did not want to give up my looks. I kept up with all the latest trends and was an aspiring Instagram model. This outfit was as far away from fashionable as possible. It was a gray dress that reached all the way to the floor and buttoned up to my neck. The dress was like a hideous costume straight from the 1700s. Maybe it was a good thing that there was no internet here because I wouldn't be caught dead in this outfit. I turned to argue with the nun, but she was already holding up her paper that now said, "Hurry, child." Now, I was rebellious, but nuns are scary. I did as she said and made my way to meet the other people here. It took a couple of days to meet everyone. There were a lot of people. All in all, there were about 23 girls living with me between the ages of 7 and 14. This made me the oldest and pretty much the role model to everyone here. It turned out that most of them had severe hearing problems, and some of them were completely mute. Talking was out of the question, so they all communicated through notebooks or sign language. The nun could read lips, but the rest of them were never really exposed to speech. The girls were very quick to take me in. They showed me the fun of country living, and trust me, I was a skeptic. They helped me learn how to braid my hair, and one girl even taught me how to sew a bit so I could personalize my outfit a little more. Sure, it felt like a cult, and that should have been a warning sign, but you have no idea how nice it was to finally feel like I fit in somewhere. It was so weird getting used to the fact that no one could hear me, but it was kind of nice that I didn't need to worry about my screaming nightmares waking anyone up. I liked to think of myself as strong and independent, so I really enjoyed not having to wake up from a nightmare to people fussing over me. I even made my first real friend. She was the second oldest, and her name was Kirsten. She was super awkward, but I really appreciated having someone my age to connect with. She even taught me sign language. I got pretty used to this new lifestyle, waking up at dawn, harvesting all the vegetables, and I hadn't even spoken a single word. I went from an Instagram model who wore hot clothes and got in trouble to a saint. Like, figuratively and literally. Not only was I staying out of trouble and gaining control of my behavior, but the other girls looked up to me like I was a prophet. They asked me tons of questions about life on the outside. Most of the girls were brought here as toddlers or infants, so they had no exposure to TVs, malls, or even processed sugar. This one girl, Susie, asked me how you feed the people that live on TV so that they can perform for you. Kirsten's favorite thing for me to describe was cheese puffs. The concept of such a treat was godly and fantasy-like to her. I told her that I promised I would bring her back some once I moved out. She always got weird when I brought up leaving. I always assumed it was because she would miss me, and I was about to find out it was a little more complicated than that. Don't get me wrong, though. I was ready to leave. I appreciated everything they did. Even after everything, I don't regret the time I spent there. Still, I was counting down the days to my 18th birthday when I could move out. That's when everything changed. I wrote the nun asking what I should do about moving back to the city, and she got really weird. She asked what about everything here, the life I had with the other children. She asked why I wasn't happy. I assured her that nothing was wrong and I loved them all. I told her I wanted to go out into the real world, get a job, and fall in love. She seemed to understand, but she said something next that made me question everything. "I guess you won't get to meet him if you leave," she sighed. She explained that there was a new boy coming to work at the estate as a gardener the week after my 18th birthday. She'd never mentioned him before, but she said she thought she would keep it as a surprise because she really thought we would hit it off. I should have sensed something was suspicious, but she convinced me to stay. Try not to judge me. I hadn't seen a boy in years. I have to admit, I was pretty happy I did, at least at first. The boy came all right. He was everything I hoped for. He was handsome and seemed very nice. Not only that, he could speak and hear just like me. The nun immediately introduced us and even encouraged me to speak, something she hadn't done the entire time I lived there. It felt so weird talking after a couple of years of complete silence. I was embarrassed by how poorly the words came out and how weak my voice was. But he was super sweet and showed a keen interest in me. He even called my little voice super cute. At first, it was really flattering, but there was something off about him. For one thing, he was very close to the nun and always had private meetings with her. Another problem was that I never actually saw him gardening. One day, out of nowhere, he proposed to me after only knowing me for a week. I freaked out. He was very insulted, explaining he came here and paid big money to take me as his wife. He was promised that I would be submissive, and refusing his proposal was not submissive. He paid the nun for me? I freaked out and ran to my room to pack. That's when the nun came in and tried to explain everything. But this time, she spoke to me. She'd lied about being mute. She explained how she needed money for her medical expenses, and a dowry was the only logical thing to do, and the girls weren't fit for life in the real world. I told her that she needed to give the girls a chance. The world wasn't as scary as she made it out to be. Freedom was everything. The nun simply apologized. I thought she was coming around, but she locked me in the room. I screamed for help, but all of the children were deaf. The only people who could hear me were the nun and the crazy man who wanted to marry me. There was nowhere to go and no one to help me. I only had one option to avoid living in my room for the rest of my life. I agreed to marry him. I put on a big show and he fell for me immediately. Kirsten slipped me a note. She said I wasn't the first person the nun had married off, and they all disappeared shortly after. She knew that she would be next, as the second oldest, so she begged me to follow her plan so we could break the cycle. The nun was grooming submissive girls to marry off to weird men when they turned 18. On the day of the wedding, I pretended to be sick, very sick. The girl who helped me offered to accompany me to the hospital. She wrote a note to the nun explaining that my fever was very high and it was too dangerous for the nun to come near me. She was suspicious and insisted she come. The girl and I got into the car first, and when the nun tried to hop in, we pushed her to the ground, locked the doors, and drove off. We drove over 40 minutes before we found a town. There, we told the police everything that had happened. We were raised on a crazy wife farm. That's not even the craziest part of the story. See, when the police drove out there, they found the mansion, but it was completely empty. They had to use search dogs, which led them to another disturbing discovery. Underneath the farm we worked on, there was a huge secret. All the money she got from selling brides was used to build a giant underground bunker. She was part of a huge church, which included every family she sold the brides to. The kids were all rescued, but the nun was never found. Kirsten and I still live with each other. We are in the process of opening up our own foster home. We still keep in touch with some of the other girls we lived with. And yes, we have cheese puffs almost every day. Still, I can't help thinking she's out there somewhere, plotting her revenge. Sometimes I find crosses left in random places. The worst thing that happened last night, though, I was looking through my camera for some funny photos I'd taken when I saw pictures of Kirsten and I sleeping. I always thought I could sense someone peering at us in the middle of the night, but I chalked it up to my usual nightmares. I don't know if I should tell Kirsten or not, but I'm running out of excuses for why we need to move to a new apartment every month.
Hi, my name is Erica, and I'm from the USA. Please like and subscribe. Some people might call me a nerd, but that's only because I actually enjoy school and love working hard. Maybe that's what happens when the single dad who raised you is a world-renowned neurosurgeon. But I never felt pressured by him to excel. Like him, I just like being the best. And while I don't have many close friends, I generally get along with everybody in my class. Well, everybody except one, Genevieve Leroy. That's only because she's the actual cruel devil. Not really, but hear me out. Genevieve transferred to our school from France when we were in the 5th grade, and I immediately hated her snobby attitude.
Are you seriously reading Matilda? Back in France, we just finished Les Miserables. American children are so immature. Do you still wear tapas too?
She was also crazy smart and got the highest grades in class.
I'm not even trying.
She was just so conceited and full of herself, and I just had to show her that she wasn't better than everybody. So I worked harder than I ever had, and soon our grades were equal.
So, you think you're as good as me?
No, Genevieve, I'm better. And from that day forward, everything was a competition between us. But there was never a clear winner. We always got the same grades. We both got first place at the 6th grade science fair. We always had the same number of followers on social media. And somehow, our TikToks got the same amount of likes. Would you believe it? We even shared the same birthday. In the 7th grade, our families accidentally had our parties at the same pizza arcade. Instead of having fun, we spent the whole time fighting each other on the Dance Dance Revolution machine.
Getting tired, Erica?
You wish, Genevieve. I could do this forever. We kept dancing even after everyone left, and the pizza arcade security team had to literally throw us out. I was so sore for the next few days. I groaned every time I moved. Things only got worse once we were in high school. In our last year, we both ran for school president, but our smear campaigns and aggressive politics got so out of hand that violence broke out between our supporters. The principal canceled the election and chose a student as president who wasn't either of us. But we were still gonna end up being co-valedictorians of our class, and I had to make sure I wrote a better speech than Martin Luther King himself. The bright side of it all was that high school would be over soon, and we'd never have to share a stage or room again. But to make things worse, it was around this time that Bethany barged into my life. I always thought Dad was too busy for romance, but he'd met this demon flirt monster while he was treating her mother, and now the two were dating.
Isn't your dad just like the cutest ever, Erica?
She had him wrapped around her little finger, and before I knew it, he'd asked her to move in with us.
Don't think of me as a replacement for your mother. Not until the wedding, anyway.
As if having a snooty French arch nemesis wasn't enough, I now had to live with Barbie's evil cousin. We couldn't stand each other. All she did all day was constantly try and fail to become a viral influencer through endless Instagram and TikTok posts for a non-existent audience.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll teach you how to trap the man of your dreams.
And whenever Dad wasn't around, she would call me a loser and an annoying know-it-all and go on and on about how I would never get a boyfriend.
No matter what some of those ugly girls say online, boys do not find intelligence attractive, Erica.
But at that point, boys were the last thing on my mind. The same went for Genevieve. We were both so busy trying to be the best at everything that we didn't have time for boys.
Hey, Erica, do you maybe want to go to the movies with me?
How can I go to the movies when I still don't know absolutely everything about the War of 1812? No, shush!
Genevieve, why don't we...
Stop, you poor boy. Is your highest ambition to be nothing more than a distraction to me? But that all changed the day Lee Taylor Reyes transferred to our school.
Howdy, y'all.
He walked into our lives with his rugged good looks and Texas cowboy charm. All the girls fell for him, but none fell harder than Genevieve and me. Oh my God, mon Dieu. We thought we were competitive before, but now it was war. Genevieve and I started doing things neither of us had ever done before. When Lee Taylor became quarterback, we went to every game.
Go, Lee Taylor, go! Lee Taylor, you are the best at American foolishness.
When Lee Taylor got the lead in the school play, we went to every show. Bravo! Bravo!
You have resurrected the theater, Lee Taylor.
Genevieve had always been the more fashionable of the two of us, and once Lee Taylor hit the scene, her clothes and makeup game reached a level unseen.
That's a mighty fine dress you're wearing there, Genevieve.
What? This old thing? I only wear it when I don't care what I look like.
There was no way I could compete with her on that level. Not on my own. I needed help, and there was only one person I could turn to, Bethany.
Erica, it's so wonderful. You're finally acting like a normal girl.
I was so desperate that I let Bethany give me a complete makeover. She used Dad's credit cards to buy me all new clothes and makeup. She took me to the most expensive salon in town and started giving me flirting lessons. Dad was just happy that we seemed to be finally getting along. And the whole time, she was filming everything and posting videos on her
stupid channel.
Hey guys, join me on my brave and selfless journey as I turn Erica from a zero to a shiro and help get her the man of her dreams.
And the videos actually went viral. Bethany was officially an influencer now. And the weirdest part was that her lessons were working. Lee Taylor was now paying just as much attention to me as he was to Genevieve.
There's something different about you, Erica, and I like it.
Thanks for noticing, Lee Taylor. But just like with everything else between me and Genevieve, neither of us was actually winning. No matter what we did, Lee Taylor would only lead us both on and wouldn't make a clear choice. Things got so bad in the struggle for Lee Taylor's heart that our grades began to slip. We stopped doing homework, we were failing tests, neither of us were valedictorian anymore. But we didn't care. All our effort was going into out-scheming the other to win over Lee Taylor. Like the time he had a minor football injury and we both went to visit him in the hospital.
Oh, you poor baby. It's a shame your mummy is out of town. But look, my chef made you a consommé, and I will read you the sports section of the newspaper in French.
That looks like gross bathwater. I've got just the thing to make you feel better. Some good old American cheeseburgers. Also, a recent study shows that most people think Spanish is hotter. It ended up being a screaming match in French and Spanish that got us thrown out of the hospital. And one day, after the teacher made me and Lee Taylor lab partners, Genevieve marched up to me angrily in the cafeteria later and pinned me against the wall.
Give it up, Erica. No matter how much makeup you put on or how much idiotic giggling you do, Lee Taylor will be mine. You've never beaten me, and you never will.
What are you talking about? You wear so much makeup you look like a French mime. And besides, it's you who's never beaten me. I am so much better than you in every way that counts. Then how come you've never proved it? Prove this! Did you just throw a hamburger at my face after saying something totally stupid? Oui, do you want French fries with that? As we rolled around on the floor, screaming and attacking each other, we knew we were making an absolute spectacle of ourselves. But we didn't care about what anyone thought, except Lee Taylor. And the next day, he invited me and Genevieve to meet him by the bleachers after school.
Ladies, y'all are two of the prettiest and sweetest gals I've ever met. And I've really tried to choose, but a choice is impossible. So you must make it.
What the heck are you talking about?
Why do you speak nonsense, Lee Taylor?
I heard that y'all's rivalry goes way, way back. I'm thinking it's time that it was finally settled with a race. The Saturday, one lap around the school track. Winner takes all, including my heart.
We were both shocked by this proposal, but when he gave us that heart-melting look of his, we agreed. But what we didn't know was that Lee Taylor had live-streamed our conversation to the whole school, and in the days leading up to Saturday, the race was all anyone could talk about. Posters were put up advertising the race for love. Lee Taylor was actually charging admission. None of this was legal, but the principals and teachers didn't dare try to stop it for fear that the students would rip them to pieces. Everyone was just way too excited about it. The school became divided between Team Erica and Team Genevieve. Some of Genevieve's biggest supporters started wearing black and white striped shirts and berets while waving around baguettes and speaking in terrible French accents.
Oui, oui, don't you see? Genevieve's the girl for Lee.
Things were getting so nuts that people were approaching me in the halls, offering me money to lose the race so they could win big on bets. Even Bethany started showing up to school to interview students for her army of new followers.
So tell me, are you Team Erica or Team Genevieve?
Team Erica, all the way. USA! USA!
Lee Taylor Reyes, be honest. Who do you really want to win the race?
All I say is, may the best girl win.
While all this was going on, I was just trying to ignore the insanity. I'd spend every night doing laps around my yard trying to get faster and faster. My head was filled with images of my post-race life when I would walk around arm in arm with Lee Taylor. But in a weird way, the thing I was looking forward to the most was an end to this eternal feud with Genevieve. Saturday came, and the crowd was bigger than any homecoming game in our school's history.
Go, Erica, go! Viva la Genevieve!
This is it, my fabulous followers. The Race for Love Live. Now you'll see once and for all Erica's transformation from loser to, not loser. Yeah.
Despite the bizarreness of the scene, Genevieve and I lined up for the race. Lee Taylor had even bought an actual starter pistol from home.
On your marks. Get set, go!
We were off in a flash. The crowd roared. Genevieve and I weren't exactly athletes, but we were giving it our all. We were feeding off the energy surrounding us. The only problem was that neither of us could break away. We were level, like always, literally shoulder to shoulder. As we approached the finish line, it seemed like this would end in yet another tie. My energy was flailing, and in desperation, my eyes searched for Lee Taylor, and they found him, kissing another girl right in front of everyone. I stopped short, fully expecting Genevieve to race ahead and win, but she had stopped too, and was also staring at Lee, sweaty and out of breath. We looked all around us at the ridiculous result of the war we'd been waging for so long. What the heck are we doing?
This is very foolish, no?
All of this for a boy?
A conceited and deceitful boy.
He really just manipulated us to make this all happen.
I don't think I've ever felt this dumb in my entire life. Look at what we are wearing.
What happened to us? Our rivalry used to inspire us to become better and better at everything, but now it's only made us worse.
Oui, I've always counted on you to motivate me to be the best I can be.
That's what I've always counted on you for. But why did there have to be all this hate and jealousy?
I have a very tough mother who says second best is a term some loser made up. That's why I'm so competitive. What's your excuse?
I don't really have one. I was just born this way. But look where all this jealousy has gotten us. Silly girls playing stupid games. No more.
I agree. No more.
Genevieve and I walked through that finish line hand in hand and left the field without looking back. The crowd started booing and angrily demanding Lee Taylor refund them the money he had charged them. In case you're wondering what happened next, Dad finally walked in on Bethany screaming like a maniac at me, saw her true colors, and threw her out of the house. Lee Taylor kept playing with the hearts of other girls until the day he messed up with one girl too many.
Help! She's trying to run me over with her car!
Genevieve and I graduated top of our class. She went on to be a cosmetics entrepreneur, and I became a lawyer. Years later, we still keep in touch and cheer each other's successes. Hi, I'm Estella, which means star. Isn't that cool? Also, I'm the oldest MSA girl here because my story happened in the 70s. But trust me, it's interesting enough, and you'll learn a thing or two about hope. So please like and subscribe. My life was not exactly good. We could only eat once a day, and our house was falling apart, just like my family. Our dad was always angry, and we were very poor. But there was a time where everything was fine. Back when my brother Lucio and I were little, Dad was a good dad, and Mom was there. They were the most loving parents in the whole world. They always played with us in the park and bought us toys. We weren't rich, but our family was happy. Until one day...
I got fired. They scammed me.
What?
They scammed me. We lost everything.
He never told us who scammed him. We tried to ask him how we could help, but he just ignored us and sold our toys and Mom's jewelry. However, things to sell ran out, and Dad didn't know what to do anymore. Maybe we can work. Selling things or, I don't know, something.
Yeah, Dad. We can sell matches or...
No.
What? Why?
You can't leave school to go to work.
But...
I said no. We will put you in a public school and your mom and I will see what we can do. So go study or something.
We fought with Dad many times, but he wouldn't let us work, so we gave up. At least Mom was still there, right? Mom, what are you doing? Lucio and I had woken up in the middle of the night and found Mom cleaning the house like crazy.
Oh, I'm just cleaning the house, darling.
At 3 a.m.? Mom, I know you like cleaning, but...
Suddenly, she ran to us and hugged us.
Promise me you'll help your dad. Promise me you'll shine brighter than any star in the sky.
What? Are you okay, Mom?
Yeah, what's going on?
Just promise me that, can you?
We promise. Next morning, Mom left. The house was completely clean, and all her clothes were gone. We looked for her everywhere, even asked the neighbors, but no one had seen her. It was the worst day of our lives. We cried a lot, and Dad wasn't the same after that. He got angry. He was angry every day, so we tried not to bother him. We started to work after school, and Dad tried to stop us, but after a while, he just made us promise that we wouldn't drop out of school. And we didn't talk about Mom, but we always hoped that someday she'd come back. Dad worked
worked cleaning shoes, and Lucio and I sold matches. We walked through the neighborhoods after school, and at the end of the day, we met at the grocery store to see if we could buy any food. We didn't earn much, but we managed to save for 1 or sometimes 2 meals a day, and that was a win for us. Our lives weren't the best, but we tried to be positive. You won't believe how much Hey, what happened? Are you okay?
I didn't sell any matches today.
I went to hug him and tell him that everything is gonna be okay, and without him noticing, I dropped a $1 bill behind him. Don't worry, Lucio. I'm sure tomorrow you'll sell a lot of matches.
I hope so. Wait, what's that? Look, Estella, $1!
Today must be our lucky day or something, because I have $3 right here. You know what that means? Hot dogs! We bought 2 hot dogs, and then we sat on a street corner to eat them. We haven't had a hot dog in almost a year, and it was delicious. But our happiness didn't last long.
Hey kids, can't you give a bite of that?
What? No, go away. There's nothing yours here.
Didn't your parents teach you not to be selfish?
It's none of your business. Suddenly, the guy ripped the hot dog out of my hands and ran away while laughing. I tried to follow him, but he was running too fast, and it started to rain. So I went back to Lucio. At least you still have your... Oh, Lucio's hot dog was on the floor. Well, our lucky day ended.
Fudge! Sorry, Estella. I always ruin everything.
That's not true. The one who ruined everything was that freak who stole my hot dog and threw yours on the floor.
But...
No, don't even worry. We'll buy hundreds of hot dogs one day, okay? Let's go home for now. Our dad came back from work that night, and he was angry. It sure didn't go well. And when he found out we wasted the money, he got super annoyed and locked himself in the bedroom. Everything seemed to go from bad to worse. Until one day, things began to change. I was walking around the upper-class neighborhood selling my matches. But that day, the cold was horrible. So I came up with the best idea of all. Walked into the huge garage of a house. There were hundreds of cars, and it was so warm. But oh no, there were people coming.
Yeah, all my parents' cars are the latest model. My favorite one is... What the fudge?
A girl caught me hiding among the cars, and her expression was really scary. What happened? Is the car okay?
Yeah. I thought I saw a rat. Come on, we better go to the pool.
I was saved. After a while, I made sure there was no one there and went out quietly. But the girl from before was looking at me from the garage entrance.
Who are you? What were you doing? Were you trying to steal one of our cars?
No, I can explain. It was really cold out there, and your garage looked like a very warm place, so I went there. That's all, I swear. Suddenly, her expression changed. She looked less intimidating.
Oh, I see. Well, you can warm yourself in the fireplace at my house. It's better, trust me. Come on.
Really? Thank you so much.
Yeah, but don't steal anything. By the way, what's your name?
Estella.
Nice to meet you, Estella. I'm Cielo.
Her name meant sky in Spanish, and something about that made me smile. She gave me a tour of her house, and it was like a mansion, and so warm. But I knew I couldn't stay that long. I should get going.
You know, Mom always said we need a cleaner. Do you happen to know anyone who needs a job?
What? Are you serious?
Do you know someone?
Well, me. Cielo smiled and gave me her hand.
You're hired. Come in every day after 2, okay?
Cielo's mom didn't like me, but she gave me a chance, and the pay was amazing. Though the best part of it all was that I got a friend. Every day after I cleaned up, Cielo and I would watch movies or gossip about my classmates or her weird neighbors. It was really fun. However, one day, when I was going to her house, I saw her fighting with her mom.
You should be inside studying, not wasting time here. The cleaning girl is distracting you from your duties, Cielo.
Ugh, she's not doing anything, Mom. I got perfect grades in everything. I was just trying to rest a little on weekends.
Well, if you're not in your room in 5 minutes studying, that girl will be fired.
When her mom left, I walked up to her. I hugged her tightly, and she cried a little.
Thank you.
I'll be here whenever you need me. Since that day, we became best friends. But her mom fired me after a month, and I got back to selling matches. However, Cielo was always sneaking off to talk to me, so I didn't get that sad.
and even Lucio met her. He didn't like her that much, but that was because he was so grumpy. For the first time, and because of Cielo, my life didn't feel so bad. One day, I even told her a little about our life.
Oh, you've been through a lot, Estella. I feel so guilty that my mom fired you. I'm really sorry.
It was my fault after all. All I did was gossip with you, don't you remember?
And don't you ever think of running away?
Yeah, of course, but we don't have enough money to do it.
And what if I tell you that I can help you?
No, never. I won't accept any money.
No. I want to escape from my parents too, but I don't want to do it alone. So I was thinking of telling you and Lucio about it. We can run away together and be free. What do you think?
Are you really sure, Cielo?
I've never been so sure of anything in my life.
However, when I told Lucio, he wasn't as sure as Cielo.
I don't know, Estella. We could get into trouble.
Lucio, this is our only chance to do it. If Mom could do it, run away, then we can. We also deserve a good life, away from Dad.
Well, we'd have to be extremely careful.
After that, our plan started. We raised as much money as we could with Cielo's help. And some weeks later, I went to the train station and bought train tickets to Sweden to leave in 2 days.
Sweden? That's where?
Yeah, I hope she's still there.
Okay, here I feel like a dog at a chess game. What are you talking about?
My mom. I told you about her, didn't I? Well, sometimes she sends us postcards from Sweden and...
You want to go find her?
Yeah, but we don't know if she wants to be found.
If she sends you those postcards, it must be for a reason, isn't it?
Lucio and I smiled at Cielo. She was a really good friend. The day came, and Lucio and I told Dad we were going to work, while Cielo told her mom that she was going to the mall. We only carried a small backpack with some clothes, so nobody suspected anything. We met at the train station, and Cielo looked at me and gave me a weak smile. When the train was arriving, Lucio grabbed my hand.
Cielo, what do you think you're doing?
A woman ran to us and grabbed Cielo's arm tightly.
Do you think you could just run away from home like that? What's going on with you?
You and Dad are always fighting, and you only talk to me to tell me to study. You guys never really pay attention to me.
Who put those ideas in your head? Was it her? I knew she'd be a problem. Police! Police!
Leave them alone! They didn't do anything! Run, guys!
A policeman approached Cielo's mom, and before he could notice us, Lucio pulled my hand and we ran out of the train station. We hid behind a dumpster and saw the policeman running in front of it. After being there for a while, I started to cry again.
Shh! Come here. Listen, we can fix it. We still have some savings from your last job. We can...
No.
What? Why?
We can't do it without Cielo. We can't leave her behind.
You're right.
The same day when we arrived home, we lost all hope of escape. Dad found all our savings and was upset that we hid it from him. So he kept it somewhere else and said it would only be for food. But then winter came and I didn't have any winter clothes.
You should wear the jacket, Estella. I can stand the cold. I'm like an iceman.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, come on, lighten up. Today we will sell a lot and eat hot dogs. What do you say?
I don't know. It's fine.
I've had enough. You have to stop this. Cielo is fine in her nice little mansion eating whatever she wants. Stop worrying about her.
She's not well, Lucio. You know it.
She's better off than we are.
We didn't talk for the rest of the week, and then I got sick on New Year's Eve, and Lucio was the one who always took care of me, but I knew he was very upset, so I didn't tell him anything. I was tucked up in a comfortable bed, and the room I was in was very nice. Lucio was on a chair, looking at me.
I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried.
What happened?
You collapsed from the fever and you almost froze, but I found you early. You were in a coma the whole week.
Are you still mad?
The past is in the past, and you won't believe it, but I found a really good job. Cielo, she helped secretly.
He grabbed my hand, and I gave him a weak smile.
We'll be fine, Estella. We'll shine brighter than any star in the sky. I got you.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Aisha from Australia. Please like and subscribe. Mom always said that my twin sister Eva and I competed with each other since we were in the womb. I was supposed to come out first, but Eva beat me to it. Growing up, I was a wild and carefree kid, while Eva was the complete opposite. She always had her nose in books, whereas my head was always up in the clouds. Mom liked that Eva did well in school and had her life together, so she'd compare us a lot. She always wanted me to be more like Eva, but man, you only live once, and I was in no mood to be that boring. I loved playing with model airplanes. We lived near an airport, and whenever I heard them flying over, I'd run out and wave to them.
Hi! Bye! Bye, Mr. Pilot!
I knew that when I'd grow up, I'd be a pilot, and I'd fly away anywhere I wanted. I could never sit still for long, and I'd always get in trouble for being too wild. Once when I was 7, a mosquito kept me up half the night, so I decided to use my water gun to get revenge. But when I accidentally knocked over Mom's favorite flower vase, she was so mad. Aisha, that was so expensive. Why can't you be more like your sister?
Here, Mom, take my shoe. She deserves a good beating for this. It was an accident. I just wanted to get that stupid bug.
Mom never raised a hand to me, but I think I pushed her buttons a lot. At school, I was super popular and I had a best friend, Ryan. We'd play together every day, and he always picked me up on his bicycle and we'd go for fun rides. I think Eva liked him though. She'd always try and keep him from seeing me, and she acted weird around him. Once when he came to pick me up, she stopped us from leaving.
Do you think you can take me to the shop with you today, Ryan? I'll buy you some sweets.
You mean you'll steal some again? The shopkeeper told me you weren't allowed back there anymore.
He has no proof. Maybe Aisha stole them. Unlike you, I don't need to steal. I save my money instead of spending it all on books. At least I know how to read, unlike you two dummies.
As we cycled away, Eva angrily picked up a pebble and threw it straight at us. Ryan dodged it, but he lost his balance, and we both fell off his bicycle. We laughed at her silly tantrum and rode off while she cried to Mom. When we reached middle school, I realized that Eva was right about one thing. I would have to study harder if I wanted to be a pilot one day. I'd never admit that to her though, but I started working much harder. And by the time I was in 8th grade, I won the best scholar over her. She was so jealous. To celebrate, Mom took us out for a picnic, and Eva pouted the entire time. That is, until a boy on a bike passed us and splashed me with dirty water.
Now that is something worth celebrating.
You stop right now and apologize. To my surprise, he actually stopped and took off his helmet. Oh, my, did I do that? I'm sorry, I was in a hurry.
Don't apologize, handsome. You're my new hero.
Would you just shut up, Eva? And you ruined my clothes, man. Wait, I have an idea that'll help. Suddenly, the boy picked up a garden hose and sprayed me down from head to toe. I screamed and covered my face, and the jerk ran to his bike and rode off. Eva laughed all the way home, and I wanted to kill them both. Luckily for me, I got revenge when I beat Eva for head prefect of the 9th grade. She was so upset by the news that she tried to have a revote, but the senior class president said I had won by a landslide. Try not to be a sore loser, Eva. I won fair and square. If she didn't hate me already, she sure did now. One day at school, I noticed a boy sliding down the railing of the stairs, and I realized it was that jerk who'd ruined my dress. As soon as he saw me, he started running, and I followed. But he was too fast for me, and I lost track of him in the garden outside. As I turned around to go back inside, he suddenly appeared in front of me, holding a bunch of roses. Oh God, those were from the principal's precious garden. Pretty roses for a pretty girl. I thought you should have them after I was so rude. You're in so much trouble. Those are the principal's roses, and she's gonna… Shh! You always look so angry. Why don't you give those beautiful lips a rest? I'm Eric, by the way. He then took my hand and kissed it. You're an odd duck. When he suddenly quacked like one, I couldn't help but laugh. It turned out he was a new student, and literally every girl was going crazy over him, including Eva. She did everything she could to get his attention. One day at lunch, she accidentally bumped into him,
and her scarf got caught on his watch. When she giggled and said fate was trying to bind them together, I almost threw up. But Eric just took off his watch and set it down on the table. There, now fate is binding you to the table. The look on her face as he walked away was priceless. And I had to admit, I liked his style. We began to spend a lot of time together, and I really enjoyed his company. And I was kind of falling for him too. But I was spending less time with Ryan now, and he seemed very upset by that. I told him he'd be my best friend no matter what, but he almost seemed jealous. Eric didn't like me spending time with Ryan either. One day while we were studying together in the library, Eric saw us and he freaked. "Are you trying to steal my girlfriend? Why are you always around her?" He grabbed Ryan by the collar and shoved him away from me. "Eric, what are you doing? He's my best friend." He wants to be more, and he won't admit it. That was the first time I noticed Eric's possessiveness, and I was so mad at him, but he begged me to forgive him. "I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again. Please, forgive me." I couldn't help but forgive him. Maybe he just didn't know how close Ryan and I were. The next day, Ryan came over, and he was so upset. "Trust me, that guy is bad news, Aisha." "You just don't know him like I do." "Fine. Whatever. Won't matter to me because I'll be leaving soon anyway." "What do you mean?" "I've been trying to tell you, but we haven't had a moment alone. I got a scholarship to a great school and I'm moving out of the city." "I can't believe you didn't tell me about this sooner. When do you leave?" "Why do you care anyway? I'll be gone by the end of the week, and then you two will never see me again. Goodbye, Aisha." With that, he rode off, and I was so sad to lose my best friend. Just then, Eva huffed from behind me. "I can't believe how stupid you're being. What are you going on about? Ryan is totally in love with you, you idiot. He has been since we were kids, and you're wrecking it all for that jerk Eric." "What? You're crazy. We're best friends, and he's never liked me like that." "You're so blind, Aisha. But fine, don't listen to me." As usual, Eva shoved me aside and stomped off angrily, and I felt so confused. I tried not to think about it much, but Eva wouldn't quit. Whenever she heard Eric and me talking on the phone, she'd pull funny faces to distract me or start making a lot of noise. One afternoon, I lost my cool completely. "Eva, what is your problem? Get over it. Eric likes me, not you." "I don't want him. That guy's a jerk, and you're being foolish. He is no good." "Yeah, nobody's good enough for me, but they're perfectly fine for you. You'd take him in a second if you wanted you." Maybe she finally got the message because she stopped nagging me about him. After graduation, Eric and I got accepted into the same university. We wanted to be together through college, so I'd taken up an engineering degree like him and put away my pilot dreams. I cared for him deeply, and he came first. One morning, I noticed Eva's door was open and her bed hadn't been slept in. When I went in, I found a note on her bedside table. "Mom, I'm leaving forever to live with my true love. Aisha stole my childhood crush Ryan, and she didn't even want him. Please give her poison in food. She took away all the fun from my life, but this boy is just a thrill." What? I didn't even know she was dating anyone. After this news, Mom had a total breakdown, and I had to take over doing everything in the house. She slept the whole day and was never interested in anything anymore. While all this was happening, I was still studying and dating Eric. After we graduated, Eric proposed and we got married soon after. But I couldn't leave my mom behind, so I begged him if she could come live with us. He happily agreed, and he was the perfect husband. But as his career took off, he started working later and later, and I'd almost never see him. When he was home, he just wanted to watch TV or go to bed. After some time, I decided I should finally start working on my dreams again. But when I told Eric, he did not react the way I thought he would. "I know you have these dreams of becoming a pilot, but what about your mom? Who will take care of her if you're not around? We'll have to put her in a home, but if that's what you want, I'll make some calls tomorrow." Eric was right. I couldn't do that to Mom. I immediately put my dreams aside. Mom came first. 2 years later, I found out that I was pregnant, and I was so happy. But as my time came closer, I realized it was going to be tough taking care of everything by myself. When I asked Eric if we could hire a housekeeper, he refused. He said we couldn't afford it,
and he was never around to help me with anything. Even after our beautiful son was born, he'd always be gone working. He was cold and distant. He had no interest in spending time with his family. One afternoon, I was mopping the floor when I heard Mom scream. I turned around to see her rush toward the baby as he was falling off the bed. She caught him just in time, but she knocked over a flower vase and it shattered to pieces. When Eric rushed in to check what was going on, he lost his mind and began screaming at her.
You idiot. Do you have any idea how expensive that was? Money just doesn't grow on trees.
I was so shocked. And then, furious. Don't talk to my mother like that. And she just saved our son from falling off the bed.
Don't start with me. I work all day to provide for all of you. Do you think it's easy?
I work all day at home too. And I'd get a job too, but you never let me.
Your job is here, in this house. That's where women belong.
That's just your backward thinking. I'm capable of earning a living too.
You should be thankful to me, not giving me attitude. I care for you, your mother, your son,
our son.
If you're not happy with this arrangement, then why don't you leave? See how you manage on your own.
Who was this man I married? I realized in that moment how wrong I'd been and how everyone tried to warn me against him. Ryan and Eva, they were right. I packed my bags and we left him. Eric didn't even try to stop me, and I had a newfound determination to prove that jerk wrong. We'd be fine without him. I got a job as a receptionist and moved us into a small house with my first paycheck. In all that time, Eric never looked for us. I began to think of Eva a lot, and I felt upset that I'd never believed her about him. One afternoon after leaving work, I spotted a homeless girl begging for food. When I got a closer look, my world crumbled to pieces. It was Eva. When she saw me, she tried to run away, but I caught her and held her close. Where have you been, Eva? She told me how her boyfriend only used her for money, and when she lost her job, he left her with nothing. Why didn't you come looking for us? I tried looking for you both, but when you got married and moved, I had no idea where to find you. I took her home with me, and when Mom saw her, she nearly fainted. My beautiful girls, together at last. Eva moved in, and I got her a job as a waitress so she could get back on her feet. We rebuilt our relationship over time, and we'd never been closer. Some months later, Eva and I were watching MSA videos on YouTube with my son when suddenly I looked up at the TV to see the news. A young pilot had saved a plane from crashing, and he was being called a hero. And to my shock, it was Ryan.
Mr. Ryan, what motivated you to become a pilot? I loved a girl growing up, and she was obsessed with becoming a pilot. She even insisted she'd only marry a pilot one day, so I wanted to be one. But before I could tell her I'd cleared the pilot's exam, she told me that she had a boyfriend. I gave her up, but I'm glad I didn't give up on being a pilot. It's the most amazing job ever.
I was speechless. I called him up, and when he didn't answer, I left a voicemail. Days passed, but he didn't call me back. I'd almost given up hope when one morning someone knocked at the door. When I opened it, it was Ryan. He wore his pilot's uniform, and my heart nearly stopped.
I finally found you, after all these years.
Ryan, you never said you loved me. Why?
I'm saying it now. I love you.
So much has happened. I'm not the same girl anymore.
I know about Eric, about everything. I don't care. As long as you're willing to give us a chance, we can get to know each other again.
I agreed, and being with him was amazing. And he was really good with my son, too. I told Ryan that I'd only marry him after I passed the pilot's exam, and he supported me completely. A year later, I had my first official flight as a working pilot, and when I landed, he was waiting for me at the airport with a ring.
A deal's a deal. Will you marry me, Aisha?
Yes, I will.
Being a famous tween actor was incredible. Red carpets, Hollywood parties, and private jets, and fans would beg for my autograph. And my parents were super supportive. That is, until they started getting calls from an unknown number threatening to kidnap me.
I'm Michaela's biggest fan, and I want her all to myself. No one will ever see her again.
So, my life changed forever when I was on the set of my latest movie with my parents, my older sister Jackie, and her boyfriend Ethan, who worshipped the ground she walked on. That night, filming had just finished, and I needed to run back to my trailer. I'll be right back. I need to get my backpack.
Okay, honey, but hurry back so we can get home. It's really late.
I'll go with you, Mick. But when the door opened, a masked figure jumped out of the darkness and grabbed my arm. Jackie smashed a chair over his head, and we both ran out. The police came, but they couldn't find a trace of the attacker. When we got home, we had a family meeting.
I think Michaela needs to stop acting. It's just too dangerous.
I agree. It's time she had a normal life. And just like that, my acting career was over. I was devastated. Sorry, I'm being rude. I'm Michaela, and I never would have guessed that 5 years after that psycho fan ruined my life, I would get a second chance. But before that, please hit like and subscribe. I had a pretty normal life those years as a teenager. I mean, my parents owned a top law firm, so we were really rich and lived in a mansion on a canal with a huge yacht parked in our backyard. But I went to a regular high school, and everyone treated me like any other really pretty girl. That is, except for Marco, my rich, gorgeous, but very possessive boyfriend. He was the mayor's son, so he considered himself a celebrity. One night, when we were partying on my family's yacht, a speedboat pulled up and a very handsome man yelled my name.
Michaela! Michaela!
Marco immediately got jealous and jumped in front of me.
What do you want, creep? Michaela, it's me, Kevin, your old agent.
I pushed past Marco and jumped down onto the speedboat.
I have incredible news. You just got an offer for the lead role in the biggest new action franchise of the decade.
Wait, what? Me? I haven't acted in 5 years.
The director was a huge fan of yours and wrote the part especially for you.
I tried to speak, but I couldn't find the words. Unfortunately, Marco jumped onto the boat and found some.
She's not interested, so why don't you just buzz off?
I was furious and shoved him overboard. Don't speak for me. I've been dreaming about this for years. I'll take it.
Then go find a new boyfriend.
He always threw a tantrum when I didn't do exactly what he wanted, but he came crawling back to apologize. When word got out that I was going to be the lead in the big new action movie, all the magazines wanted to interview me. The paparazzi fought to take my picture, and invites to the big Hollywood party started piling up. I was a star again, and I couldn't be happier. But then one night, I looked out my window and nearly froze in terror. Standing outside was the masked figure who tried to kidnap me. He pointed right at me. I screamed, but when my parents ran into the room, he was gone. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number said, "I'm coming to get you, Michaela. Your biggest fan." The next day, we had a family meeting. Actually, it was more like an intervention. My older sister Jackie was there with Ethan, who was still as obsessed with her as he was before. She was 4 years older than me, but we were still close. My parents even called Marco. "Michaela, you can't risk doing this movie. It's too dangerous. Come on, honey. Rub my shoulders harder."
But my hands are getting tired.
Do you want me to be stressed? Marco, come on, back me up here. You know how important this is to me.
Babes, I agree with your sister. Besides, why do you need to act when you've got me?
Sweetheart, your mother and I want you to call the director and tell him you aren't going to take the role. It's not worth it to risk your life.
I'm not giving up on my dream again because of one insane fan. I'm 17 now. I can defend myself. But my parents weren't buying it, and I was still a minor, so if they wanted me to quit, I had no choice. I had to do something fast. I hired a bodyguard.
What?
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 What? It just came out. But it worked. My parents agreed to let me keep the role. Only they wanted to meet my new bodyguard who didn't exist. So now I had to find one, and fast. I was in a full-on panic. There was no way I was gonna have some sunglasses-wearing, ultra-serious police FBI soldier guy following me around everywhere I went, telling me what to do. And then I had a brilliant idea. Just as I was going to play a teenage secret agent in a movie, I would hire an actor to play my bodyguard. I ran to a local acting studio and looked in the window. There, sitting in the back of the room, I saw him, my pretend bodyguard. He was tall, handsome, and looked like a complete jerk. Perfect! I hired him on the spot. His name was Jasper, and it turns out he was as rude and arrogant as he looked.
Sure, I'll be your bodyguard, but I want to be paid up front.
Sure, no problem.
And since I'm an incredible actor, I don't want any advice or notes from you on how to play the part. Understood?
Wow, okay, whatever. But we have to go right now and convince my parents that you're actually a bodyguard and not some out-of-work actor playing one, okay?
Easy peasy.
I took him to Armani and bought him a suit and sunglasses. When he stepped out of the dressing room, he looked exactly like a bodyguard and also very, very hot. I took him home to meet everyone. I was terrified. If they discovered the truth, my dream was as good as dead. Not to mention the fact that I would be grounded for the next year. Everyone, I want you to meet Jasper, my bodyguard. It's nice to meet you, Jasper.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
Okay, he's believable. That's good.
Are you confident you can protect our daughter from this kidnapper?
Kidnapper?
Crap, I forgot to mention that part. That's it. Party's over. Stick a fork in me.
I eat kidnappers for breakfast, sir.
Wow, impressive rebound. Listen, Mick, even with Jasper protecting you, I think it's still too dangerous.
She's in good hands. Nothing will happen to her as long as I'm around.
But Marco wasn't happy. I knew he wouldn't be when he saw the specimen that I had just brought home.
How come you never told me you hired a bodyguard? I mean, you never even mentioned it. It's like you just met him today.
Today? Don't be ridiculous. And then I did what I knew would calm Marco down. I wrapped my arms around him and told him how amazing he was. You're just so protective. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to be worried.
Well, I guess I understand.
Just when I thought we made it, I saw a big roach crawl across the floor. Jasper apparently saw it too, because he screamed and jumped on the couch. Everyone just stared at him. I thought fast and copied him. That's what Jasper taught me to do if I saw the kidnapper. It would alert everyone around me.
Good job, Michaela, just like I taught you.
Everyone seemed to buy it, except for Marco. He just stared at Jasper as if he knew something was off, which there clearly was. Okay, well, Jasper and I need to run. I have meetings with the costume designer, wardrobe, and fighting coach, and he needs to be there to protect me. Jasper and I argued the entire day. While I was getting fitted for my wardrobe, I can't believe you didn't tell me that you were afraid of tiny insects.
I can't believe you didn't tell me you were being hunted by an actual kidnapper.
While I was doing a camera test in the studio.
I'm not getting paid enough for this.
For what? Standing around doing nothing? The police will probably catch the guy very soon, and you and I will never have to see each other again.
I can't wait for that.
Me neither. While I was training with the fighting coach. What happens if the kidnapper shows up? Are you gonna scream and jump on a couch? Maybe you should be training here with me.
I'm not a real bodyguard. I'm an actor. If you wanted a person who could actually protect you, you should have hired one.
I wasn't paying attention, and my fighting coach accidentally kicked me in the face. As I fell backward, Jasper dove and caught me before my head hit the floor. For a moment, we looked into each other's eyes before he dropped me.
That's gonna cost you extra.
Over the next couple of weeks at school, Jasper followed me around, flirting with all the girls. I had to pull him aside and remind him that he was on the clock. Can you please act like my bodyguard and not some hormone-overloaded teenager?
I told you no acting notes.
Well, maybe if you started acting, I wouldn't have to give you notes.
How about I quit right now and then you won't have to worry about it?
To keep up appearances, I even had him come out on dates with me and Marco, whether it was a picnic in the park, go-kart racing, or solving an escape room.
I can't take this anymore, Michaela. He's with us everywhere we go.
Yeah, because he's my bodyguard, duh.
A bodyguard who's terrified of bugs? I am not terrified of bugs. Oh yeah? How about when you screamed when the bee landed on you on the roller coaster? Or the crazy dance you did when the caterpillar crawled on your leg at the park? Or when you dove into the water when the dragonfly flew by our boat on the lake?
Leave him alone, Marco. I hired him to protect me from people, not insects.
There's something fishy going on here, and I don't think you're telling me or your family the truth.
And then he stormed off. He was right, and I felt terrible. Jasper, I'm a terrible person. Maybe this isn't worth it. I should just give up this stupid role. It's not worth deceiving the people I care about most. All they want is for me to be safe.
If you want my opinion, Marco is a jerk. He acts like you're his property and your parents are being selfish. This is your dream.
I turned to Jasper and just exploded. No, I don't want your stupid opinion. This job is a piece of cake, and you haven't taken it seriously for 1 second. You call yourself an actor? Ha! You couldn't act your way out of a paper bag. I'm done with this, and I'm done with you. You're fired. Jasper didn't say anything, and he always had a response. He actually looked hurt. He just nodded and walked away. I started feeling guilty, but I knew that he deserved it. I mean, he did, right? How dare he insult my boyfriend and my family? That night, my sister Jackie took me out to dinner. I decided to come clean and tell her the truth. I can't believe Jasper was an actor. He had me fooled. He did? Totally. But now that you mention it, he's too handsome to be a bodyguard. Wowzer. But he's definitely a good actor. I hope he gets his big break someday.
Yeah, me too. Just don't tell Mom and Dad about this, okay? I'm supposed to sign the contract for the role tomorrow, but I think I'm gonna tell the director that I'm turning it down. I think that's smart, Michaela. That crazy fan is still out there, and he left you alone after you quit acting the first time. You're right. I'm gonna sleep on it tonight and then make my final decision in the morning. Maybe I'm just not meant to be on the big screen. I hugged her and went home. I was about to give up on my dream for the second time, but I was doing it for the people I loved most. That night, I woke up to the sound of something hitting my window. I looked outside, but nobody was there. I'm not afraid of you! And then a rock hit the window, cracking the glass. All the emotions I was feeling came boiling up, and I flew into a rage. I grabbed my tennis racket, ran down the stairs, and burst outside. You want a piece of me? Come on! I'm right here! I stood there, ready to crush anybody that came at me. Then all of a sudden, the masked figure stepped out of the darkness. I froze in panic. The racket fell out of my hand. Then I turned and saw a second masked figure behind me. Before I could scream, someone sprinted from the darkness and tackled the one in front of me. The hero looked up at me. It was Jasper. The other masked figure tried to run, but Jasper grabbed the tennis racket and threw it. It spun through the air and hit the figure in the head, causing him to run right into a tree and fall backward unconscious.
Are you okay?
Yes, but how? I fired you and said those horrible things.
I know, but I was worried about you, so I've been keeping watch from a distance.
And then Jasper pulled the hood off the figure. It was Ethan. I was speechless. Ethan spilled the beans that Jackie was behind the crazy kidnapper fan scheme and the trailer incident. When Jackie and I went to my trailer that day, Ethan snuck away, put on the mask, and went in the back door. Jackie was waiting in her car outside, but came running into the yard when Ethan started yelling her name. Jackie, how could you? Since you were a kid, you got all the attention. Michaela is so amazing. Michaela is so talented. Michaela is so beautiful. Nobody ever paid attention to me. I understand. Wait, you do? That day you came to set, when Ethan pretended to be my crazed fan, that was your 16th birthday. Nobody even remembered. You should have had a big party that day, but instead you were there on my set for my movie with everyone celebrating me. You got robbed of your childhood so I could have mine. I don't blame you for being angry. I would be too. Are you forgiving me after everything I've done to you? Yes, you're still my big sister and I love you. And then she burst out in tears and grabbed me into the tightest hug I've ever had. And then the second figure stood up, grabbing his head. It was Marco.
Ouch.
And like always, he expected my forgiveness.
Come on, babe. You forgave Jackie, so you need to forgive me.
I need to forgive you?
Yes, you need to forgive me. I love you. You know that.
Jasper is right. You just love me as long as you can control me. I turned to my hero, Jasper. Now it's my turn. Can you...
After you forgave Jackie and your parents? How could I not forgive you?
That is, until Marco burst out in tears and tried to run off, but he tripped and ran into the tree, knocking himself out again. I signed my contract and spent the next few months filming with the most incredible co-star anyone could ask for. I was able to convince the director to audition Jasper for the role, and he loved him. The movie was a huge hit, and Jasper and I became the most talked about Hollywood couple in town. 3 sequels, and 5 years later, we got married, and Jackie was my maid of honor. Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing. It's not, because that was an actual problem. But yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends. And I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my my plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning, it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my god, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted witch. Cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out, a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kind of ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow! This cake looks yummy! Give me a piece!
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now!
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake!
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie! Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either, and then remembered he told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police, but even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up, we're going out.
Is Arthur back?
No.
Then let me sleep and go away.
Nope, you're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care, and minutes later, we were at our destination. The paintball arena.
I'm not going in there.
Why? Too chicken to lose?
As if you're on.
Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers?
No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too.
Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you.
You too?
Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him?
What?
I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door. door. You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure.
No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just...
Stop lying! Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you! All of you!
And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him, and as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad.
How is he?
He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again.
I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
Hi, my name is Janie, and I'm the only child. My parents couldn't have any other children after me. They loved me too much and were always worried about me. One day, when I was in the 2nd grade, a masked robber broke into our house and started yelling at us. Mom immediately hugged me. Please, don't hurt our daughter. Where is the money? Where is it? Oh, no, take that gun away. Okay, we will give you everything. Just don't hurt my daughter. And then, while Mom hugged me, Dad started helping the thief pack our stuff. Honey, don't forget about the gold watch that your dad gave you before he passed away. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Oh, and also your diamond necklace. Where did you keep it? Dad, we can't give him everything. Just call the police. No, be quiet, honey. He's a thief. He knows what he's doing. We can't interfere. We need to keep you safe. Yeah, shut up, kid, and go to your room and get me something precious. Yes, honey, you heard Uncle Thief. Go now. Yeah, of course. Just wait for me, please. I went to my room and took out my phone and called 911. Minutes later, the police came and took the thief, who was having dinner with Dad by then. Yes, well, meet my parents. They were stupidly in love with me and worshipped me. Life went on like that until my 15th birthday. That's when they gave me the deadliest gift on the planet. It was something that changed my life forever. But before I continue, like and subscribe to this video because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. As I got home from school that day, I was surprised to see a strange pair of shoes outside the door. The old sneakers were ratty and had holes in the side. I barged in. Mom, whose shoes are Who was that? Sitting at the kitchen table were my mom and dad and a girl with messy, curly hair. Janie, this is Susie. She's your new sister. We adopted her because we knew you were feeling lonely, and we wanted to make you happier. She's my what? Sister, happy birthday! Who are you? What's going on? Darling, as your mom said, she's your sister. I'm excited to see you guys doing all the crazy things sisters do. Come on, don't be shy. Hug her. I can see you're happy. Happy? How is this supposed to make me happy? Dad threw up his hands in despair. Kids these days. When my dad got me Oliver, I was thrilled. So was he. Dad, Oliver was your lizard. He looked at me with confusion. So? We were very close. We used to share the same toothbrush. I'm human? This is not the same. Oh, Pooh. Just talk to your mother. I don't understand you girls. This is getting complicated. But Mom didn't seem like she would be of any help. She was busy braiding the girl's hair and telling her they'd have pajama parties and sleepovers. I couldn't believe that my parents had adopted a kid without even asking me. They had me. Why would they want another kid? Then Mom told me to take my new sister upstairs. I rolled my eyes and led the girl out. She looked kind of sad, which made me feel a bit guilty. Hey, look, about what I said in there. It's not like I hate you. I just don't want a sister. I hope you understand. She turned her big sad eyes towards me, and for a moment, I thought she'd cry. But instead, she burst into a manic laughter. That's lucky. I don't want a sister either. That's good. So just tell Mom and Dad to take you back, right? Take me back? Why? Aren't I a human like you and deserve a family? I felt guilty immediately and was about to hug her when she said, Yeah, I deserve more than a family. I deserve your life, and I'm going to take it. With that, she plopped onto my bed and went to sleep. What just happened? At dinner, my parents barely said a word to me. They only talked to Susie, asking her questions about her old school, her teachers, and a bunch of other boring stuff. She seemed so happy with all the attention she was getting. So annoying. Suddenly she said, "From now on, I'll celebrate my birthday today because that's when I started living with you all. Right, sis?" I was so shocked I dropped the bowl of spaghetti I was holding. But Mom and Dad just started clapping and crying and singing happy birthday. This was turning out to be the worst birthday ever. After that, things just went downhill. At breakfast the next morning, Susie came down in my lovely LV top. "Hey, take that off. My boyfriend gave that to me last year. Don't you think you should ask? Besides, you can't wear that top with those horrible stinky sneakers." "Oh, you have one boyfriend? You look like the kind of girl who can have 3 boyfriends. What is that supposed to mean? Just take it off." Immediately, Mom jumped to her defense. "Janie, behave. She looks great. She has our eyes, doesn't she?" "Mom, we have green eyes. Hers are blue. Just go to school, you two." Susie passed me the evilest grin before turning to Mom with the biggest puppy dog eyes on the planet. "It's okay, Mom. I'll just change. After all, I am just a foster kid, not her real sister." With that, she turned and walked out. What just happened? But clearly, her magic was working because Mom started to cry. "Oh, Janie, how could you? To your own sister!" She came back wearing her old hoodie. Then she handed Mom a paper. "Look, Mom, look at what I've been drawing since I got home." It was a painting of Mom and Dad and me with Susie. And on top, in big letters, she'd written, "My happy family." I rolled my eyes. What was she, 5? But Mom totally started to cry and said, "That's beautiful, sweetie. Oh, Janie, why can't you be nicer to your sister?" I couldn't believe this madhouse and walked out. I thought maybe at least she would leave me alone at school. But boy, was I wrong. At lunch, I got to the cafeteria and found her having lunch with all my friends. I pushed her tray aside and sat down. "I've been looking all over for you guys." But before she could say anything, Susie jumped up, holding her nose. "Ew, what's that awful smell? It smells like dirty socks." Then she looked right at me and said, "It was fine until..." All the girls immediately said they weren't wearing any socks. No one was, except me. They grabbed their trays and one by one moved away. I couldn't believe she'd done that. After everyone left, Susie got to her feet and said, "Say goodbye to your social life, sis." "Don't ever call me sis! I hate you!" I left my tray and stormed to my next class. As soon as the teacher started the class, the door opened and someone walked in. Oh no, not again. It was Susie. She so badly wanted to take over my life that she even signed up for all my classes. She grinned at me as she sat behind me. I gulped, afraid of what problems she might cause here. The English teacher hated kids who were late. So naturally, as soon as Susie came in, the teacher ended up calling on her to read. Susie looked horrified. Me? But I'm new." "Yeah, but not blind." Susie turned red in the face and everyone snickered. I almost felt bad for her. This teacher could be a real meanie. "Now hurry up. I don't have all day, princess." Slowly, Susie began to read. One of the girls from the back whispered loudly, "She's not blind, just dumb." Was Susie really struggling to read the word black? Or was she just messing with the teacher? But to my surprise, Susie's eyes were full of tears. She really couldn't read. She caught my eye, and immediately her expression turned to anger. She threw down her book and yelled at the teacher, "I don't have to do anything a big ugly toad like you says. I'm out of here." With that, she ran out of the room. That evening at dinner, Mom and Dad asked Susie how her day was. She immediately looked at me. Maybe she was afraid I would tell them she was dyslexic. "It was fine. Can we talk about something else?" Dad didn't seem to have heard her. "How were your classes? Did you make any new friends?" Suddenly, Susie jumped out of her seat and ran to our room. Mom called after her, but she wouldn't listen. I knew I should have been glad to have found her weakness, but I couldn't forget the image of Susie with big tears in her eyes as she tried to read. I felt sorry for her, so I came up with a plan. "Come on, Suze. I'll teach you how to read." Susie glared at me. Her jaw clenched as she said, "Who asked you for your help? Do you think I want to learn how to read? I'm so beautiful I can make money by being an influencer. It's ugly people like you who need to read." With that, she pushed me off the bed and rolled over to sleep. All night, I tried to think about what I could do to make her feel better. I knew she wasn't good to me, but maybe if I started treating her nicely, things would get better. The next day, I had a brilliant idea. I threw her old dirty sneakers into the trash and put out a fresh new pair from my Louis Vuitton collection. I waited for her to wake up and see them. Sure, she would be really happy, but I was so wrong. She threw a huge fit. "I can't find them. Where are they? My sneakers!" "I threw them. Look, I got you a new pair." But Susie was anything but excited. She burst into tears and said, "Why? Why did you do that to me?" With that, she grabbed her bag and ran out of the house, while Mom and Dad called after her. Then Mom turned to me, and for the first time in my life, she yelled at me. "How could you be so mean, Janie? To hurt the poor child like that? I thought I raised you better." "Me? She's the drama queen. I did something nice for her and she's acting like that. You go after her right now and bring her back." "And why would I do that?" She's just been awful to me since she arrived here. Mom looked at me with sad eyes and said, "You threw away the shoes her real mom gave her." Oh no, I couldn't believe what I'd done. I went running off like a cheetah to the garbage and started looking through it frantically. Thank God the shoes were still there. I quickly cleaned them and used a bit of my shoes to repair the damage. Then I set out to find Susie. I found her at the train station, hugging a picture and crying. As soon as she saw me, she got up to leave, but I rushed to her and said, "I'm sorry, Susie. I didn't know your mom brought them." Then I showed her the shoes I'd fixed. She looked shocked for a moment. "I fixed them for you. I know they're not the best, but you'll find them more comfortable, and they'll last longer. I know you hate me, but I never meant to hurt you. I was just scared you were taking my mom and dad away from me. I'm sorry. Please come home." She still didn't reply. So I got up and started to walk away. I was almost at the exit when suddenly I heard her yell, "Are you going to help me with my bag, sis?" I turned around to see her running towards me. On her feet were the sneakers I just fixed. That's when I knew everything would be all right after all.
They were everywhere, and we were completely surrounded. It seemed that all hope was lost. But then I remembered the phrase that my grandma had taught me so many years ago. I said it, and then my powers kicked in. Yes, I know what you're thinking. An MSA fantasy story. This is the best day of my life. But before you get to witness me kicking bad guys' butts with my super cool powers, you have to know the full story. So, once upon a time, in a not-so-magical place...
She has trust issues.
Trust issues? How can I trust someone who forgets my birthday and uses my toothbrush for fixing his eyebrows? He even tricked me into marrying him. I was so naive back then.
Yeah, naive. I've seen that. Remember the vending machine incident? You knocked it over because your coin got stuck and then blamed me. And what about when you babysat our neighbor's kid? You gave him cough syrup to make him sleep. And don't even get me started on the time you decided to wash the vacuum motor in the sink.
Okay, maybe I wasn't thinking clearly with the vending machine. And the kid needed to nap, right? As for the vacuum, it did say washable filter. How was I supposed to know the motor wasn't part of that? I'm just thorough. Okay, time out. Let's take a deep breath and think of 5 reasons why you chose each other in the first place.
We didn't.
Why don't we start from the beginning? Kiara, you go first. Okay. Hi, my name is Kiara, and I'm from...
We already know that.
Let her talk. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe.
Like what? Subscribe where? What are you talking about?
Stop interrupting me! Nicholas?
Okay, my bad. Please keep going, honey.
I had a happy life and grew up in a ginormous family in the countryside of Macedonia. Our house was tiny and packed. Living under one roof were Mom, Dad, my uncle, his wife, their 3 kids, my mom's sister, Dad's stepsister, my sister, and Grandma. Oh, right, and our dog Bruno, 3 cats, 2 iguanas, and even a dragon. My bad. That was just my nephew Marcos. You try having some privacy living with all these people. We were still happy. Okay, chaotic, but happy. We were so poor that everybody had to chip in. While my parents and uncles worked, I joined my grandmother at the town fair. She ran a healing stall, selling herbs and homemade remedies. A dash of this, and your headache will take a head hike. Since I was a kid, I loved learning from my gran. She was so wise, and doing potions with her was so fun. I felt like a real wizard. Still, at first, I was pretty bad at it. It was like watching a monkey or a millionaire trying to make an omelet. Only 2 drops of Butolaki's essence. This is impossible. Be patient. Whenever you feel that there is no hope, just remember these words. Well, to be honest, guys, I don't remember the exact words. My grandmother was always teaching me different words and phrases in her old language, even though I had no clue what those meant. Angelo plenus mea cusevetrilo? What is it, some kind of mantra or prayer? No, just the new Wi-Fi password. She used to tell me that she learned everything from her great-grandmother, who was the best healer in the region. You are just like me and her. You too have the gift. When I was 12 and going through aggressive puberty, some kid told me that I stank after gym class. I'll show you who stinks. So I created my first potion, which made sweat smell like a bouquet of jasmine. This is the Jasmine Whiff Potion. Because who needs deodorant when you can have a magical garden in your armpits? Side effects may include dizziness, depression, hair loss, body fatigue, extreme hair growth, temporary blindness, and bad odor.
Okay, it wasn't perfect, but don't be so harsh. It was my first potion, and my Grammy was really proud of me. That same night, she gave me something really special, her necklace. This family heirloom has been in our family for generations. Now, it's your turn to carry it. Put it on. Do you like it?
Not really. It's like ancient and old and too ugly for me. Definitely not my style.
Oh, what's wrong with you?
Well, that's a big question. I don't know why I blurted it out. It seems like I didn't care about the impact of my words, but I really did. I still love it, Grandma. More coming from you. I love you. Over the years, I didn't get any better at holding my truth vomit. It was like I was a professional snitch. Whenever I saw any wrongdoing, I would report it. Like the time Marcos tried to hide the couch by turning the cushion over. What's that smell? Marcos peed on the couch. Oops. You see, I can't help it. That day, my sister had her first date. Mom covered the smell with talcum powder, but he sat right there.
Is your sister ready? It's kinda damp here.
Oh, just water. No, that's actually Marcus's pee, and she is almost ready. She's just finishing stuffing her bra.
Kiara! I'm gonna kill you!
My life was just that of a regular teenage alchemist, you know? But then, when I turned 16, it took a wild turn. A royal envoy visited my village, and my school organized a talent fair in their honor. I know, what an honor to watch a bunch of clumsy teens trying to perform. I'm not talking about him. That was awesome. He's my favorite so far. While most of the girls sang or danced, I did a potion show. I was like a true wizard, creating something absolutely revolutionary. This potion can transform anybody into an amazing dancer. I need a volunteer, one that's a really horrible dancer. Come on, Principal Pandev, drink the potion and feel the music. He drank my potion and then started dancing like he was in a K-pop group. After such a display of magic, I obviously won the contest. However, the prize was more than I had asked for. Turns out, the royal envoys were not just there to admire our talents.
On behalf of the royal court, we would like to ask you for your hand in marriage for the Count. It is tradition that the Count marries the most talented girl in all the land.
Wait, what? Did I just win a marriage proposal? And if you think this is very Cinderella or another Disney princess, it's because I'm like a Disney princess. Don't you dare say another word. Like I was saying, I was just like a Disney princess. I didn't want to marry some count I didn't even know. What is this, the 10th century? I was more than ready to say no, but we had been poor for so long. My father had been fired recently, and my uncle had an accident. Don't worry, he's fine. He just fell from his hammock when he was sleeping and snoring, and he broke like 4 ribs. My grandmother's stand wasn't doing so well either. Apparently, modern people prefer conventional medicine. I'll give it a B for boring, and boo! I knew that marrying a count would be a game changer for us, like going from, so I did it for my family, under the condition that we wouldn't get married until I was 18. Still, I had to go to the Count's castle, known as the Dracon Castle. Well, the place was absolutely huge, like a super mansion. It had rooms on rooms on rooms on rooms, but almost all of them were completely empty. Then I met my mother-in-law. If this were a Disney movie, she would be the wicked stepmother. Let's just say we didn't start with the right foot. I must say, you have a massive place. Imagine losing your remote control here. You would have to call a rescue team to find it. Or you'd need a GPS. By the way, I have a potion for removing wrinkles. I can see that you really need it. Stop talking, Kiara. I beg you. We'll have the engagement party tonight. Get ready. Tonight? But my family isn't here. That's a shame, but this isn't the kind of party for people like your family anyway. I wanted to punch her, but before I knew it, I had already been captured by the maids who did my hair, makeup, and dressed me. The final result was horrible! I look so horrible! My hair looks like Marie Antoinette's, and this dress is the ugliest one I've ever seen! That's the dress I and my mother and my grandmother got engaged in. Well, I guess not everybody has the class to pull it off. The class? You mean the big hips, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. I meant, I'm just more of a pants girl. Yes, I can tell that. The night came, and it was a giant masquerade ball. Everybody was so uptight that if they were noodles, they'd be straight up spaghetti sticks. I felt so out of place that I took the first opportunity to sneak out of there. While I was trying to get back to my room, I got lost and ended up in their greenhouse. The place was full of weird and exotic herbs and plants. Bingo! I started taking various plants and putting them inside my dress when someone caught me red-handed. Or should I say dirt-handed.
Are you stealing plants?
Even with the mask on, you could tell the guy was ridiculously good-looking. He also had a really cool dragon tattoo on his neck and chest. I'm not stealing them, I'm just borrowing them. I'll return them later.
Right. What are you gonna do with those anyway? Sell them on eBay?
No, for your information, I'm a healer, an alchemist.
Is that so? Then show me.
I was about to tell him that I wasn't some circus monkey ready to perform tricks on command, but he seemed genuinely interested, and again, he was ridiculously good-looking. Hey, don't judge me, guys. Okay, just a small potion. We sneaked into the kitchen, and I started mixing some ingredients, and soon, bubbles of all colors started pouring out and dancing in the air.
Wow, that's really impressive.
I turned around, and he was right behind me. We stood facing each other, just inches apart. Okay, now you can judge me. It's my engagement party, and I'm about to kiss a random guy. We came back to the ballroom, and right then, cue the creepy thunder, my soon-to-be mother-in-law entered. When she saw us, she smiled. Ah, so you two have officially met. Wait, what? You're Nicholas? My future husband? Nicholas smiled, but he didn't look as surprised as me. I was expecting my future husband to be a nasty old man, but Nicholas was so dreamy. Maybe this arranged marriage isn't such a bad idea. Over the next few years, we spent all our time together. He taught me how to behave like royalty, while I showed him how to do some simple potions. Or at least how to try to do simple potions. In no time, we two fell completely in love. Once, he returned from horseback riding with a small cut near his neck from a branch. While I was applying the potion to his neck, what's the thing with the dragon tattoo? Aren't you too young to have a tattoo?
A long time ago, our region was separated between 3 houses. So I got it from my father's house, the House of Draco, also known as the House of Warriors.
And why does your mother have a tattoo of a crow?
That's the House of Valthor, the most traditional and ambitious people. Royalty of the royalty.
Right. And what about the third house? Who belongs there?
Nobody. That's the House of Zoria. That was the house for people of the darkness. That's why it was portrayed with an owl. But that one disappeared centuries ago. Nobody belongs to the House of Zoria anymore.
I didn't say anything back then, but it was clear why his mother's house was represented with a crow, because she was as creepy and mean as one. Really, she was so controlling and overbearing. She separated me from my family after sending them a TV and some monthly tributes. It was like they had bought me. Not only could I not visit them, but I couldn't even speak to them. They favored letters. You know, the traditional way. I just want to tell her that Master Chef is on right now. This will take weeks to reach her. My house, my rules. Your rules make as much sense as your interior decor style. 0. A big fat flashy 0 with a capital Z.
Babe, I know she can be difficult sometimes, but she wasn't always like this. After we lost my dad, she became scared of losing those she loves. That's why she's so controlling. Back then, we only had each other. Now, we have you too. So I really hope our love can endure this. What do you say?
How can I say no to that? Of course, babe. What can I say? Love is my only weakness. Oh, and doing potions. Oh, and the truth. Oh, and those videos of dads giving their kids new puppies. Those are so emotional. Soon, I turned 18, and we had the biggest wedding of the century. I had never felt happier. But after that, things really went downhill. My mother-in-law got worse. She had servants follow me around, even when I went to the garden. Well, granted, the garden is about 1,000 acres. More than once, I tried to lose them, but there always seemed to be a pair of extra eyes on me. It was as if she was afraid that I would run away. But run away from what? From my handsome husband or from my new castle? Something is off here. The next night, I sneaked into the reading room while they did their Shakespeare reading hour. I settled under a desk. For the first 45 minutes, they just read, but I remained fully focused on my mission. Finally, they started talking. The time to do the ritual is here. Ritual?
Mother, how come you are so sure that the witch is Kiara's great-great-great-grandmother?
Witch? She has the necklace. My necklace? That moronic little girl is the key to lifting our curse.
Moronic? I mean, curse? My head was spinning. Oh my god, these people are completely insane. I couldn't believe that Nicholas had used me like that and was planning to betray me. I felt devastated. I need to escape right away. Before I left, just to show Nicholas how angry I was, I snuck into his room, transformed his underpants into origami, and spread red chili on all of his wardrobes. Then I jumped out of my window and tried to sneak through the garden, but one guard spotted me. Soon, I was surrounded by guards. However, I had an ace up my sleeve, my explosive powder. I just grabbed some and boom! I started running, but the guards soon caught up with me. This time, led by her. Leave me alone, you monster-in-law! At that moment, Nicholas, driving a sports car, came to my rescue.
Come with me!
I got in the car and we drove away, but as soon as the castle disappeared from sight, I reached into my bag to grab something to get him talking, but all I got was mint leaves. These aren't just any herbs. I just have to rub it on your head and poof! You'll go bald forever. Now start talking, you liar, coward, deceitful snake!
Okay, please calm down.
It turned out Nicholas believed I descended from an ancient witch who had cursed his great-great-great-grandfather after he stole her magic necklace. This one?
Yes. It was supposed to make him a fair and just ruler, but he took it by force, and that unleashed a curse on my family. He tried to return it, and when that didn't work, he spread the word that your great-great-great-grandmother and her families were witches to exile them.
His great-great-great-grandfather doesn't sound so great.
Still, the curse stood. From then on, all the males in my family died prematurely, like my dad. So my mom groomed me all my life to marry the witch's descendant, the new necklace's owner, to break the curse. That was my whole purpose in life. But then I met you, and I completely fell in love.
Everything sounded completely mental, but somehow I knew he wasn't lying.
After watching how stubborn you are, my mom realized you would never give us the necklace voluntarily and planned a horrific ritual to force you to do so. I just couldn't let that happen. I'd rather have a short life with you by my side than a long one without you.
Aw, trust me, these are all tales and you're not cursed. I feel it. That is an ending worthy of a romantic fantasy, right? Unfortunately, things in real life are not that simple. After escaping from there, Nicholas and I lay low for months, traveling non-stop to escape his mother. Eventually, we settled in a big city to go unnoticed and start a new life. I tried to leave the past behind, but I just couldn't. I felt Nicholas wasn't trustworthy. And when I hit a vending machine, the police got involved and seeing our fight there, they advised us to see a therapist.
So that's why we're here. No matter how much I do to show her that I really love her.
Nicholas, I want to believe you, I really do. But how can I trust someone who lied for years and was about to sacrifice me as a pawn?
If you want my professional opinion, Nicholas is absolutely right. I don't think you're supposed to take sides. Kiara, you need to let go of the past and trust people.
And how can I do that?
Let's start with something simple. Give me the necklace.
What?
Just for a moment, show us that you can trust.
No, I'm not giving you my necklace.
Okay, so we are gonna have to do things the hard way.
Mom? What the?
That's right, don't try anything. You're surrounded. Guards came out from everywhere and captured us. Soon, they dragged us to an abandoned factory.
Mom, stop! Let her go!
Shut up! Bring my son to me. The guards grabbed Nicholas.
I know you'll never give me that necklace, so let's try something different. If you don't give it to me this instant, Nicholas will be the one paying for it.
Mom!
Shut up, you traitor. I'm gonna count to 3. 1.
Don't do it, Kiara!
2.
Okay, you win. Just have it, but don't hurt him.
After so much time, finally, I have the necklace and his power.
How could you use me like that? Would you have done it?
I would do anything for supreme power. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to say. What just happened?
So there wasn't a curse to begin with? Is Kiara's ancestor a real witch?
Of course not. I made that up just to control you because I couldn't take the necklace by force alone. There was no curse, and Kiara's family were not witches, but healers. Our ancestors said that to make people exile them and steal their castles and wealth.
So their castle belongs to my family? And all this time we've been living in a mouse house?
Why do I keep telling the truth?
And that's when it hit me. The necklace has real powers, but it isn't blowing people up or firing laser beams. Oh my gosh, that is the real power of the necklace. To be a true, fair ruler, the wearer can never tell a lie. No wonder I couldn't stop telling the truth and snitching on people when I got the necklace.
I'm gonna end you too, right now.
She raised her arms and began to gather strength. The
earth seemed to move and lightning began to fall from the sky. However, when she tried to use her powers, nothing happened. What's wrong? The legend says this should give real power to its owner. You're not the real owner of the necklace. You're right, I'm not. Not as long as you are still alive. Guards, do it yourself. So this is where we were in the beginning. The guards were everywhere, and we were completely surrounded. It seemed that all hope was lost. Then I remembered my grandma's words.
Whenever you feel that there is no hope, just remember these words. Still,
I couldn't remember the words.
what the hell was it?
I just started shouting everything that came to my mind. Carpe diem, Avada Kedavra, Hakuna Matata, say hello to my little friend. Nothing worked, and the guards were almost on us. Nicholas put himself in front of me to protect me. The thought of losing him opened something inside me, and as if I was possessed, I screamed, Agape Facilive! After that, everything went haywire. The necklace flew off my mother-in-law's neck into mine. When I had it with me again, I felt a violent current of energy run through my body. It's hard to explain, but it was as if I was part of the earth, part of the air, and I could control it. As the guards lunged at us, a mere flick of my wrists sent them hurling through the air. Soon, I found myself suspended in midair, while lightning bolts crackled around me. Nicholas grabbed a sword and helped me defeat them. Not that I needed much help, honestly. When all the guards were either defeated or had escaped, I went back to normal. Nicholas ran to me and hugged me with a smile.
Remind me to never make you mad.
My mother-in-law was crawling to get away, but we caught her before she did. Disagreements are normal in any family, right? Yeah, right. We put her in prison so that she would never hurt anyone again. And then we moved to our castle. Of course, my family came along. There were so many of us that even there we were cramped. But we didn't care. You know what they say. True happiness is about being close to the people you love. Hi, I'm Alice from Sweden, and my story is really crazy. But before I begin, please like and subscribe to For Eve. I lived in a creepy old house with my parents. It used to belong to my grandma, who was a very odd woman. She studied tribes in Africa and the Amazon forest and brought back crates full of strange masks and knickknacks. And most people around thought our house was haunted.
Walk faster, or Ghost Girl will catch you.
Just then, I leapt out from behind a bush wearing a scary mask. Ah! I was just trying to be funny, but people thought I was the weird girl who lived in the scary house, and no one wanted to be my friend. And my parents never had much time for me either because they were always working. This old house is a money pit. I need to work 2 jobs to keep it. Please, go to your room, Alice. I'm in a meeting. I wanted to help out, so I started giving ghost tours of the property when my parents were away. I loved telling made-up stories about the freaky things I'd seen around the house. I even made up a murder or 2 and sold Mom's dresses with ketchup stains as souvenirs. I made a killing on Halloween. But when Mom and Dad found out, they were furious. What's wrong with you, Alice? Why can't you be sweet and well-behaved like other kids? They took all my money and I was grounded for a month. I was so lonely and wished I had a sibling to play with. Then one day when I was 12, I got the biggest surprise of my life. I went looking for a snack in the kitchen when I found a thin, pale boy my age instead. Who are you and what are you doing in our pantry? I'm Damien, your brother. Didn't your parents tell you they were adopting me? What the flip? My parents had adopted a whole human and hadn't even bothered to tell me? Typical. I don't believe you. What proof do you have? He waved some official-looking papers in my face. They looked legit. My parents might have adopted you, but you still need to pass a few tests if you want to be my brother. Bring it on. We stood on our heads to see who could do it the longest, ate the hottest chilies for lunch, and for the final task, we caught the fattest, slimiest frogs and balanced them on our heads while we stood on one leg on the fence. Damien was great at it all. Congratulations. You are officially my brother. I was over the moon to finally have someone to play with, but my parents had to ruin that too. You can't play with Damien anymore. Why not? Didn't you adopt him so I'd have company? We've decided it isn't a good idea. You can't play with him and that's that. But why? Because we said so. And we're sending him away. It was so unfair. I felt angrier than I'd ever felt before, and I smashed the toy I was playing with into the wall. But suddenly I felt dizzy, and moments later I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed with a bald doctor and my worried-looking parents next to me. Alice's blood pressure shot up suddenly and she fainted. She's fine for now, but try to keep her as calm as possible. I'd also suggest you homeschool her for now.
Mom and Dad took me home. They were being very nice to me, which was suspicious. Now they said I could play with Damien as much as I wanted. But when I ran to his room to tell him the good news, he was glaring at me angrily. What's wrong? Aren't you happy we can be friends again?
Friends? I just found out that your parents didn't adopt me because they wanted to love me or give me a nice home. They just brought me here for you, like I'm some kind of toy. And they might just send me away at any time. I hate you, and I'm gonna make your parents hate you too. They'll realize they're better off having me as a kid. Trust me, I'm not going anywhere.
Damien, don't be like that. I've always wanted a brother.
I'm not your brother.
I was both angry and heartbroken by his changed attitude, but I hoped he'd change over time. But it was the complete opposite. Damien kept messing with my parents. He dropped the pearl earrings I borrowed from Mom down the drain, smashed Dad's laptop, and put dye in their body wash. They had shocking pink skin for weeks. And somehow, my parents were always upset with me and thought I was acting out. They never seemed convinced when I said it was all Damien. Was he really turning my parents against me? Stop being a jerk. These things cost money and Mom and Dad work really hard. And stop making them think I'm doing all this.
Then just give up and go away yourself. There's only space for one of us here.
I'm not going anywhere, pal. But then, the most terrible thing happened. A few days after my 13th birthday, we were visited by some people from the museum. They wanted to use Grandma's tribal masks and vases for a display, and they said they'd pay us a lot of money if we allowed them to borrow it for a few weeks. Mom and Dad were over the moon that the dirty junk around the house was worth something.
We can buy a new car and replace the laptop Alice trashed.
We can pay off the mortgage and finally be debt-free. This could change our lives for the better. But minutes before the people from the museum arrived to collect the things, I heard a huge crash from the basement. I went running to see all the masks and clay pots smashed and broken on the floor, and Damien standing in the middle with a stick.
Oops, I'm so sorry. I was just looking at them.
This time, he had gone too far. I slapped him hard. You did that on purpose, you jerk! Just then, my parents came running in and looked at the mess in horror. And then they looked at me like I was the crazy one. Why are you looking at me like I did this? He's ruined everything and you're still gonna have him around? Why don't you send him away?
You want us to send your brother away? You got so upset before.
I was wrong about him, okay? He's not my brother. He's crazy and he's dangerous. Mom and Dad exchanged a weird, long glance and nodded.
Fine. We'll send him to a special facility so he can get better.
That night, I locked my door, but I could still hear Damien screaming and crying in his room. The next day, he was gone. Mom and Dad looked sad and broken. They tried to be nice to me, but I saw right through them. They were sad because Damien had left, and I could never make them happy. In the fall, the doctor said it would be good for me to restart regular high school. Things were going really well on my first day until...
Hey, watch out, it's Ghost Girl. I'm so scared.
Dude, grow up. That wasn't all. In my very first class, I met the most bonkers girl.
I heard you were the ghost girl.
What's it to you? I'm Tara. I just moved here from Ireland. Is it true your house is haunted?
I'd love to meet a real-life ghost. I've dreamed of it my whole life.
Are you nuts? Who has creepy dreams like that?
You haven't read Dead Love Doesn't Die?
It's the most romantic book ever. Are there handsome ghosts in your house? Are they single? Girl, you need help. No, I need a ghostly boyfriend with ice-cold lips and dreamy eyes who can transport me to his time and give me a million ghostly kisses, and he'll take me away to... Was there something wrong with me? First Damien and now Tara? Was I a weirdo magnet? For the next few weeks, she stuck to me like glue. At first, I acted indifferent because I wasn't sure she'd even stick around for too long. But she did, and I slowly started to enjoy having a friend.
Look, there's Ghost Girl and her vampire girlfriend.
What in the twilight? Tara hissed and bit the jerk on his arm.
You're absolutely crazy. Hey, no one messes with my friend. Yuck, he tasted disgusting.
Let's go get candy. How about I make you a sandwich at my place? You mean it? Tara instantly fell in love with the place. This place is fantastic.
Can you imagine the paranormal romances that could take place here? I just laughed and went to the kitchen to get the sandwiches. But there was already someone in there. Damien, what are you doing here? I'm back. Of course, Mom and Dad didn't tell you. You would have forced them to keep me away. It would be for their own good after the mess you made last time. What kind of facility allows home visits? Ha! I'm not at a facility. They sent me on vacation to Bali to prove how much they loved me and wanted me in the family. I'm back now, and I'll make sure you end up in the facility soon. I couldn't believe this was happening. I made some excuse and sent Tara home before Damien did something to her. When my parents got home, I confronted them. You lied to me. He's dangerous and out to get me, but you still allowed him in our home? Mom started to cry and Dad glared at me. You're upsetting your mother, Alice. How long will this go on? You don't even care that I'm upset too? You guys are the most selfish parents ever. I'm going to stay at my friend's house because I don't feel safe here. You can't leave. We should call the doctor. I told you we shouldn't have sent her back to school. Dad locked me in my room. I could hear Damien laughing under my door. He was evil. I had to get out of here. I called Tara and told her what was up. Within minutes, she was outside my window. Come on, ghost girl. Let's get you to safety. Tara's house was so normal. It was awesome. She pulled out a mattress for me to sleep in her room, then brushed my hair to calm me down as I told her everything. Wow, your parents sound like a piece of work. And I finally get why you're so weird about being friends. I can't trust anyone. My parents ignored me for so long and thought things would be different for me once Damien came, but he's the worst. And ever since he came, my parents treat me like I'm some lunatic when he's the crazy one. He really scares me, Tara. Don't worry, you're safe here. I'll punch his lights out if he tries to mess with you. Suddenly, I heard a loud tap on the window, and he was standing outside. I screamed and jumped up. It's him! Damien's here! He was holding rocks in his hand and wore the evilest grin. Where? I don't see anything. Damien threw the first rock. It slammed against the window hard, leaving a deep crack. Are you blind? He's right there. Alice? Are you sure you don't, see ghosts or something? Because I can't see anyone. Didn't you hear the rock hit the window? Look, it's left a crack. What are you talking about? What? Why was Tara suddenly lying to me? Suddenly, the door slammed open and my parents were standing there looking worried. How did you find me? Did you tell them I was here, Tara? I thought you were my friend. No, Alice. Tara didn't tell us. We saw you sneaking out of the house and followed you. Let's go home. No, you're just gonna lock me up in my room again. What's going on? Tara says she can't see Damien. Is she lying? Or am I crazy? The saddest look crossed my mom's face, and she broke down crying and hugged me. No, Alice, you're not crazy. That's when they told me how they'd never adopted a boy named Damien. We thought he was just a harmless imaginary friend, but when you started seeing him all the time, we tried to stop it by saying we'd send him away. The doctor said you had created Damien to help with your feelings of being alone and we should play along, so we agreed. But then you started acting out and blaming it on Damien. We were so glad when you finally sent him away yourself. We thought things were gonna be okay now, but then you said you saw him again and we just can't see you like this, sweetie. And it's all our fault. We should have given you more time when you were a kid. I was in utter shock. So, everything Damien did, the earrings, the laptop, the masks, it was all you. But we weren't mad about any of it. We were just worried about you. But if Damien was the friend I made up, why was he suddenly so mean to me? Your doctor said you suffered from low self-esteem. In your mind, no one wants to be friends with you for long. Oh yeah, it took me ages to get her to call me a friend. Are you real? Can you guys see Tara? I could pinch you. Ouch! Okay, you're real. Don't worry, dear. We talked to your doctor and he says we can start therapy sessions now. You'll be fine. And we'll be with you all the way. Me too. They all took me in a big bear hug, and suddenly, I didn't feel alone at all. Hey,
Hey, I'm Anna, and I have a crazy story to tell you. But before I do, please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in an orphanage, and ever since I was little, I was surrounded with people who loved me. They said I had the prettiest blue eyes, and my smile could brighten up a room.
I'm sure you'll get adopted by someone amazing, and you'll live like a princess. I wish, but I don't want to leave you guys too.
I loved my life there, but I wanted a real family too. My wish came true when I turned 5, and a rich supermodel, Clara, adopted me. She traveled a lot for work, and I became her favorite travel buddy. When I turned 16, I started a YouTube channel documenting all my travels, and within 2 years, it had more than 20 million subscribers. Life was great, but then one day, everything changed. I was in the cafeteria when my best friend Candace came running to me. We'd been friends ever since I got featured on her channel where she pranked people. You've got to see this, Anna. There's a girl who looks exactly like you. Candy, is this another one of your dumb pranks? I still haven't forgiven you for stuffing fake spiders in my locker. Girl, I'm not fooling around. Trust me. Now get up. Just then, a girl swooshed past the crowd and hugged me. And when I saw her face, I almost passed out. We were identical. Holy mother of toads. Told ya. It's really you, Anna? Yeah, but who the heck are you? And why do you look like me? The girl told me her name was Jamie, and she was my twin sister. My head spun in 1,000 directions as I pulled her to the side to talk. Okay, tell me everything. Our parents are from Hawaii, and that's where I grew up. It's a beautiful place. You should visit. Oh, wait, I'm sure you've already been there since you've been everywhere. Get to the point, Jamie. Sorry. So I didn't know I had a sister till I saw your videos. I am so happy to have found you. How are you so sure I'm your sister? Maybe we're just two people who look exactly like each other. When I saw you, I confronted our parents, and they told me that they gave you up because they couldn't afford 2 kids. That makes no sense. Listen, I get it. I look like a homeless person, and you're, well, a queen. I know it's difficult to trust me, but we can get a DNA test to confirm it. And we did take the test. When the results came out, I was shocked. She really was my sister. I was happy and hurt at the same time. The next few days, Jamie and I hung out a lot. She told me she was here on scholarship and was living in some shabby hostel. So I asked Clara if she could live with us. I don't know. I mean, please, you're so busy these days, and I could use some company. But you hardly know her. She is my sister. Clara eventually caved, and Jamie moved in. We set up a room and stayed up all night talking. Slowly, we got close, and Jamie even helped me shoot my videos. One day, we were shooting in the schoolyard when Liam, the hottest guy in school, walked up to me.
Wow, and here I thought you couldn't look prettier.
Yeah, says the guy who has the whole town drooling over his looks. Did you get a new haircut?
She noticed.
As Liam left, Jamie smirked at me. You totally like him. No, I don't. I mean, he's cute and all, but I don't know. We've been friends for so long. Okay, that was a total lie. I've had the biggest crush on Liam, but I wasn't sure if he liked me that way. So I kept my feelings to myself till I found a good time. The next few weeks, I took Jamie with me everywhere, and Candace wasn't too thrilled. She's always around. It's annoying. Give her some time. You'll warm up to her. Now let's get this video started. Our fans are waiting. Just then, Jamie walked in with drinks, tripped on the cords, and sent the soda splashing all over the computer screens. Get off me! You ruined everything! Do you know how much money went into the system? I'm sorry. Please don't be mad. I slipped. Just tell me what you want me to do. I'll get a job and replace all of this. Should I sell my phone? I'll even sell my hair. Oh shoot, Jeez, Jamie, chill out. Accidents happen. Candy, I'll replace your stuff. Let's not make a big deal out of this. Candace left angrily, and Jamie cried all day until I took her out for ice cream, and she finally shut up. We even decided to stay home that weekend because Jamie was so bummed out. But then Liam invited me for a party, and I couldn't say no. I asked Jamie to tag along, and she reluctantly agreed. But my jaw dropped when I saw her dressed up. Wow, you look, well, like me. It's nice, right? I wanted to make an impression as your sister. Can't let your reputation stink just because I do. Don't say that. You look great. We were having a blast at the party, and thankfully, Candace was in a good mood, and she and Jamie made up. I was getting some drinks when Liam tapped on my shoulder.
I'm glad you showed up.
How could I not? It's your party.
Listen, I've been wanting to tell you something, but I was waiting for the right time. I like you, Anna. Like, a lot. And something tells me you like me too.
Liam, Anna, we have to... Oh my god, I'm interrupting something, right? I'm so stupid. Are you mad at me? I think you are. Maybe I should leave. Or no, wait, I don't have a car or money for a cab. It's okay. I'll hitchhike with some stranger. Hopefully he won't be a kidnapper or a weirdo. Oh my god, Jamie. Jamie. You know what? Let's just leave together. I'll talk to you in school, Liam. We left, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed with Jamie. But when we reached home, Jamie's phone rang and she went to take the call. But when she came back, I could tell she was crying. What's wrong? Our parents want me to pull out of school and come back home immediately. You know, Anna, I've never had a friend because Mom and Dad just wouldn't let me leave the house. I hate them. They're crazy. It can't be that bad, Jamie. They chose you over me, so I guess they do love you. I just wish I could ask them why they had... That's it. We should switch places. You'll get your answers, and I'll get some time to think about how to convince them to let me stay here. I don't think that's a very good idea. Sure it is. Aren't you even a little bit curious about them? I was curious about my parents, and maybe going as Jamie wasn't a bad idea, but I couldn't tell Clara. What if she didn't like the idea of me meeting my birth parents? And definitely not Candace, because she would just talk me out of it. We decided to do the switch over the weekend since Clara was out of town. Soon, I was on a plane to Hawaii, and when I reached Jamie's house, I kinda teared up seeing my birth parents, but they looked terrified. Quick, come inside, now, before someone sees you. Hello? No, hi, how are you?
Oh, I really hope no one saw you. Just go and clean up and we'll talk.
That was weird. I figured out which room was Jamie's and started to unpack. I was just wondering what to say to them when they walked in.
Jamie, how are you? Are you okay? We wanted to talk to you about that money, but you're probably tired. Let's do it in the morning. Here's some food.
With that, Mom put the plate on the floor and ran faster than a bullet. Jamie was right. These people were crazy. I wanted to confront them immediately, but I was too tired and fell asleep. But the next morning, I woke up to loud banging noises.
We know she's in there. Open up. You can't hide her forever.
What's happening, guys?
You shouldn't have come back, Jamie. Why are you here?
Stop yelling. And I'm not Jamie. I'm Anna. You know, the daughter you once had.
What? Did you stop your medication again? Just go inside and let us handle these people.
My birth parents went outside to calm the crowd. An hour later, we sat down, and I told them everything about me being Anna, them being my real parents, the adoption, everything. They looked completely stunned.
Anna, this is not true. It is true that Jamie's our daughter, but she's adopted.
What do you mean? You're not my birth parents?
No, we took Jamie in when she was just 2, and the adoption agency did tell us she had a twin, but we could only adopt one kid, and she was really sick, so we decided to take her in. We loved her and did everything to make her happy, but she was always looking for more. She stole from us and borrowed from everyone in town and never paid anyone back.
That explains all the angry people this morning.
Yes, we had to sell whatever we had to pay them back, but it wasn't enough. When she told us she wanted to go to New York to study, we thought maybe she'd changed for the better. But now you're telling us she found you and she's in your home? She's not fine, Anna. You need to go back, now.
I immediately packed my stuff, but as luck would have it, Hawaii got hit by a hurricane. Thankfully, it was a small one, and flights were cleared to go after 2 days. I tried reaching out to Clara, but she was shooting in a remote location, and my calls weren't going through. Just then, I saw in my Insta stories that Candace was having a party, and Jamie was there too, so I headed there. But when I reached the party, my heart fell to my stomach watching Liam making out with freaking Jamie. Get off him, you freak! Oh my god, you're back. I thought you were gone for good. What? Have you gone completely crazy, Jamie? I'm Anna. No, you're not. I am. Really? Then why are you dressed like that? Babe, make her leave, please. Candy, you know me. I'm Anna. Okay, Jamie, you need to leave before I call the cops. Anna told us how you stole from her and how she kicked you out. You can't make a fool out of me. Clearly not, since you're already acting like one. Candace pushed me away, and I was shocked beyond words. Crushed, I went home, only to find out that Jamie had told the guards not to allow me in my own house. This was officially the worst day of my life. Thankfully, I had my credit card, so I booked a hotel room. The next day in school, I was stunned to see that Jamie had taken over my life completely and had all my friends wrapped around her fingers. I had to do something to expose her before it got any worse, so I set my phone to record and waited until Jamie was alone. Do you really think you can pull this off? No one will believe you. Jamie, please, what do you want from me? Stop torturing me. She took the phone from my pocket and threw it away, breaking it to pieces. Don't act smart with me, or I'll be your worst nightmare. Jamie smirked and left. I had to outwit her. But how? No one believed me. I skipped school for the day and went back to the hotel. Just as I put my bag down, someone knocked on my door. Clara! Anna, thank God you're okay. I just landed and tried to call you, but I couldn't
get through. Then I saw you'd used your credit card and booked a place here. I'm sorry, Mom. I should have listened to you and not trusted Jamie at all. Clara calmed me down and I told her everything. I thought she'd scold me, but instead she hugged me and took me home. She even told the guards not to allow Jamie in and informed Jamie's parents. Obviously, that didn't go down well with Jamie. What is happening? You! I did you a favor by not throwing you in jail for robbing me, but after this? What? You'll tell everyone that I'm you and you're me? You can fool my friends, but you cannot fool my mom or your own parents. Suddenly, Jamie saw her parents walk in and turned white as a sheet. Is this some kind of joke? Who are these poor people? Get off me! Jamie, let's go home, honey. Enough of this. What home? This is my home. Listen, girl, you're not my daughter, so pack your stuff and leave, or I'll call the police. Jamie tried to protest, but she knew it was pointless. She left soon after, and I didn't press charges. I only wanted my life back, and jail time would have ruined Jamie's life. She was a witch, but she was still my sister. A week later, I went back to school, and Candace walked up to me. Babe, I'm so sorry. I should have known. It's cool. I just want to get past everything. Candace and Liam apologized, and a few months later, Liam and I started dating. He even joined me on my travel adventures, and things went back to normal. Or so I thought. A year later, I was in Italy with Liam for a shoot. It was pretty late when I got to the hotel, but as soon as I entered, I realized someone was in my room. My blood froze to see Jamie grinning at me. How did you get in? We're identical, remember? It wasn't difficult to get the master key from the manager. Tell me, are you enjoying living my life? What do you want? I want what's rightfully mine. I should have been the one adopted by a rich family, but instead, I got thrown into a dump while you're living like a princess. You have everything. The big house, the perfect mom, the golden boy. That's just not fair, is it? Jamie stared at me with murder in her eyes. I tried to say something, but words just fell out of my mind. Suddenly, I heard a huge crash and Liam rushed in with the police. Are you okay, Anna? Liam told me how someone on the hotel staff had seen Jamie come in, and then I walked in 5 minutes later. They were confused and called me since you weren't answering. It wasn't hard to guess it was Jamie. He's lying. I am Anna. Enough. Stay away from my guy and my life. I can't believe I ever called you my sister, you psycho. Rot in jail for a long, long time. The police took Jamie away and I never saw her again. It took me a while to get over the episode, but with therapy and support from friends and family, I'm better and thriving.
Hi, my name is Mia, and my story begins with a lot of missing things. For starters, my teeth and my parents. I have a medical condition called anodontia, which means I will never have my own teeth. That's pretty wacky if you think about it. But that's not the craziest thing about my life. Ever since I was young, my parents and I were always moving. At first, I thought it was because they wanted to protect me from the awful people who mocked me. Like one day when I was 5, I was swinging in the park when 2 kids pulled my hair and called me Toothless Granny. I started crying. Mom says I'm cute. She's lying. You dumb gummy bear. Mom flew to my side in a second, and she chased the kids away. The next day, she surprised me with a set of dentures. I was thrilled. We were moving to a new place, and I was starting school soon. Finally, my life was perfect, and no one would ever know my little secret. But a few weeks later, when my parents announced we were moving again, I was not happy. I just made friends at school. I ran outside and tied myself to the tree in our backyard. If you want to take me, you have to take the whole tree with you. Of course, Mom untied me in 5 seconds and carried me away. And I realized for the first time that they weren't moving because of me. I drove them crazy asking them the same question for 10 hours. Why do we have to move? Why? Why? I can go on forever. I won't shut up till you tell me. Why? They always said I was too young to understand. For the next few years, we kept moving every 6 months. But when I was in 8th grade, it all finally made sense. We just had moved and I couldn't find my dentures, so I went to look for them in my parents' bedroom. That's when I saw a light flashing from behind the giant painting on the wall. As I moved it, I was shocked by what I saw. A secret room? When I walked in, I saw cool gadgets mounted on the wall and huge monitors everywhere. I opened a folder lying on the table and I stared at it, dumbstruck. It was filled with pictures of my parents, but they had different names. There was only one crazy but reasonable explanation for all this. My mom and dad were spies. That explained everything. I knew I had to keep this a secret, but I couldn't resist taking some gadgets with me. Binoculars, HD cameras, a telescope. I was in geek paradise. The next day, I was sitting on the bleachers when I spotted Robbie, the hunky football captain, walk onto the ground for practice. All the girls were crazy about him, and he knew it. As soon as some giggling cheerleaders gathered to watch, he took his shirt off. Well, I didn't need to get closer when I had high-powered binoculars. As I was busy drooling over his perfect abs, someone nudged me in the ribs. It was Robbie's awful twin sister, Natasha. Ugh, loser. I know my brother looks like a Greek god, but seriously, get a life. And some self-respect. He's never going to look at you with that face of yours. I was watching birds, not... She walked off before I could even finish. Ugh, what a witch. And what was wrong with my face? I could have Robbie if I wanted. I just had to get close to him before someone else beat me to it. But the very next day, I saw something that broke my heart. Robbie was kissing some girl. I was totally crushed. But a few days later, I caught him making out with another girl. How many people was he dating? I decided to spy on him for a little while longer and discovered that Robbie was dating more than half the class. I couldn't believe I had a crush on this 100 timing jerk. But since I was a sucker for justice, it was my duty to tell everyone about this creep. So I sent anonymous messages to everyone he was dating with proof of his cheating. The next day, Robbie was dumped by 15 people at lunch. I can't believe I was dating a jerk like you. Go kiss your own reflection, Robbie. It felt so awesome to help good people and expose the bad ones. And that gave me a brilliant idea. I set up a website where people could reach out to me with their problems, and I'd help them. Anonymously, of course. With my newfound spying talents, I exposed a bunch of bullies, cheaters, thieves, and gold diggers. And pretty soon, I became a secret hero. Everyone in school was curious about my identity, and I came to be known as the Catcher. As I was going through my long list of requests one day, I was really shocked to see one from Natasha. She said she was secretly dating a new boy, and she thought he was cheating on her. She sounded so heartbroken, I just had to help her. The next day, I followed her boyfriend, Jack, to a restaurant. But I suddenly bumped into someone, and when I looked up, he vanished into thin air. Where'd he go? Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me. Who are you and why are you following me? Also, you're not very good at it. I stared at him stupidly for a few seconds. Wow, this boy was gorgeous up close and smart. Okay, you caught me. Your girlfriend asked me to follow you. You're lying, because I don't have a girlfriend. What? Aren't you dating Natasha? No way. She keeps asking me out, but I'm not interested. Natasha was such a liar. I texted her and told her I wasn't doing the job for her. My dad is a cop, you know. I can find your identity in seconds. Whatever. I wasn't going to fall for her stupid bluff. The next day when I entered school, I saw something all over the walls that made my heart stop. They were pictures of me with my dentures off, with toothless freak written on them. Someone took them while I was cleaning my dentures in the washroom after lunch. And there were more posters of me with my camera and binoculars and the caption, Mia, the ugly creep who's been spying on us. The people I spied on were glaring at me. The people who I spied for were pretending I didn't exist. And the others were laughing at my pictures. And then came the devil Natasha. How's the payback, jerk? You humiliated my brother, remember? No, your brother did that to himself. He deserved it. I think you framed him because you couldn't have him, you toothless witch. I think you did all this because you can't have Jack. And you know what? I'd rather be toothless than be an awful person like you. At least I can fix my problem by wearing dentures. But you can't buy a nice personality or a good heart. She stared at me in shock. And just as she was about to attack me, someone suddenly stepped in. It was Jack. I can't believe you stooped so low, Natasha. Take these posters off, or I'm filing a complaint against you to the principal for bullying. And with that, he took my hand and started walking away. As I looked back at Natasha, I could see her face turning every shade of purple. After that, Jack and I started hanging out more often, and I could talk to him about anything, even my condition. Then Jack asked me out. Of course I said yes. I also decided to shut down my website. I made a public announcement during lunch. Guys, my spying days are over. You all should learn to deal with your lives yourselves. I focused on my studies after that, and my parents kept sending me money and emails, but it had been a couple of years since I last saw them. That made me kind of sad. I wish they'd been around when I needed them. Jack and I got into the same college. We gave each other a loving kiss, with no clue that our lives were going to be flipped upside down soon. One day, I was sitting in the lounge by myself when 50 people in suits barged into my apartment. My parents were with them. Mom, Dad, where have you been? We'll explain later, darling. We all have to go into hiding right now. What? I'm not going anywhere. What about college? What about Jack? Sorry, Mia. This is non-negotiable. Go, go, go! Before I could protest anymore, the agents literally put me in a car and moved us to a new place. My hair was dyed red, and I was given a new name, Selena. All my social media accounts and the numbers from my phone were wiped clean. And the worst? I was told not to contact Jack for my own safety and his. I couldn't believe it. I'd worked so hard to build my life, and it had been torn to pieces. I got really mad at my parents and decided to run away and live alone. It was my only way to try and have a normal life. I used a different identity to get a part-time job at a cafe, and I continued with my studies. One day while I was working at the cafe, I saw a customer shouting at his wife. I just couldn't stand there and watch. I marched right over and told him off in front of everybody. As a few other people joined me and the rude man muttered an apology, I turned around to see someone I never thought I'd see again. I thought you were letting people deal with their lives themselves. Jack? I nearly smothered him with a bear hug. He said he'd been searching for me for a year with no luck. But one day, out of the blue, my parents called him and told him where I was. What? They've known all along where I am? Of course, they're spies. Yes, but they decided to stay away so you can live your own life. They asked me to take care of you and to tell you that they really love you. Hearing that, I burst into tears. I wished I could meet them. But of course, I had no idea where they were by now. It's okay, Mia. I'm here for you now, and I'll never leave you alone. Soon after I graduated with a business degree, we got married on a beach, and it was perfect. Except that I really missed my parents. We settled into our new home, and I had a good job at a company waiting for me. But I didn't feel really happy. Something inside me wanted to do something that helped other people. And that's how I decided to go into training to become a firefighter. A year later, Jack and I were blessed with twin babies. And now I had to leave them behind to go off to my dangerous job. I understood how hard it was, and how my parents must have felt leaving me behind every time. One day, when I was at home with the kids, I got an emergency call. A huge fire had broke out in a residential building with hundreds of people trapped inside. I dropped the kids at the neighbors and rushed to the disaster site. Just when we thought we'd gotten everyone out, I spotted a little girl inside. Without a second thought, I ran back straight into the burning building, found the child, and helped her climb out through the window. Just as I was about to get out, a burning beam fell on my head, and I blacked out. When I opened my eyes inside the hospital, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Mom and Dad were standing by my side. They instantly hugged me tight. We're so sorry we haven't been there for you, Mia. No, Mom. Dad, I understand that you had something really important to do, and I'm really proud of you guys. But I still think what you did to me wasn't fair. We don't expect you to forgive us now, but please let us make it up to you for lost time. I decided to give them a chance. Fast forward 6 months, and I fully recovered, and I'm back at my job. My parents have retired from their exciting lives now, and they live right next to me. Even if they couldn't really experience my childhood, I don't want them missing out on their grandkids. And I forgave them eventually. Hi, my name is Kristen. I'm a writer on Wattpad. My mom is a total Karen. I even write stories about her on my Wattpad. This is until my stories got discovered and all hell broke loose. One day, I was in the cafe, and I looked at the cute guy who was walking over to me with my milkshake. As he handed me my drink, he said, here you go, gorgeous. I could not believe my ears. Did Tyler, my crush since kindergarten, just call me gorgeous? But before he could say another word, a shrill voice echoed in the cafe. Where is your manager? This coffee is too hot! I want to speak to your manager! I sunk back in my chair while the raging Karen unleashed her fury on poor Tyler. I'd seen this too many times. She really was as crazy as I made her in my stories. I told Mom to back off. She turned to me with blazing eyes. No daughter of mine will talk back to me like that because of some loser waiter. Oh no! I looked at Tyler in horror. I thought the worst of that night was watching my crush stare at me like I was a monster. But boy, was I wrong. When I got to school the next day, everyone was looking at me weirdly, and some kids were pointing at me. Suddenly, my phone pinged, and I nearly dropped it when I saw the message. Someone had recorded Mom that night, and the video had gone viral. When I finally saw Susie, my best friend, in the cafeteria, she ran to me and hugged me. "Kristen, I'm so sorry. It'll blow over soon." But it didn't. When I got home that afternoon, ready to go off on Mom, she looked furious and pushed a pile of papers into my hand. As I read them, I almost passed out. They were printouts of my stories. I can explain. It's not you, it's... Suddenly, she pulled me into a hug and yelled, "We're famous, Kersey!" "You genius!" "What do you mean?" "A famous producer watched the video and saw how people loved to hate me and thought Tyler and you looked cute. Then he found your stories, and now they want us to do a reality show based on your stories." I could not believe my ears. I'd be the star of my own stories? And if Tyler agreed to be in it, maybe I'd have another chance with him. I rushed over to the place he was working at. "Tyler, we need to talk." But just then, he dropped to his knee. "I want to be your boyfriend." I could not believe my ears. Yes, of course, Tyler. I'd like nothing more." He laughed and jumped to his feet and hugged me. This was perfect. This was... Cut! Immediately, Tyler let go of me. "Wasn't I just brilliant, babe?" "What do you mean?" A funny little man and a camera crew rushed out yelling, "You're a natural! I love that you don't even need the script." Just then, I saw the camera crew, and suddenly everything made sense. Clearly, the director had already approached Tyler. Tyler turned to me and grinned. "Not that difficult to pretend to be in love with you, beautiful." My heart raced at that. Did he actually like me? The next few weeks were whack. I had a camera crew follow me everywhere, and they chose everything and everyone around me. When we walked into math class, the director looked up and down at the teacher. He just picked up his phone and said, No, this won't do." And seconds later, a super hot guy, introduced as our new teacher, came in and started playing with a calculator. I was so relieved when the class ended and I finally met up with Susie. But when I hugged her, she pushed me away. "Is this all your life is about now? The fame and fake people?" Gosh, was my best friend jealous of me? But before I could reply, my phone pinged. Tyler had texted. "They're ready for the take." I jumped to my feet and grabbed my stuff. "We'll talk about this later, okay?" To be honest, I was having the time of my life. Not only did I have the best boyfriend ever, but also everyone wanted to be friends with me. The only thing I really wanted was for Susie to be on the show too. But the director refused because he said she wasn't pretty enough, so they had a model replace her. After that, things just went downhill. One day, I was at the cafeteria when Susie plopped next to me. I was thrilled to see her. "I miss you, Chris. You never have time for me now." Before I could reply, the model who was playing my best friend got up and splashed cold water all over Susie. "Oops, sorry. Chris, you should probably get away from her. She'll mess up that gorgeous outfit." I jumped to my feet. "Hey!" But suddenly, the director grabbed my arm and dragged me away. I turned back to see Susie sitting there looking heartbroken. I was the worst best friend ever. "Just send her chocolates or something. We don't have time for her moping." Just then, someone yelled, "There's another Karen attack!" I rushed outside with everyone else to see Mom was yelling at a teacher. "You made a spelling mistake in my little girl's name. I demand to see the principal." What was happening? I ran over to her and pulled her away from the poor teacher. "Mom, what are you doing?" She quickly whispered into my ear, "I'm improvising." I took a look around, and sure enough, the cameras were rolling and everyone was laughing. I felt humiliated. I began to yell, "Just stop it! I quit!" And then I turned around and ran. I just had to get away from this all. Suddenly, I heard Tyler calling my name. "Leave me alone, Tyler. I don't want to be a laughingstock." He caught up with me and pulled me into a hug. I looked around suspiciously. "Don't worry, there are no cameras." After a minute, he asked, Are you really quitting?" I nodded my head while sobbing. He said, You can't quit." He shifted uneasily before bursting into tears. "Babe, I need to be in the show for a reason." "Yes, to become rich and famous." "No, I need the money. I need it for my mom. She is really ill." "Oh my God, Tyler! You guys and all your lies. Yes, girls are emotional, but not dumb. Oh God, that hurts. I didn't know you were so heartless. Here, look at this. Does she look fine to you? Oh my God, I'm really sorry. Yeah, I feel terrible now. You should. Okay, I'm in. I'm not leaving the show. Please don't hate me. I'll try. And before I knew it, he kissed me. Fireworks erupted in my head as I kissed him back. Suddenly, we heard loud applause, and the director jumped out from behind the bushes. Brilliant! We just got the kiss, but it was brilliant! Good job bringing this Karen around, Tyler. What? Again? I messaged Susie asking her to meet me at a cafe the next day. I'd been feeling terrible, and I needed to make it up to her. But the next day, by the time I got free, I was already late because of the shoot. When I got there, she seemed furious and was just getting up to leave. I tried explaining it was an emergency. She simply showed me her phone screen with all the posts from the shoot. I never thought I'd say this, but you're a horrible friend, Chris. I'm a what? I just skipped a great after party for you. You're the one who's being so freaking jealous of me. Can you even pretend to be happy for me? As I realized what I'd said, I snapped shut. What was I doing? How could I say something so mean? Sue, it's great to know what you really think of your best friend. Before I could stop her and apologize, she rushed out. When I got home, my phone was blowing up with messages from Tyler. Chris, look up, daughter of Karen becomes Karen. I did, and what I saw made me drop my phone in horror. It was a video of me yelling at Susie. Then the producers called. The stats are in, Kirsten, and the producers love Susie. He said he was changing my script and had decided that Susie and Tyler would date while I was the crazy ex. I've even fired the model who was playing her. The producers love her. I was reluctant, but then I thought of Tyler and his mom and changed my mind. Fine, I'll do it. It would all be just fake. Nothing would change. Right? Wrong. Suddenly, not only was Susie totally avoiding me, but also I was exactly what I had always been terrified of becoming, a Karen. To make matters worse, Tyler and all my other friends started to disappear. I wasn't being invited to parties, and the models and kids all started hanging out with Susie. One evening, I woke up from a nap and was surprised to find Mom and all the regular camera crew missing. I checked my phone, and what I saw left me devastated. Everyone's stories were full of pictures and videos from a party. Just then I remembered it was Susie's birthday. Was she really not inviting me? I felt devastated. I grabbed all the things she'd ever given me and rushed over to her house. The security guy stopped me and said I couldn't go in. That's when I really lost it. I started to throw everything I'd brought into her yard. Take this, you good-for-nothing friend! And this! I hate you! Just then, the gate flew open, and Mom walked out. She dragged me inside the house and glared at me. Just what are you doing? Me? What are you doing here? I was here for Susie's birthday, of course. Mom, how could you even be here if I'm not invited? Well, everyone was. I wasn't going to miss it because you've been stupid. Before I knew it, all my anger was pouring out right there. You're the one always embarrassing yourself in public trying to steal my show. Your show? The show exists because of me. It's my show. Suddenly, I realized she was right. It was her show. And it existed with the sole purpose of making us laughingstocks. They'd even changed my script and taken over all my life. I was trapped in my own story, and I'd hurt my friend in the process. You're right, Mom. The show is yours, and it's your world, not mine. I'm not some stupid Karen. I really quit. Then I ran past her into the house. I had an apology to make. But just before I entered, I heard Tyler say, Mom would love to take you to Paris this weekend. I barged into her room. Susie and Tyler were kissing, and there was no camera crew. They were kissing for real. Tyler, what's going on? Why are you kissing her? And why is your ill and poor mom taking her to Paris? Who else would my boyfriend kiss? The color drained from Tyler's face. Oh, babe, I can explain. She kissed me. Explain this, you cheater. And I threw a glass of soda from the nearby table at him. Then I turned to Susie. I never thought you'd stoop so low and kiss my boyfriend. Your boyfriend? What are you? Oh, don't pretend. You can keep this, loser. I'm out of here. With that, I turned and stormed out. I couldn't believe Tyler had been stringing me along for such a long time just to be famous. There was only one way to end this. I decided to call the producers to end this. Just as I was about to do that, Mom opened the door and said Susie was here to see me. I don't want to, but Susie pushed the door and came in. She started to cry and said, I've broken up with him, Chris. He swore you two weren't dating. I've left the show too. I don't want to do it at the cost of our friendship. I could tell she was serious. I found myself crying with her. I'm sorry for hurting you too, Susie. I got carried away. I missed you so much. I'm done with this stupid show. Immediately, Mom started yelling at us. What do you mean you're done, huh? You can't. It's my money too. But we ignored her as we both talked to the producers. We told them that they couldn't produce the show or we would sue them for making us go through this stressful and hard time. The producers decided to not air the show eventually. Mom went crazy and became more and more of a Karen. What I learned from all of this is that you can be a Karen without knowing you are a Karen. So take this advice from me. After you like this video, go ask your friends if you are a Karen or not, and tell us what they said in the comments.
There I was, caught in my own game, outwitted and destroyed. My heart raced with the painful realization that I'd been a complete fool. Hi, I'm Ella Holmes, the world's best detective. No wait, I'm Ella Stone. And technically, I'm not a detective, more of a detective enthusiast. And this is my story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Ever since I was little, I was fascinated by mysteries. I'd read detective stories under the blanket with a flashlight on. When I was 7, I was convinced that my teacher was a criminal. She had these beady eyes and this creepy old face, so I followed her and caught her stealing money from the school bake sale. The principal gave me an award and everyone cheered. I was on top of the world, but of course, I couldn't stop there. I sought out more mysteries to solve, like who wrote bad words on the bathroom stalls, left their stinky gym socks on the floor, had a secret crush, or farted in the library. To me, everyone at school was a suspect and had something to hide.
I know you did it. Don't you lie to me. But I'm innocent. Wait, what are we even talking about?
Eventually, things got out of hand. Kids ran away when they saw me.
I didn't do whatever you think I did. Leave me alone.
They got really mad when they caught me searching through their stuff for evidence. So I didn't have many friends. But that was okay because I had Jenny. Jenny was my neighbor, and we'd been best friends since I saw her playing in her front yard, and this mean girl walked up and pulled her hair.
Ouch, that hurts. Oh, look at the big baby. Is she gonna cry? Leave her alone, you dirty scoundrel. You shameless knave.
What the heck is a knave?
Use a dictionary.
Then I threw my dictionary in her face, kicked her in her big butt, punched her nose, and started screaming like a maniac. After that, Jenny and I were inseparable, and she always made sure I had the best shoes. You see, Jenny's dad was the biggest shoe manufacturer in the country, and Jenny was a spoiled princess. She had the most outrageous birthday parties, and they always had a theme. When she was turning 15, her theme was awesome magical princesses, but I wouldn't wear a pink glittery dress, not for her or for anyone.
Ella, who are you supposed to be?
Hercule Poirot? Duh.
You were supposed to be an awesome magical princess. If you're not a princess, then the party won't work. It'll be too confusing. My birthday will be ruined. The pictures. Oh my God, the pictures. What am I gonna do? This is terrible. This is a disaster.
Just as Jenny was about to have a meltdown, I got an idea. I snatched a tiara off a piñata and put it on my head. Hey, look, Jenny, I'm Princess Poirot. Jenny gave me a hug, and the party was going fine until I saw this shady-looking clown hanging around Jenny's gifts. I crept over to get a closer look, but he spotted me and he started running.
Hey, stop that clown!
I chased him down. He tossed a balloon at me, but I jumped over it and accidentally bumped the gift table, which fell into the pool. Then I tackled the clown and we smashed into the cake.
Ella?
I looked up to see Jenny crying and all the guests glaring at me. Come to find out, the clown was Jenny's harmless grandpa. After that, I was kicked out of the party and Jenny stopped talking to me completely. But things changed a couple years later when I heard Jenny sobbing in her backyard one day. Hey, are you okay?
Do I look like I'm okay? My heart is shattered. I'll always be alone.
I'll never find love again. Want to talk about it? To my surprise, Jenny spilled the beans. She told me she met a boy, but she lost his number. Okay, what's his name? Alex? Jenny shook her head in despair. She only knew his first name. Don't worry, I'll find him for you. I kept my promise to Jenny. We spent the whole night combing the internet, and we finally found Jenny's crush. We sent him a message, and he asked Jenny out on a date. Jenny was over the moon. You're the most awesome friend in the entire world, and the best detective I know. It felt good to have my BFF back. A couple weeks later, Jenny threw one of her famous slumber parties. She invited me and the most popular girls in school. We were having fun playing games and asking Ask Brain 2 to tell us our future when nature called. Jenny's bathroom was already taken, so I had to go to the one in the hallway. I went past Jenny's dad's office. The door was open, and there was enough light for me to see his huge library with wall-to-wall bookshelves. I couldn't help myself. I had to look around. Then I noticed a slightly crooked book. It messed with my OCD, and I pushed it so it was symmetrical with the rest of them. Suddenly, the shelves started moving, and a door opened behind them. There was a room with stacks and stacks of documents. I picked up a file and read it. I was shocked to discover that Jenny's dad's factories were a complete scam, and that the shoes that were supposedly made in the US were made in a foreign country in sweatshops. I took one of the folders and ran out of there. I knew this wasn't right. I stashed it in my bag and ran back to Jenny's room to tell her about it. Your dad has a secret. We need to talk. Not now, Ella, but it's really important. How many times must I tell you? This is not a mystery party. It's a TikTok party, so please shut up and dance. The next day, Jenny left town with her family before we could have a conversation. I tried calling her, but she didn't answer her phone. After a few days, I started getting squirrely. I couldn't sit on the secret for another minute. I'd solved the crime of the century. Okay, maybe it wasn't that big, but it was the biggest crime my city had ever seen. I went to the police. I had to do the right thing. It was my duty as a detective. I took the evidence to the police, and the next day when Jenny and her family got back to town, Jenny's dad was arrested. My face was in the paper for cracking open the case. I was suddenly famous, and people started hiring me for my detective skills. But soon after, Jenny's dad's company was shut down and he was sent to prison. Her mom had to sell their house and move into a small apartment on the bad side of town. Jenny's mom hadn't worked a day in her life, so she struggled to find a job. Things were so bad, I even saw Jenny and her mom waiting in line at the soup kitchen. I felt so bad that I tried to apologize. Get out of my face, you traitor! I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't realize that this would be so painful for you. Are you some kind of idiot? You sent my dad to jail and destroyed our lives! What part about this did you think would be fun for me? I started leaving money from my detective jobs in Jenny's mailbox to help Jenny and her mom out, though it wasn't much. My biggest job was finding Principal Bynum's lost cat Pookie and my math teacher's missing golf clubs. Then one day, I got a DM for a job, and the client wanted to pay me $50,000. I met my potential client at a coffee shop downtown. His name was Vance, and he was a couple of years older than me. He was dressed in a Versace suit and a Rolex watch, and he smelled like heaven. Something was stolen from me, and I need you to get it back. I'm good at finding things, but shouldn't you go to the police? A couple from another table glanced in our direction. Vance leaned toward me. I think we may need to speak somewhere a little more private. He grabbed my hand and pulled me outside. When his fingers touched mine, my heart raced. An evil man tricked my grandmother into giving him a priceless heirloom. Vance showed me a picture of a golden Fabergé egg lined with emeralds and rubies. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. It's worth $1 million, but I'll give you a finder's fee. All you have to do is break into this evil man's house and get it. Vance took off his sunglasses and looked up at me with the most beautiful sapphire eyes, and I almost melted into a puddle. I'd never felt like this about a boy before. I shook the feeling off and regained my focus. I was a professional. Sorry, I'm not a thief, I'm a detective. What you're asking me to do is a crime. Vance stared at me for a moment, then he leaned against the wall and sighed. You're right, that would be wrong. I was just so sad. I didn't know where to turn or what to do. I read about how you took down that corrupt businessman. I thought you could help me. That egg means so much to me. But I see now that I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me. Vance stepped toward me. He brushed a strand of hair behind my ear. My heart turned a dozen flips. It's okay. I understand. We all make mistakes. Thank you, Ella. My granny will would have liked you. Vance kissed me on the cheek, then walked away. I could barely sleep that night because I kept dreaming of Vance and his pretty eyes. A couple days later, the strangest thing happened. I went to Jenny's house to drop off some money in the mailbox, and I heard Jenny screaming like a banshee. I ran inside and saw Jenny's house in shambles. Furniture was knocked over, and glass was shattered everywhere, like there had been some kind of struggle. My mom's been kidnapped! I started to call the police, but Jenny snatched my phone and threw it out the window. What did you do that for? The kidnappers left a note. They said they'd hurt her if I called the police. The detective in me leapt into action. I snatched the note out of Jenny's hand and read it. The kidnappers said they'd trade Jenny's mom for $100,000 in the next 24 hours. What if we called the police? We could kiss Jenny's mom goodbye. I don't know what to do. I couldn't let Jenny lose both her parents because of me. We'll have to give them the cash. Are you delusional? I don't have that kind of money. My mom and I are flat broke thanks to you, remember? Then something inside me clicked. I think I can get the money. How? Don't worry about it. Just sit tight. I'll be back soon. I raced out of Jenny's house and called Vance. Is your job still on the table? Yes, but I thought you weren't interested. Make it $100,000 in cash and I'm in. Deal. Vance gave me the evil man's address and told me where to find the Fabergé egg. I rode my bike to the evil man's house. I saw an open window on the first floor. There were a few cameras outside the house, so I put a mask on, then climbed through the window. I tiptoed through the house. I found the egg and put it in my backpack, and just as I was about to leave, I tripped over Pookie, the principal's cat. Pookie jumped up and thrust her claws into my chest. I screamed, and then all the lights in the house turned on. Principal Bynum ran down the stairs in his nightgown and a bat. Thief, let go of my sweet cat. Principal Bynum chased me around the room, and Pookie got so scared she started scratching me. I finally pulled Pookie off me, set her on the floor, and rushed out the door. I climbed on my bike and raced home as fast as I could. As soon as I walked through the door, I got a call from Jenny. The kidnappers want their money now. I thought we had 24 hours. They changed the timeline. I hung up with Jenny and called Vance. We met at a park near my house. Do you have the egg? Yes, it's here. I gave Vance the egg. What about the money? Vance gave me a duffel bag. It's all there. I must get going now. I have a flight to catch. Vance kissed me on the cheek and then got into his fancy car and drove off. I hopped onto my bike and headed straight to Jenny's, but as I was riding down the road, the cops appeared out of nowhere. They'd received an anonymous tip that I'd stolen the egg. The police hauled me off to jail. Principal Bynum and my parents were so disappointed. Mom, Dad, the principal's evil. He stole that egg from someone, and I had to steal it back because I had to pay off the kidnappers because Jenny's mom's life was in danger. I had to do it. Everyone looked at me like I was crazy. Ella, you must be mistaken. I bought the egg in an auction. I have the receipt. And Jenny's mom was never kidnapped. She's probably safe at home, fast asleep. And that money in your bag is fake. The officer opened the duffel bag, and when I looked inside, my blood ran cold. All the money was Monopoly money. I'd been tricked. I felt like such an idiot. But what happened next totally rocked my world. The police told me that Vance was Jenny's cousin, and he was a thief wanted in connection to a dozen robberies around the world. The police had been monitoring him for years. We tapped Vance's phone and overheard his plans with Jenny to frame you for stealing the egg. Then he would leave the country, sell the egg, and transfer half the money to Jenny. But if we know anything about Vance, he's gonna double-cross Jenny too, and not give her a dime for it. It turned out the police officer was right, because when they went to arrest Jenny and her mom, they confessed to the crime and said Vance hadn't been answering any of their calls. Thanks to the tracker, he was soon caught at an airport and taken to jail for his crimes. As Jenny's trial was about to start, I spoke to the principal. I'm sorry, Mr. Bynum. What I did was wrong, but please don't be so hard on Jenny and her family. It's my fault she did what she did. I set out to find the truth, but I hurt her more than I could ever know. Because of me, her dad is in jail, and she's lost the life she knew. On the day the judge was set to sentence Jenny, Principal Bynum asked him for leniency. Instead of going to juvenile hall, she had to do community service, picking up trash on the road for 6 months. And one day, I joined her. I heard what you said to Principal Bynum. Why would you want to help me after I framed you? You're my friend, and I regret what I did to you, even if what I did was right. I'm sorry for what I did, and I think we're way past even now. Maybe we could start with a clean slate? Really? I miss my best friend. Me too.
I barged into the living room, my butt sweating in anger. I marched up to my twin brother Sammy on the sofa, snatched his can of juice, and dumped it on his head. He made a run for it, and I was chasing him with a baseball bat when Mom walked in.
Alexis, what are you doing to my poor baby?
Your poor baby locked me in a haunted house down the street. I nearly pooped my pants. Didn't you guys notice that I've been gone for hours?
How could we? Sammy hurt his little toe and he was in so much pain.
Oh yeah? Well, he's about to be in a lot more pain than that.
Enough, Alexis. Quit bullying your brother.
Hey guys, it's Alexis, and I'm about to tell you why having a twin brother is an absolute nightmare. But before that, please like and subscribe to MSA. Ever since I was born, my twin brother Sammy acted like he was better than me just because he was born 10 minutes earlier. Even my parents acted like he was God's gift to mankind and pampered him all the time. It's not like they hated me, just that Sammy was the apple of their eye and he could do no wrong. Like on our 10th birthday, my parents threw us a beach party and I spent an hour building the most amazing sandcastle. But just as I turned my back to grab a shovel, Sammy and his best friend Nathan came running and smashed it to pieces. Why did you do that? Because it was ugly and it was ruining my perfect view. He threw sand in my face and ran away. Are you okay? I will be now. I threw the beach bucket at Sammy and it hit him in the head. He cried and Mom grounded me for bad behavior. Unbelievable! As we grew older, Sammy just got more annoying. He and Nathan were the brattiest kids in school and would constantly embarrass me with their stupid jokes and dumb pranks. Like this one time in 10th grade, we were in the science lab doing experiments and Nathan was my partner.
Tell me, what's gravity? Oh, that's easy. It's when Alexis tries to get up from the bed but can't because she's a big fat cow. Enough, Sammy.
Funny how you're talking, and all I can smell is garbage.
Maybe that's because you haven't showered in days.
I felt so mad I flung a book at Sammy. He ducked and started attacking me with pens. The two of us got into a fight. I knew there was no point in arguing, so I just avoided everyone and focused on my studies. I became the smartest kid in class and I joined the poetry club, yearbook committee, and debate team. In 10th grade, I got a chance to represent my school in the national debate competition. And that's where I met Tony. He was the captain of the debate team, the star tennis player, and the hottest boy in school. Together, the two of us nailed the competition. And when we got back home, Tony invited me to one of his practice tennis matches. After the practice, we were having a conversation when he suddenly pulled me close. Whoa, was he about to kiss me already? I pouted my lips and was about to close my eyes when I noticed his hand stretched out, holding a tennis ball.
That was coming straight at you. We don't want that pretty head of yours to get hurt.
My head's pretty? You like the shape? Well, thanks a lot. I mean, for saving my pretty head. Not for saying that I have a pretty head, but thanks for that too. Can I get you an energy drink or something to thank you for saving me?
How about a date instead?
Yeah, it was fast, but sometimes you just know when it feels right. Soon, Tony officially asked me to be his girlfriend, and I was riding high. Dating someone popular meant that people knew me as more than just Sammy's sister. I was getting noticed, and I was loving the attention. But it drove Sammy crazy. One night, Tony and I were going to a party with a bunch of friends when Sammy walked in.
Don't you think you're a little too young to be wearing that dress?
Don't you think you're a little out of line to be asking me that question? Also, we're twins, genius, so if you're old enough to do anything you want, so am I.
Fine, do what you want. Just don't become a bigger loser than you already are. At least not for that clown Tony. You know he's a player, right? He's always got his arm around a new girl.
He's just a really friendly guy. Nothing wrong with that. And he says hugs are good for mental health.
I literally saw him feeding French fries to that cheerleader just yesterday.
She has carpal tunnel syndrome, Sammy. Her wrists are in pain. He was just being nice. Why is it so hard for you to believe that a hot, popular guy could be into me? Just stop being a jerk and leave me alone. But after that day, it became Sammy's life mission to annoy Tony every time he saw him. Like this one time in the cafeteria, Tony and I were chatting when Sammy dumped a bowl of spaghetti on him.
Oops, my hand slipped.
And another time in class, just as Tony was about to take a seat, Sammy pulled his chair away and he landed on his butt.
Your seat looks more comfortable. Mind if I borrow it?
Tony almost punched Sammy, but Nathan intervened and saved him. Sammy backed off for a while, until a few weeks later, Tony and I were having dinner at this really fancy place, and suddenly, he jumped out of his seat screaming. What? What happened? Please don't tell me there's a rat. I will freak out.
The only rat here is you, Alexis. What's this?
Tony shoved the phone in my face, and I saw a bunch of pictures with Nathan kissing a girl who looked exactly like me. I was so confused until he played a video where I was confessing my love for Nathan, and I immediately recognized the voice. It was Sammy's. Oh,
That's not me. I mean, it looks like me, but what? You've been cheating on me with Nathan? No wonder your brother was annoying me these past few weeks. He wanted me out of the picture so you could be with his best friend.
Hear me out. That girl in the photos is Sammy with a wig. We're twins, so we look alike. That's all. Please, you have to trust me.
Stop making up stories. You're a liar and your brother is crazy. Both of you can go eat dust for all I care, but stay away from me.
Tony was out the door before I could stop him. I rushed back home furiously and confronted Sammy, who started laughing like a crazy person.
I can't believe he fell for that trick. He's as dense as pudding, Alexis. I did you a favor.
You're a jerk, Sammy. You ruined the best thing that happened to me, and you hurt Tony.
He'll get over it, trust me. Also, now that you're here, pass me some soda.
But I just dumped the can on his head and walked away. I hated him. The next day in school, Tony refused to talk to me. In fact, he went around the school telling everyone how I was a cheater and a liar. My popularity went down the drain in minutes, and I was back to being invisible. But Sammy acted like nothing was wrong and went on living his life. And after that day, I decided to get even with Sammy. I spent the entire week planning the perfect revenge. I knew the only person Sammy cared about was his best friend Nathan, so that's where I started. I found my opportunity when the teachers announced the test results, and Nathan got an F. He was sulking when I found him in the hallway. Aw, this is what happens when you're best friends with a moron.
Gee, thanks. Look, I'm a little bummed right now, so maybe rub things in my face later.
Okay. I'm actually here to offer you a really sweet deal. I need you to date me.
What?
Sorry, pretend to date me. You're Sammy's best friend, so if you start hanging out with me all the time instead of him, he'll hate it. He'll finally have a taste of his own medicine. I'm not asking you to do it for free, of course. I'll help you study and ace your scores.
No thanks. I know Sammy can be a jerk sometimes, but I'm not doing that to my best friend.
Fine, fail high school then. I heard you telling Sammy your parents were angry that you had a C in science. This score is worse, so good luck dealing with that.
Wait, fine. I guess we could make it work.
Of course we will, my cute boyfriend. Now buckle up. We've got plans. The next day, it was time for phase 1. I walked into Sammy's room and called a truce on my fight over Tony. Just as we were talking, Nathan walked in, pulled me by the waist, and kissed me. Sammy's mouth fell open like a broken door, and my heart fell to my stomach.
What the heck are you doing? Get off my sister. Didn't you tell him, babe? Sammy, Alexis and I are dating.
You're what? Dating? Are you stupid and deaf now? Come, Nate. We'll be late for the movies.
Nate? He has a nickname now?
Of course. That's what people in love do. Sammy was totally spinning out over our dates. But to make things worse, I crashed all of Nathan and Sammy's plans too. Video game night, baseball game, bowling alley. I was stuck to them like gum to a shoe. Sammy tried everything to keep Nathan away from me, but we just laughed it off.
You know Alexis farts in her sleep? Aw, I'm sure it smells like roses. Alexis eats her boogers and then spits them out so they stick to the wall. She makes graffiti out of them. My baby's an artist.
Watching Sammy's frustration was hilarious. But what I liked more was how Nathan was always taking my side. He'd been a brat to me growing up, but now he was caring and sweet. And even though I knew we were playing pretend, I found myself falling for Nathan. One day, I was helping Nathan with his homework in the library when he looked a little sad. When I asked him why, he told me that his mom was moving out.
She's always busy and hardly ever around, but I still can't help feeling bad that I might not see my mom that often.
I get it. My parents were hardly ever there for me too. I mean, they were around, but they always loved Sammy more. Suddenly, Nathan held my hand and my heart raced with excitement. He came closer, but just then the janitor showed up and we were asked to leave. The next day at school, I couldn't wait to see Nathan again when I felt someone grab my shoulder. Tony!
Hey babe, miss me? Listen, I've been thinking about us a lot. I know you cheated on me, but I'm ready to forgive you. You don't know this, but I kinda cheated on you too when we were together. Twice. Okay, thrice. Okay, fine. You want me to start being honest? It was 6 times, but I like you the most, 'cause we're the same. Meant to be, blah, blah, blah. Don't you think?
You cheated on me?
Yeah, but you get that, right? We're even now, babe. It's all good.
Before I could say more, Tony pulled me into a kiss. As I pushed him off, I suddenly saw Nathan walking away with a bouquet of flowers, which he dumped in a trash can on his way out.
So, what do you say?
I say, you're a stupid, cheating, lying piece of poop, and we are nothing alike. And I'm glad my brother pulled a dumb prank on you, because it got you to admit what a sleazeball you are. Now stay away from me unless you want me to knock your perfect teeth in. Get that? I shoved Tony out of my way and rushed behind Nathan. I finally caught up with him in the parking lot. Nathan, wait! Tony was just...
Save it, Alexis. I just saw your passionate kiss with Tony. I guess that was all part of the plan. Dating me would make Tony jealous and bring him back to you. Anyway, I'm glad your mission accomplished. And thanks for all your help with my grades, but I'd rather not be used like a toy anymore.
With that, Nathan turned around and left. He didn't even give me a chance to tell him my feelings. I curled up in a ball in my room and cried so much harder than I ever did over Tony. I was still sulking when suddenly Sammy knocked at my door.
Alexis, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay, and it's always your fault. I wanted to get revenge on you, and it messed up everything.
What do you mean?
I was desperate to make you pay for sabotaging my relationship with Tony, so I asked Nathan to pretend to date me so I could piss you off, but I ended up falling for him, and now I've lost him too.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I tease you, but I also love you. You're my sister. I wanted to protect you. Tony was a jerk, and he didn't deserve you. As for Nathan, I read your diary.
You did what?
Focus, Alexis. I know you like him, and now, just like a big brother, I'll fix it.
You're 10 minutes older.
Do you want Nathan or not?
Yes!
Then come with me.
Sammy took my hand and drove me to the beach where I saw Nathan sitting. We walked up to him, and Sammy backed me up about not having any feelings for Tony, but I could see that Nathan still had doubts.
In case you won't take my word for it, Nathan, take Alexis's. Just then, Sammy took my diary out of his backpack and started reading. Dear Diary, I know it was just supposed to be a trick, but Nathan is the best thing to have ever happened to me. He's so cute. His eyes remind me of the deep ocean. All I want is to lie in his arms and tell him how much I like him. Also, I got severe diarrhea the other day.
Give me that, you moron! I quickly pulled the diary from Sammy's hand and smacked his head with it. Just then, Nathan walked over to me and held my hand.
Do you mean it? That's how you feel?
It's how I feel. I really like you, Nathan, and Tony was just a glitch in the universe. You're the one I want.
And I want you, Alexis. I might throw up.
Shut up, Sammy!
Fine.
Nathan pulled me in for a hug, and over his shoulder I saw Sammy smirking. My brother finally used his annoying brother powers for good and pulled off his best trick yet, because even though that's how I feel, I definitely didn't write that stupid stuff in my diary.
Hi, I'm Kathy from Florida. My mom comes from a family of geniuses. Both her parents are scientists, just like her. So when I was born, she expected me to be some kind of genius too. Only I wasn't. Kathy, how do you make 7 even?
Easy. Take the S out like this.
Ugh, no. Let's give this another shot.
Mom, I'm bored. Can I go outside and play for a bit? Such a pretty day.
No matter how hard Mom tried, I could never give a hoot about books. So Mom got me private tutors. Margot, are you with me? Tell me what I just said.
You said, Margot, are you with me?
No, I mean, what was I teaching?
How am I supposed to know that? You're the teacher.
The tutor got angry and swore to never come back, and Mom was just left disappointed, as always. She didn't talk to me for days until one afternoon, her old friend from school, Lydia, paid us a visit with her daughter Sophie, who was awfully quiet. They'd recently moved to town and shifted to our neighborhood. I was so excited to see another kid in the area since our neighborhood was full of old, boring people.
Do you want to see my room? Oh wait, that's a mess. We should go outside and play.
Sophie won't be going anywhere.
Why don't you guys sit down and I'll get some sodas.
Sophie passed me a dry smile and did exactly that. I went and sat next to her. Are you okay?
What are you doing?
So you talk, huh?
Please, don't talk to me. My mom doesn't like it when I talk too much.
Or at all. I tried talking to Sophie, but she continued to stare at the floor and I gave up. After they left, Mom told me that Sophie was supposed to go to my school and I had to look after her.
Why? She's so weird, and her mom kept staring at me like I'd farted in her face.
Sophie's new here and she needs your help. That's the least you can do for me after that stunt you pulled with the tutor.
Oh, fine.
Just like Mom asked me to, I waited for Sophie so we could walk to school together. She didn't say a word the whole day till the teacher asked us the answer to a tough math question in class.
It's 7,250.
Wow, dude, that was fast. Are you a genius or something?
Well, kinda. I study a lot.
Then maybe you can be my tutor. God knows I need one, and no one sticks around with me for long. Sophie smiled, and we spent the entire day together. We were poles apart, but somehow clicked, and she invited me over that evening for a study session. But just as I got there, Linda walked up to us smirking. I have my eyes on you girls. Do not close this door.
Sure, Mrs. Linda, Sophie's mom.
You know what happens when you close the room? Monsters creep up from behind the shadows and eat you up. Have fun studying. Linda laughed, and I just couldn't stop thinking about how weird she sounded. Also, the entire time I was there, she kept walking by the door, sneaking glances. I wanted to ask Sophie if her mom disliked me or something, but I didn't want to offend her, so I kept quiet. Mom got called for an emergency meeting out of town and asked Linda to help.
Oh, of course she can stay here. No problem. Work comes first.
Tell me that didn't sound sarcastic. Anyway, I was happy to spend some time with Sophie, but as soon as Mom left, Linda grinned and walked in, locking the door from inside. I continued banging for ages till she opened up.
What? I just went to get you my sweater. It's freezing.
You just shut the door in my face and walked away.
I did not. You're an ungrateful, wild kid, Kathy. Didn't your mom teach you how to speak with elders? Oh, wait. She's too busy working.
Before I could respond, Sophie came and practically dragged me away. Your mom's crazy. Who talks like that? I'm really sorry. Ever since Dad left us, she's been a little weird around people. Just ignore her. Anyway, are you hungry? I'm starving. Sophie got me sandwiches and we watched some MSA until we dozed off. But later that night, we woke up to loud noises and it seemed like they were coming from the kitchen. We went downstairs to check and saw Linda trying to find something. What are you doing?
Oh, no. Did I wake you guys up? I was so hungry and I thought I'd make lasagna. Go back to bed.
Who eats lasagna at 3 a.m.?
I do.
Sophie and I left, but we couldn't get any sleep and were super exhausted the next day. I didn't know what her deal was, but Linda just kept getting weirder over the years. But Sophie and I continued to remain the best of friends. While I was still figuring out what I wanted to do in life, she had already set her mind on becoming a writer. Look at this poem I wrote. I could never explain how much you meant to me, for sharing my joys and pain. This is beautiful. You think? It's not complete yet. I think poetry is my calling, Kathy. I don't want to waste my life studying. I think it's amazing. I just wish I knew what I wanted to do too. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Well, I tried to, but finding a passion was more difficult than I thought. I tried auditioning for the drama club, but I had trouble memorizing the lines. Art was boring and cheerleading was too much effort. I'd almost given up hope till one day a football hit me right in the head. Ouch! Watch out, jerks!
Pass the ball, shorty. You holding up the game.
Oh, really? Come and get it. Just as one of the guys walked forward, I dodged him and ran straight to touchdown. Everyone stared at me wide-eyed as the coach suggested I try out for the running team. I wasn't sure I'd do well, but I ended up overtaking everyone on the team, including the boys. By high school, I was good enough to compete in tournaments. After our team had won one of the biggest track events, we wanted to celebrate by going out for a concert, and I invited Sophie too. I don't know. I mean, I've never really stayed up that late, and Mom would never allow it, so we'll sneak out. Come on, it's high school, and you could use the break. What's the worst that could happen? I can murder you and hide your body, or you could be a zombie in disguise. Wouldn't that be something? Sophie and I left with the team, and we're having a blast at the concert till I left to go get some drinks, and when I came back, Sophie wasn't around. I started searching for her frantically and tried calling her, but I couldn't get through. I informed security, and within minutes, we had a whole search team looking everywhere for her. We finally found her near one of the stalls, and she had fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital. I informed Mom and Linda on the way, and was sweating bricks when they showed up.
Do you have any idea what you've done? You're such a bad influence on her. She has a scholarship exam in 2 days. If they don't let her sit for that, all her hard work will go down the drain.
I can't believe this. Your daughter's in the hospital and all you care about is some dumb exam? Seriously, what's wrong with you?
You should be sorry for sneaking out my daughter, and instead, you're giving me an attitude? This is exactly why I told Sophie to stay away from you.
If there's anyone she needs to stay away from, it's you. She probably fainted from all the stress you give her. Enough.
Linda, I apologize for Kathy. And you, young lady, let's talk at home.
But Mom! Just then the doctors walked in and informed us that Sophie had a slight concussion and a minor fracture and would be absolutely fine. I wanted to check on her too, but Mom dragged me back home. A week later when Sophie came home, I rushed to talk to her. I am so glad you're okay. How are you feeling? I've been better. I'm sorry for leaving you alone like that, Sophie. It's okay. I don't want to think about it. I need to rest now. Let's talk later. With that, Sophie just went to bed and pulled up a blanket. Because of her injury, she couldn't take the scholarship test for college, and even though she didn't blame me for what happened, I wanted to make up for it. I thought about it a lot, and then one day while I was walking by the school notice board, I saw a flyer for a writing competition. The winner would get a chance to apply for a prestigious writing course and win a cash prize. I quickly tore it off and went straight to Sophie's place, but Linda opened the door and refused to let me in. I had to get creative, so I climbed up a tree that led to Sophie's window, and what I saw blew my mind.
You have to stop hanging out with that Kathy. I hate her, and I hate her more every day.
Stop it, Mom. You don't even know her.
I know she'll let you down, just like her mom did.
What do you mean?
Nothing. They're all the same. You need to be better and smarter, get a better job, college, and more money than Kathy. That will be my revenge.
Saying that, Linda turned around and left. She was worse than I thought. And what was she saying about my mom? I had so many questions in my head when suddenly the branch I was on snapped. Luckily, I caught the windowsill just in time. What the heck are you doing, Kathy? Hanging out? Pull me up, will you? Close call. Here, take this. What am I supposed to do with this? You have to apply. It's been your dream since forever, Sophie. No, I don't have to do anything. Besides, Mom, you can't let your mom define your life for you. You have to be strong and give your dreams a shot. Why do you even care? Because you're my best friend, and I want you to be happy, even if that means going against your mom, who is terrifying, by the way. Oh, tell me about it. We shared a laugh and Sophie promised to think about it. I was glad to have my best friend back, but I still couldn't stop thinking about what Linda said. So the next morning, I asked Mom, and she told me that in high school, Sophie's mom was a bit weird. She always had her head in books and hardly smiled. So we thought maybe she needed to loosen up a bit, and we played a funny prank on her. What did you do? We might have taken a picture of her digging in her nose and pasted it all over the school. How is that funny, Mom? That's horrible. I know that now. We did remove all the pictures, but I think it affected her and kids kept laughing at her for years. I apologized more than once, but I guess she's never really forgiven me. I wanted to talk to Sophie about it too, so the next day, I waited outside her house to walk to school together, but she didn't show up, and when I came back from school, Mom told me Linda and Sophie had moved. Immediately I called Sophie, but as luck would have it, Linda answered.
Stay away from Sophie. She's done with you messing up her life.
But Linda disconnected, and when I tried calling again, the number wasn't reachable. I searched for Sophie for weeks, but finally gave up when I got no leads. It was as if she'd vanished into thin air. Soon, the school announced the annual track events, and I got busy. The best student would get a sports scholarship to a college of their choice, and even though I wanted to be the best, Sophie always remained in the back of my mind. I missed her, but I set all my feelings aside and gave it 100%. I didn't land the top spot, but I did get into a good college, and Mom was super proud of me. I continued participating in athletics in college, and with time, I even developed a taste for poetry. Maybe Sophie rubbed off on me a little. A year later, I was attending a poetry show with some friends when suddenly I heard a familiar voice on stage. I could never explain how much you meant to me, for sharing my joys and pain, for being my friend, patient and forgiving, never judging, scolding, or forsaking. It gives me peace that at the end of the day, you're only a phone call away. The audience erupted in applause, and I could feel warm tears down my face. When the show ended, I immediately went backstage to meet her, but it was too crowded. Kathy, is that you? Oh my God, I'm so happy to see you. And that poem? I completed it. It's actually dedicated to you. God, I missed you so much. Me too. And I'm so glad you're following your dreams and finally convinced your mom. Well, not exactly. Sophie told me after they left town, her mom got diagnosed with bipolar disorder and had to get admitted to a mental facility. Since they had no other family, Sophie had to drop out of college and pick up a job to pay the bills. I'm so sorry to hear that. Why didn't you call me? You know I would have helped. I tried calling you. I guess you changed your number. And then I got busy with Mom's treatment, and there was never a good time. If it means anything, I'm here now, and I'm sorry for what Mom and her friends did to your mom all those years ago. It was a long time back. I knew Mom wasn't like other moms, but she tried her best to be there for me in her own twisted way. But after she got diagnosed, I realized how short life is to hold on to grudges and ignore what makes you happy. So now that Mom's better, I've finally decided to pursue my dream. I'm so proud of you, Sophie. So what do you say? We start again? This time, let's leave the moms aside. I'd love that.
Hi, I'm Langdon from Massachusetts. Please like and subscribe. I was born 5 years after my parents got married, and Mom thought I was God's miracle and loved spoiling me. Dad always said I needed to grow up tough, but Mom couldn't care less. On my 4th birthday, she took me to an amazing toy store and said I could get whatever I wanted. As I was going through my presents at home, Dad walked in and nearly had a stroke. How many times do I have to tell you we don't have this kind of money to waste?
It's his special day, honey. Don't ruin it.
What is all this ridiculous stuff? Why did he need to buy a plastic flower? As Dad picked it up, water squirted out of it straight into his face.
He likes magic tricks and pranks.
Oh, does he? I didn't know we were raising a clown. I'm returning all of it. I felt so mad. And then suddenly, I felt my face do something funny. Are you making faces at me? I shook my head, but it happened again. My parents suddenly looked worried and took me to the doctor. After some tests, he explained that I had a facial twitch which could be triggered by any strong emotion. But it was nothing to worry about. But apparently Mom didn't hear the doctor right because she fussed over me even more. This didn't even change after my sisters, Rose, Orchid, and Lily were born. They were triplets but had nothing in common except one thing: their unconditional love for me. Once, in 10th grade, my parents had to go somewhere for a few hours and told me to keep an eye on my sisters. I had an online video game match, and I knew just what to do. Listen up, girls. We're gonna play a game of hide and seek. You hide, and I'll count till 50,000. Don't come out till I say so. The girls ran off to hide while I slipped inside my room for some video game time. I was so lost in it that I didn't realize the time till Dad barged into my room. Langdon? What? What happened? We just got robbed. What? No way. I was right here, alert, on my toes. With your headphones on? I swear, Langdon, sometimes I wish I'd given birth to a bicycle instead. It would have been more useful than you. You didn't lock the front door, and the robbers just walked in and took half our things. Wait, where are the girls? We rushed inside the girls' room to find them sleeping under the bed. Phew. They're safe. That's because I told them to hide. How could you be so stupid? We just lost stuff worth thousands of dollars. If you really think about it, Dad, it's good, because now we can buy new things. Our old stuff was rotten, especially our TV. Dad looked ready to explode. Thankfully, Mom rescued me just in time. But after that day, he never trusted me with anything. It bothered me, but thank God Mom and the triplets worshipped me. Time passed, and in 12th grade, I joined the school football team. Without Dad knowing, of course. He was already unhappy with my grades, but football was my calling, and it was making me really popular too. I was standing by the lockers one day when the head cheerleader, Annie, walks right up to me.
Hey, Langdon.
Annie, hi. Hey, will you?
What?
It's Korean for how are you?
Oh, funny. I just came over to invite you to the Christmas party at my place tomorrow. I'd love it if the hottest new jock could come.
Really? Me? Wow, sounds mind-blowingly awesome. I mean, yeah, I'm cool. Count me in.
Awesome. Can't wait to see your handsome face.
I had a blast at the party, and I couldn't stop blushing when Annie introduced me as her new catch. Soon we became an official couple, and I was the happiest guy alive. A few days later, it was Dad's 40th birthday, and I wanted to do something nice for him. His car needed some repairs, so I took it to the mechanic to have it fixed and polished. But as I was driving back, I stopped by the bakery to pick up his cake, and that's when I heard a loud bang. I ran outside, and to my horror, I saw that Dad's car had slid down the sloping street and crashed straight into a truck. Oh my God! When Dad found out, he exploded like a pressure cooker. You, Langdon, you make me want to rip my hair out. My car is beyond repair. Do you think I just have money lying around to buy a new one? Dad, I'm so sorry. I got it fixed. For you. I guess I just forgot to put the brakes. You just forgot? How easy is it for you to say this every time? I've tried to make you more responsible, but I'm just done with you. I'm sending you to an army boarding school. Dad, no, I can't leave my football. I clapped my hand over my mouth as I realized I'd let it slip out. But Dad didn't even look shocked, just really disappointed. You think I don't know you sneak around and lie to me to play football? If you trusted me, I wouldn't have to. You should really come see me play sometime. Dad, I'm really good. I don't care, son. Your mom and I are leaving for your aunt's wedding tomorrow. But next week when I'm back, I'll ship you off. That's final. Dad didn't hear another word, and the next morning, my parents left.
I'm sorry, bro. Dad forced us to tell the truth.
It's okay. But now I need you guys to back me up. Dad needs to see I'm responsible. So we have new roles starting today. Rose, you're in charge of the dishes. Lily, I want you to make breakfast. And Orchid, you'll manage the laundry.
And you?
I'll supervise. That's the biggest responsibility. The next few days, everything went really smoothly. But then, one morning, my sisters woke me up screaming. What happened?
It's Mom and Dad. They're missing.
My sisters showed me the news, which said the plane they were on had disappeared. Search teams were trying hard to locate it. This can't be happening.
Oh my God, what will we do now? I can't breathe. She's having a panic attack.
She has panic attacks? Since when? We calmed her down and put her to bed, but I couldn't stop thinking how I never knew of Rose's panic attacks. I felt terrible. I stayed up all night reading the news about my parents, but it was the same. How was I supposed to make this work? What if they didn't come back? I didn't even hug them before they left. We stayed at home the next few days, waiting around for news of our parents, but none came. And when we returned to school, everyone was looking at us with pity.
Great. People are treating us like we're orphans already. Don't say that.
Just then, Annie appeared out of nowhere.
Aw, baby. Your sisters look terrible. How are you holding up? Better than your fake eyelashes.
Lily, behave. We're fine, babe. I tried calling you.
Yeah, you know I always have such a busy calendar, babe. But you are right here all the time. I'll see you around, Poochie Poo. Seriously, how do you tolerate her? She's more fake than Monopoly money.
I love her, okay? So you better get used to having her around.
No, I won't.
And after that day, Lily kept going from bad to worse. She would turn up late at home and get angry for the weirdest reasons. Whenever I asked her what was wrong, she said she was just fine. To make matters worse, we fell short of cash, so I had to work part-time as a mechanic. Things were tough. But thank God for Annie, or I would have gone crazy. One morning in school, Annie and I were sitting in the cafeteria when Lily walked up to us.
We need to talk, Langdon. Can't you see we're in the middle of a conversation? Take your middle somewhere else. I need to talk to my brother.
Lily, we can talk at home. Don't create a scene here, please. Everyone is staring.
Oh, so you're worried I'll spoil your precious reputation now? Don't you care about your family at all? Oh my God, you're so loud. Babe, tell her to leave.
Suddenly, Lily went crazy and emptied a can of yogurt on Annie's head.
There, enjoy your lunch.
What the heck, Lily? Annie, I'm so sorry. Annie stormed off, and I felt furious at Lily. The next evening when I returned from work, I went to her room to talk to Lily, but she wasn't there. She wasn't even answering her phone, and it was almost midnight. I informed the police, but they told me to wait for 24 hours. I was worried sick, so I rushed to Annie. Her dad worked with the government, so I was hoping she could help, but to my surprise, she was having a party, and I wasn't invited? As I looked around for her, I saw her in the corner with some random jock. What the heck? You're cheating on me?
Really, Langdon? You really thought after what your sister did, I'd still date you? Take a hint and get lost.
I felt stunned and angry, and my face started twitching. Annie just rolled her eyes.
Ugh, your face is doing its weird thing again, and you look super stupid.
And then she just started making out with him. I tried pulling her arm, but the guy with her pushed me away. I grabbed a glass near me to dump juice on him, but she pushed me, and the juice ended up all over her hair as she screamed. Lily was right. She was super fake. There was no way Annie was helping me now, so I left, only to find Lily in the parking lot. Do you know what time it is? I've been searching for you everywhere.
Now you found me, so leave. I have a party to attend.
You hate Annie. Why are you at her party? You're coming home with me.
Don't tell me what to do. You've always done whatever you want, but now that I have my freedom, you can't stand it? You're not my dad.
What's wrong with you? Have you forgotten I'm your older brother?
Older brothers are responsible, so don't call yourself that. Now move.
Her words felt like a slap in my face. I might be a brat, but I loved my sisters, and this made me feel defeated. I'd let my parents down. For the next few days, I was drowned in work. With my job and the school announcing the annual sports scholarship, I had no time to sit and sulk if I wanted to set a good example for my sisters. As for Lily, I asked Orchid to download Locatify on her phone without letting her know so I could keep an eye on her. One night, I was at the garage when I got a frantic call from Orchid.
Hurry! It's Rose! She had another panic attack, and she fainted.
We quickly took Rose to the hospital, but we couldn't get hold of Lily. I opened Locatify to track her, and it showed she was at school. What was this girl doing there at night? Doctors told us Rose was stable, but he wanted to keep her under observation for a few hours.
You go after Lily. I got this. Just be careful and don't beat yourself up. You're doing everything you can.
Thanks, Orchid. I quietly entered the school building, and it was pitch dark. Suddenly, I saw lights flicker from the school's main office, and Lily was leaving with a fat envelope. Lily?
Langdon? You scared me. Why are you here?
Wrong question. What are you doing here, and what's that?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Annie made me do it. She said if I stole this money for her, she'd get her dad to find information about Mom and Dad. I just felt so desperate, so I agreed.
You think I didn't try that? I already asked her 1,000 times, and she always said her dad's trying. But now I'm certain she never even asked him.
Oh god, I'm so stupid. That witch took advantage of me, probably just to punish me for being rude to her.
You should have just told me, Lily.
She warned me not to, or our deal was off. Also, I was so mad at you. I don't even know why. I'm such a mess.
No, you're not. You're just a kid, Lily, and everything going on with Mom and Dad is a lot to handle. Now, we're gonna put that money back and leave before we get caught. Or wait, I have a better idea. Annie had cheated on me and manipulated my sister. I wasn't gonna let her go this easy. We tiptoed our way to her locker and slid the money in. Next, we dropped an anonymous tip to the principal saying that Annie stole money from the school's trip fund. The plan was a success as the next morning, the entire school saw what a whack job Annie was when the principal opened her locker.
What? I didn't steal this. Lily did. Ask her. We found the money in your locker, Annie. There's enough proof to get you expelled. Call your dad. Now. No, please. He'll ground me for life. Please, I'll do anything. I'll clean the washrooms for a month. Just don't call my dad. He's already cut my allowance.
But of course, the principal did call him, and she was expelled. Good riddance. Girls, I know I've been an idiot in the past, but I promise I'll do better. You're the best sisters anyone could ask for.
What's that?
What?
You're getting emotional. Aww, such a cutie. You're not so bad either.
My finals came around the next week, and I actually managed to pass with decent grades. And I bagged a sports scholarship to college based on my football skills. One morning, when we were leaving for school, I saw a police van pull into our driveway, and my parents stepped out. Mom? Dad? Oh my god, you're back!
Oh, my babies. I thought I'd never see you again.
What happened? Where were you? How are you? Mom and Dad told us how their plane had to make an emergency landing in a forest with no connectivity, and it was only after weeks that the rescue team found them. Those were the worst weeks of our lives, not knowing if we'll ever see you again. But Langdon, I'm so proud of you, son. You did a fine job, and nothing's stolen, it seems. I'm so sorry, Dad. I never knew your struggles till I was knee-deep in mine. I'll be better, and I love you. I love you too, son. And I think I'd like to see you play football sometime. Really? So that means no boarding school? Don't answer that. I'm just happy you're here. Family really is everything.
My heart was pounding as I landed on the other side of the wall, and I didn't look back once at the mansion as I ran away. When I was far enough, I collapsed on a park bench. Oh my god. I did it! I'm free! I am never, ever going back! This is the life! Sleeping under the starry sky, breathing in the crisp night air. Ah! I leapt up in panic and saw a rat scurrying across the bench. Ew! Okay, I don't have to be out here forever. Just a few days, enough to scare my parents. Now I just need to find a decent place to sleep. Ah! I fell on my butt as a white thing came zooming towards me, only to realize it was a flying paper bag. I nervously laughed and got up, but everything around me was beginning to feel sinister. Maybe Mom and Dad have been punished enough. They'll be pooping their pants by now. And suddenly, I had a strong feeling that I was being followed. I abruptly turned around to find nothing, but then I saw a huge shadow in the alley. And my blood ran cold. I started running like crazy and was crossing the street when I tripped and landed hard on the ground. As I turned over, I froze upon seeing a tall, cloaked figure towering over me with no face. The creature bent down closer to me, then drew a long breath. The creature recoiled and stepped back, and just then, I heard a heavy bike roaring down the road, coming straight at me. I clamped my eyes shut and kept screaming till I felt someone shaking my shoulders.
Marion, you're fine. For the love of God, shut up!
I stared at the familiar face in shock. Jake? Jake? Oh my God, hold me. I've had the worst night.
Let's get you home, and you can tell me all about it.
Can you just hold me for 2 freaking seconds? I need to be held right now. As Jake hugged me, I looked around to see the faceless creature was gone.
Hi, my name is Marion, and I know y'all have a lot of questions. Like, how come she's so pretty? And what's the deal with her unique eyes? And who does her amazing hair? Okay, maybe you also have some questions about what just happened. They'll all get answered if you stick around for my story. And please like and subscribe. About my eyes and hair, I wasn't born like this. You see, when I was 5, I was vacationing in the Swiss Alps with my parents when one day I woke up with streaks of white running through my dark hair. And I'd also developed heterochromia. My parents, who were big worrywarts, really freaked out. They had me examined by every doctor in the world, but no one could figure out the reason. What was even funnier was that every time my parents dyed my hair, it turned back white overnight, which drove them crazy, but I secretly loved it. It's like my hair was rebelling long before I started. My dad was a rich politician, and over the course of his career, he kept going after big criminals and making enemies. So my parents were always super paranoid about my safety, and I had a security team on my tail all the time.
Can you guys please move away from the bathroom door? You don't need to hear all the sounds my butt makes. Let me poop in peace. For the last time, the poor lunch lady is not trying to kill me.
Oh, for crying out loud, he was just giving me a box of chocolates, not a bomb. Your security team is ruining my life. No boy at college will even look at me now. Do you want me to be single and loveless forever?
Sounds good to me.
He's kidding, honey. But it's so hard to trust new people. You know, Jake is back in town after becoming the state's youngest police detective.
You mean your best friend's son and my ex, Jake? Are you serious, Mom?
It could be different this time. You haven't seen him in 4 years.
Hasn't been long enough. Jake was 3 years older than me, and we'd known each other since we were kids. We dated for a few months when I was 16, but we were completely wrong for each other. And saying it hadn't ended well was an understatement.
Marion, have you heard a word I said?
Yeah, no.
We're hosting a banquet at our place this weekend, at the end of which I'll be announcing that I'm running for president.
The president of what?
The country, of course.
What? Are you kidding me?
Listen, I know my political career places restrictions on your life, but we have to look at the big picture here.
Which is what, Dad?
The chance to do good. I have the power to make change, and with great power comes great—
Oh my God, don't finish that sentence. You're not Spider-Man or some other superhero with a cliched line. You're my dad, but all your life you've put your career first.
That's not fair.
I don't care, because all I know is you're making me miserable. Of course, nothing was gonna change Dad's mind, so the least I could do was sulk and reject all his peace offerings. And on the evening of the banquet, I pretended I was having the worst period cramps any woman had ever experienced, pulled out my running away plans, and then used this opportunity while everyone was busy to escape. And well, you know the rest about what happened that night.
What were you thinking, running away like that?
And what do you mean there was a faceless creature, and he sniffed you?
I do smell very nice, and I don't know if it was a he or a she or they.
It looked like a tall man. He ran away as I came towards you on my bike. I would have followed him, but you were screaming like you'd been stabbed. Now, can you describe the creature?
How? I'm telling you, no face, nada. There was a black hole instead.
Maybe he was just wearing some mask? You do have an overactive imagination. Weren't you always writing some dumb horror novel?
I'm not making this up.
Oh God, he could be someone from one of the mafia gangs I busted recently. Maybe he's been stalking you and followed you from the mansion when you ran away. We'll just have to amp up security.
You mean besides the 8 morons who follow me around all day already?
With all due respect, sir, I think we need a more qualified personal bodyguard. I can interview some candidates for you.
That would be wonderful, Jake.
Hey, Hey, no one's choosing a personal bodyguard for me without my approval.
Okay, Your Highness, I'll bring the candidates here and you can interview them with me. If there's nothing else, I'll get going now.
Why don't you see Jake out, honey?
He's a detective. He'll find his way.
Marion.
All right. As I walked with Jake to the main door, I couldn't help giving him a side glance. He was cuter than I remembered, even though I wasn't a huge fan of the unshaven look, and I wish he'd tuck his shirt in.
If you want to check me out, just say so. I'll let you do it without hurting your eyes so much.
As if. I was just wondering why you're aging so badly.
Can't say the same for you. You're definitely prettier now.
I could feel my face going red.
But your annoying personality totally ruins it.
What were you doing out there tonight anyway?
Your mother panic called me after they found out you'd run away. I knew you couldn't have gone too far on foot, so I was scouting the area. You still haven't thanked me, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad you're all right.
Suddenly, his hand was on my arm, and he was leaning in closer, and he was looking at my lips. I felt kind of lightheaded and...
Got it. You had a leaf in your hair. Wait, you didn't think I was gonna kiss you, did you?
Ew, barf, puke. Why would you even say that?
'Cause you're pouting.
It's the face I make when I'm disgusted, which I am with you so close to me.
Good, we're on the same page then. I gotta go. I'm late for a date.
Ugh, of course he had a date. It was just me who was gonna die loveless and alone.
Oh, wow. I've forgotten how good your chefs are.
There's ketchup on your shirt and mustard on your face. Can we just start the interviews? Nope, too old. His reaction time is probably slower than mine. Nope, too chatty. He'll chew my ear off all day. Did you see his long nose hair? Ew, Jake, ew. What kind of self-respecting bodyguard wears bright pink socks? His tie was crooked, and so were his teeth.
You're just finding stupid reasons to reject everyone. My team took 3 days to compile this list.
Look, this person has to spend every waking moment with me, and it has to be someone I'm comfortable with. Next! As the door opened and I looked up, my jaw dropped to the floor. The guy who'd walked in was tall, dark, handsome, and then some. He had skin like marble, cheekbones you could grate cheese on, and intense blue eyes that pierced my soul. He was immaculately dressed, and you could tell through his clothes that he was ripped.
Your name is Magnus, right? Your references seem, excellent. Yes, very good.
He's hired.
What? The interview isn't over. It's not even started.
Excellent references, right? That's all I need to know. You're hired, Magnet.
His name is Magnus.
I know. I'm not stupid. So you can start tomorrow, yes?
I certainly can, Miss Marion.
Oh my God, that voice. I was melting like butter on warm toast. Welcome to our home.
After I've run a background check and consulted with Miss Marion's parents, Magnus will be in touch.
As Magnus nodded and turned to leave, Jake suddenly grabbed an apple from the table and shot it straight at him. Seconds before it was about to hit the back of his head, Magnus turned around and caught it with one hand. What was that?
Just checking his reflexes. Not bad.
Magnus smirked and tossed the apple to Jake before leaving, and I sat down in a daze.
You are unbelievable.
What? You were dying for me to hire one of your candidates, and I just did.
The only reason you hired him is because he's devastatingly handsome.
I always had a feeling you were gay and hiding it.
Marion, I don't have a good feeling about this guy. Something's off.
Yes, his good looks are off the charts. If you're having a problem, just do your background check, dude.
Oh, I'll definitely be doing that.
Have fun. By the way, your fly's been open the whole time.
What? No, it's not.
But I made you look. Jake's background check didn't reveal anything suspicious, so my parents were happy to have Magnus on board and had him settled into a room close to mine the next day. And I was ecstatic. I just had to work on acting cool around him and not make my giant crush super obvious. And when I walked into college with Magnus by my side, I could see how everyone was flipping out. Even my philosophy teacher was so distracted by his presence, she dropped water on her desk, sat on her glasses, and tripped over a wire.
Girl, you're so lucky your life is in danger. I'm so jealous right now.
I know. You're gonna make a move on him, right?
No! That is so inappropriate. The thought of overstepping boundaries with an employee would never even cross my mind. How do I look in this red dress?
It's not my job to have an opinion about your clothes, Miss Marion.
Okay, then. Oh gosh, the zip seems to be stuck. I'm not kidding. It's really not moving. How about a damsel in distress? As Magnus came closer and I felt his hand on my back, my heart started racing.
I'll call a store employee.
Why don't you order something too?
I don't eat or drink on the job.
but you're on the job all the time. By the way, does it bother your girlfriend that your work involves taking care of a pretty girl?
I don't have a girlfriend.
Oh, thank God. I mean, I'm glad because I have a knack for setting up people. No one specific in mind for you right now, but I could look into it. So, what kind of girls do you like?
The non-existent kind. The car's here, ma'am. Let's go.
Hi, I was just wondering if you'd do me a huge favor. See, I've been working on this horror novel for a few years now, and I'd love to get your opinion. I think it's great, actually. Okay, I don't want to oversell it, but I really like the first 10 chapters. No, wait, 5. The first 5 chapters are good. Okay, fine. The first 3 pages. All right, I love the title, and maybe the rest of it is all bad. It's years of work, and I'm terrified it's not good, and I just need someone to read it and tell me... So, did you start reading my book?
Yes, I actually finished it last night.
Wow, that was fast. What did you think of it?
It's not my job to have an opinion about anything except your safety, Miss Marian.
Ugh, this beautiful demigod was made of stone, and he couldn't be less interested in me. Later that night, I was sleeping deeply when I woke up to the smell of smoke. I ran towards my door, but I opened it to find huge flames sweeping across the hall. I screamed for help, but no one was around. I had no choice left but to jump out of my window. The flames were roaring in. I had to jump now.
Marian, no! Wake up!
My eyes flew open, and I found myself on the window ledge with Magnus pulling me back in. Magnus, there was a fire! Just now, it was everywhere!
Hey, slow down. You were having a nightmare. You're fine.
Oh my God!
I got you.
Magnus held me close, and I felt my heartbeat slowly coming back to normal.
It wasn't mentioned in your file that you're a sleepwalker and a potential danger to yourself.
I sometimes sleepwalked as a kid, but I haven't in years. How did you even know?
I heard you cry out for help.
Across the hall? In your room?
Yeah, you can be quite loud for such a tiny person.
Well, I'm pretty sure my door was locked.
I just kicked it open.
Wow, I guess you're a good guy to have around for emergencies.
That's why you hired me, right? I'm just really glad I got here in time.
Magnus gently stroked my cheek and looked deep into my eyes, and I felt like I was drowning in his. My heart was beating hard as I leaned in, but he suddenly drew away.
You should try to get some sleep now. Good night, Miss Marian.
And then he just left. As I went to the door to close it, I noticed the metal doorknob was completely crushed. What kind of superhuman strength had Magnus used to open my door? I thought I'd question him in the morning, but I woke up to find the doorknob completely fine. Jeez, maybe Jake was right and my overactive imagination was playing tricks on my mind. But I was sure I wasn't imagining that something between me and Magnus had changed. He was as serious as ever, but every now and then I caught him looking at me quite intensely. And a few nights later, when my parents were hosting their annual Christmas party, I stepped out of my room, and the way his gaze lingered on me for a few extra seconds made my toes tingle. How do I look, Magnus? Oh, wait, sorry, I forgot. It's not your job to have an opinion. Never mind.
You look stunning. Let's go. Your parents are waiting.
I was still feeling giddy over the compliment when I went downstairs and spotted Jake among the guests in the most hideous reindeer sweater. Are you trying to embarrass your parents, man? I know your mom's too cool to make you that ugly thing, so I guess your girlfriend gave it to you?
No, I found a kidnapped 6-year-old this week, and her mom gave it to me as a thank you present.
Oh, wow! Congratulations! And it's sweet that you're wearing it. I guess not all heroes wear capes and underwear over their clothes, huh?
No, some of us just wear itchy sweaters. You look amazing, by the way.
Okay, I'm waiting for an insult to follow.
I seem to be out of them right now. Care to dance?
As Jake pulled me close by the waist, my tummy did a funny little flip.
So, how are things going with Matthew?
It's Magnus, and yeah, he's great. Very professional. You know, last night I was sleepwalking and nearly jumped out of my window.
What?
But Magnus was by my side instantly. He's really good at his job.
Magnus was in your room? You know you shouldn't trust him completely. He's a stranger.
He was there to save me, and I'm supposed to trust my bodyguard with my life, no?
Yeah, but he's still very new, and there's something about this guy that makes me uneasy. I'm still looking into his background.
Jake, are you jealous of him?
What, me? Jealous of him? Why would I be jealous?
Maybe because he's devastatingly handsome and he's your ex-girlfriend's bodyguard.
I'm very secure about the way I look, and this isn't about me being hung up on us. We were terrible together, remember?
Yeah, the worst. We argued all the time.
Over the stupidest things. Do you remember we once had a fight because you kept insisting Batman's car is called Batman-mobile?
It is called Batman-mobile.
No, it's just Batmobile.
I'd love to be wrong about this.
Congratulations, you are! See this?
Okay, fine. You're right about one lame thing.
Can I have that in writing?
We both laughed. It wasn't all bad, right? I mean, when we were together.
No, I can recall some pretty good moments.
Jake pulled me in even closer, and our faces were inches apart when suddenly the music stopped and he abruptly pulled away. Oh my god, was any guy gonna kiss me? And why was I attracted to both Jake and Magnus? And why were they both giving me such mixed signals? And it only got more confusing from there. Jake started making excuses to show up all the time. At home, even at college, and I could sense Magnus wasn't really loving it.
Hey, so I was just at the farmer's market and I saw this sweet old lady selling peaches, and I hate peaches, but I remembered you love them, so I got them for you.
Suddenly, Magnus leapt forward, grabbed the box from him, and threw it in the trash.
What the heck?
Do you know that Miss Marion is only allergic to one thing in the world, and that's peaches?
It's true.
Oh, I knew there was some connection between you and Peaches. I just forgot what.
Maybe you should read her file properly.
Maybe you should just mind your business, dude.
This is literally my business, sir.
Guys, calm down. No one ate peaches, no one nearly died. It's all good.
I am calm. It's not like I was gonna fight Magnus over this.
Good, because you wouldn't be any match for me.
Are you kidding me right now? I'm a trained police detective.
So you sit at your desk all day studying cases and eating donuts. It shows.
Oh, is that so? Well, then I challenge you to a match at my boxing club tonight.
If Miss Marion is willing to come, I'll be there.
What the heck was happening? Okay, this was too entertaining not to find out. I'm in.
Ow, ow, ow.
Why did you challenge Magnus to a fight, dummy?
Because he gets under my skin.
Well, it was stupid, cause he's ripped, and you're not as ripped, but you still look good.
What's his workout routine anyway?
I don't know. I've never seen him work out. Maybe he's just naturally blessed.
Maybe you should just leave.
I really had no idea when Magnus did anything. But late one night, as I was writing at my desk, I looked out the window to see Magnus walking across the backyard, and I decided to follow him. And I found him in a school football field, lifting a massive boulder for weight training like it was nothing. What on freaking earth? And then he started running laps around the field at a speed that made my head spin. He was going so fast, he was becoming a blur. I let out a gasp, and suddenly he stopped. He looked here and there for a few seconds and then quickly left. My heart was pounding as my thoughts raced. I ran back home to confront him, and when I knocked on his door, he opened it sleepily.
Is everything okay, Miss Marion?
No, everything is not okay. Don't even act like you were sleeping right now. I saw you.
What are you talking about?
I saw you on the football field, lifting a giant rock and running at supersonic speed.
Have you been sleepwalking again? This is very dangerous.
Don't change the subject. It was you, Magnus, and I want to know who you really are. Are you even human?
Are you giving me a compliment or interrogating me? Look, I've been asleep for hours, and I don't know what you saw, but it wasn't me. It's your overactive imagination.
I hate it when people say that. I know what I saw, and I think you have superpowers.
Well, I'll admit, I do have one superpower. I can read minds.
Suddenly, Magnus was leaning in really close. Can you?
Yeah, you're thinking that I look exceptionally good right now, and you know it's inappropriate, but you're wondering what it would be like if I kissed you.
You've never been more wrong about anything in your life.
Okay, so which one is it then? Do I have superpowers or not?
I guess not. I walked off to my room, feeling like I was losing my mind. It was definitely Magnus I'd seen in the field. A theory was forming in my head, and I needed to find out more to confirm it. I had midterm exams the following week, so I mostly kept to my room, avoided Magnus as much as possible, and didn't entertain Jake either. But on the weekend, there was a big college party at a dance club, and I was determined to go.
Your father isn't too enthusiastic about this. He's been cracking down on more criminal gangs lately, and he'd like you to stay out of the public eye as much as possible.
Well, can't you tell him that I'm going because I deserve some fun, and you'll protect me? That's why I have you around, right? The dance club was completely buzzing, and I was having a great time when suddenly someone pulled me away from my partner. It was Jake. What are you doing here?
Why haven't you been answering my calls?
I told you, I was busy studying.
Sure, looks like it. Look, I need to talk to you about Magnus.
Ugh, what now? Something is giving you an uneasy feeling in your stomach again?
Well, yeah.
Then either you have a crush on him or you're eating expired food. Either way, I've lost interest in this little game you're playing.
What game?
Jake, you haven't contacted me in 4 years, and I know you don't really like me, so the only explanation for you turning up all the time now is that you've got some silly ego competition going on with Magnus.
It's not like that.
Okay, so if Magnus is out of the picture, you'll still come around? Maybe ask me out?
Maybe. I might. But I really have something more important to talk about right now.
No, I just want to have fun. I was walking off when Jake grabbed my hand and then pulled me into a kiss that left me breathless.
Do I have your attention now?
But just then, Magnus was by my side, pushing Jake away.
What do you think you're doing?
It's clear that you're forcing yourself on Miss Marion, and I want you to leave.
Wait, no, that's not...
Don't tell me what to do. She's safe with me.
Aren't you a detective? It's always the ex-boyfriend who's trouble. I don't trust you.
The feeling is mutual.
Jake punched Magnus, and before I knew it, the two had broken out into a crazy fight. As a crowd gathered around them, I suddenly felt a hand clamped over my mouth, and some hooded man was dragging me away through a back entrance, and no one was even looking at me in the chaos. I tried to kick and scream, but the man's grip was too strong as he led me out into a dark alley. I felt panic rising in my chest when suddenly Magnus appeared and attacked the kidnapper. The man pushed Magnus off with a great force, sending him flying into a wall as he ran away. Magnus!
I'm fine. Are you okay?
Yeah, I think so. I just got really scared.
I'm so sorry, Marion. Hey, you're bleeding.
Just then, I noticed my leg was grazed and some blood was trickling down. Magnus drew a sharp breath and his face looked paler than usual. What is it?
Nothing. Sometimes blood makes me a bit sick. I'm calling the car. We need to get you home.
Where's Jake?
Punched him into a coma, hopefully.
Magnus?
He's fine.
I want to know exactly what happened tonight. How is it that a police detective and a bodyguard I pay a lot of money to were both there at the nightclub and my daughter nearly got kidnapped?
Jake is interfering with my job, and his actions tonight put Miss Marion in great danger.
You need to fire him, sir. I've been meeting with the people who previously hired him, and what they said about him is very suspicious.
Which is what?
They all said the same thing about how great he is at his job, but it sounded fake, like they'd been hypnotized or something.
We were all looking at Jake like he was crazy.
And that's not all. A few days ago, I saw a tattoo on his wrist, which I traced back to a dangerous criminal group that escaped prison a few years ago. Show us your left wrist, Magnus.
Magnus looked at Jake silently and pulled up both sleeves, and neither had any tattoo.
What? No, I saw it. I'm certain of it.
Jake, I don't know what's going on with you, but you need to stay away from Marion. I won't have your wild theories put my daughter's life in danger. Let the bodyguard do his job.
But I'm doing my job too, and I know I'm right.
I don't remember hiring you for one. I'm getting a restraining order against you, Jake. Stay away.
Jake gave me a long look, then left angrily. Later that night, I just couldn't sleep and went up to the rooftop, only to find Magnus behind me minutes later.
Sorry, I feel extra paranoid after what happened tonight.
You know something, Magnus? Jake is wrong about many things, but he's right about one. You've been lying about who you really are, and I know who you are.
Do you?
Later that night, I just couldn't sleep and went up to the rooftop, only to find Magnus behind me minutes later.
Sorry, I feel extra paranoid after what happened tonight.
You know something, Magnus? Jake is wrong about many things, but he's right about one. You've been lying about who you really are, and I know who you are.
Do you?
Yes, you're a vampire. Magnus looked at me for a few seconds, then started laughing. Don't mock me. I know you have superhuman strength. You crushed my metal doorknob, which I'm guessing you replaced before I woke up. I saw you lifting a boulder like it was a cat and running at supersonic speeds. You have a heightened sense of hearing. That's why you heard me talking in my sleep. And that ring you wear, it's an amethyst and it protects you from the sun, right? Also, I noticed your face when you saw my blood. I don't think blood makes you sick. There's another term for it. It's called bloodlust. Magnus's face was as expressionless as a rock.
You're wrong.
Suddenly, I felt furious, and I stepped onto the ledge.
What do you think you're doing?
Vampires can fly too, right? According to all my research, they can. So I'm gonna jump off the roof, and if you're a vampire, you'll save me. And if you're not...
Are you insane? Get off the ledge!
Admit that you're a vampire!
I'm not a vampire!
Stop lying to me!
Just get off and we'll talk, okay? I promise.
I was about to climb down when suddenly my foot slipped and I fell off the roof. Ah! The scream had barely left my throat when I felt Magnus scoop me up in his arms and fly up to the sky. Oh my god, we're freaking flying!
Marion, are you out of your mind? What if I wasn't a vampire?
I wasn't actually gonna jump. That was an accident. But thank God you're a vampire. And I can't believe I'm flying. Woohoo! We flew over the city lights and ended up on top of a tall building, looking down at the amazing view. Are you gonna tell me the truth now? Why would a vampire need a job as a bodyguard? Aren't you guys supposed to be loaded? What are you actually doing here? And who tried kidnapping me tonight? If someone could send you flying like that, it wasn't human.
You're pretty smart, aren't you? I didn't think so after reading that novel of yours.
Aha! So you hated it. Okay, we'll talk about that later.
Since you've done your research, I'm sure you know that vampires are almost extinct by now. Humans over the centuries have tried everything to eliminate us, but the most successful campaign against us has been to poison every water body in this earth with silver. It does nothing to humans, but once it's in the bloodstream of vampires, it slowly kills them like cancer. There are only a few hundred of us left now, and we'll all die.
How long have you been alive?
About 3 centuries.
Whoa, and now, how much time do you have left?
Maybe another 50, 60 years. To be honest, I'm okay with that. People wish they could live forever, but when you live that long, you witness a lot of terrible things, and I've seen enough. However, most vampires don't share my view, and some of them are very sick, so they'll die soon. That's kind of where you come in.
Me? What do I have to do with this?
Do you have any idea why your hair turned white and your eyes changed color?
No, I just know I was 5 and I was vacationing in the Swiss Alps.
Apparently, when you were there, you ate a very rare magical flower, the kind that blooms once in centuries.
Oh, I did like eating flowers as a kid.
That flower caused your eyes and hair to change, and it gave you another power. It makes your blood pure from silver, and that makes it a cure for the disease killing vampires.
How do you know all this?
Many years ago, a vampire with very strong powers said she'd seen a girl in a dream whose blood was made pure by that flower. She described her with the unique features that you have, so you can imagine that vampires have been looking for such a girl for a while. And then a few weeks ago, I saw you on the news with your father. I wanted to get closer to find out if you're the one, so I'd been keeping an eye on you. The creature you met when you ran from home, that was me.
I knew it wasn't human. So, should I be afraid of you? Are you after my blood?
No, I told you I don't want a longer life. But I did fake my references and signed up to be your bodyguard to get closer to you, find out if you really are the one, and then protect you from the other vampires who will inevitably find you. I think one of them just did.
And you're sure it's me?
I wasn't, till I smelt your blood tonight. It definitely is you.
Okay. This is a lot to process. You know, I can donate a little blood if it'll save you guys.
A little won't do. They'll take enough to kill you.
His words sent a shiver down my spine. So, what do I do now? I'll never be safe. I'll be hunted all my life.
The only thing I can think of right now is to get you to a safe place. And then I have to somehow convince the other vampires that you're not the one.
Why are you protecting me? Why do you even care?
Because you don't deserve to die so we can live longer. Also, I've developed something like affection for you. Let's say I've grown fond of you.
300 years on this planet and you haven't learned better words to tell a girl you like her?
How about I tell you another way instead?
And then Magnus pulled me in for a long kiss. We didn't want to send my parents into panic mode, so I acted like I was really shaken up by the recent kidnapping attempt and needed to get away from the city for a while. Magnus said he could take me to a safe house, and my parents agreed. I'm surprised my paranoid parents trust you so much.
I may have used my hypnotic convincing powers on them.
I am both fascinated and terrified by you.
I would never hurt you. Just trust me on that.
Magnus drove for hours deep into the countryside, and the safe house we arrived at was a giant-sized mansion, more luxurious than any place I'd ever seen. He settled me into a huge suite and then placed a locket around my neck.
I have to go right now, but my servants here are completely trustworthy and will look after you. If you need me, just press on the locket and I'll be here in a heartbeat. Will you be all right?
Yeah, of course. Magnus kissed me gently and left, but I just couldn't sleep that night. I couldn't get rid of a nagging feeling in my heart. I looked over at my phone, wanting to call Jake, but I had no signal. Finally, I jumped out of bed and left my room to explore the mansion. I just reached the main hall and was looking at a painting when suddenly, loud alarms started blaring all over the place. I stood frozen in panic, then started pressing the locket like crazy. And within seconds, Magnus was by my side.
There's a security breach. We need to leave. Now!
Just then, the main door flew open and a man walked in. He was tall and pale like Magnus, but his cheekbones were sunken in, and he had a manic look in his dark eyes.
What's the holdup, brother? You were supposed to bring the girl to us weeks ago.
Excuse me?
Leonard, was it you who tried to kidnap her yesterday?
Yes, because I don't know what's been taking you so long. We need the girl now.
I needed to be sure if she's the one, and she isn't. I've seen and smelled her blood.
Why should I trust your judgment? We can try the cure with her blood anyway. If it works, fantastic. If it doesn't, who cares if we've killed one human? We'll keep looking.
No! I won't let you kill someone senselessly!
These humans are the ones who poisoned us. You promised you'd find the girl that could cure our community.
Magnus, you lied to me?
No! I mean, it started off that way, Marion. But now, I really don't think it's right to kill anyone just so we can live longer.
You mean you're stupid enough to have fallen for this girl and now you've changed your mind? So, is she ready to turn into a vampire for you?
What? I don't want to be a vampire!
No other way for you to be together. This love story is doomed, brother, so let her serve a better purpose.
Leonard leapt towards me, and Magnus let out a snarl and attacked him. The two were fighting viciously as I tried running towards the door, only to find Jake running in. Oh my god, Jake!
You're B positive, right?
What?
Your blood type.
Yes?
So am I. Just wanted to make sure before I do this.
And then Jake pulled out a syringe full of blood and stabbed me in the arm with it. My scream made both the vampires turn towards me, and I felt a weakness that made me drop to my knees.
Your hair and your eyes, they've gone back to normal.
What's going on?
Her blood isn't special anymore. It's contaminated. Leonard, it's over. She's of no use to us anymore.
Leonard stared at me with a manic face, then let out a furious scream and attacked Jake, who immediately fell to the floor while Leonard escaped. Jake!
We have to get him to a hospital, now!
He's gonna be okay, right?
Yes, he just has a concussion. He'll be fine.
He better be, or I swear to God, I'll kill you! I started punching Magnus angrily, and he grabbed my wrists.
He will be, and I'm sorry about everything.
You lied. You didn't become my bodyguard to protect me. You wanted my blood.
Yes, I lied, but I didn't want it for myself. There are so many vampires who are really sick by now and don't want to die. I wanted to help them, but I swear, a day after I met you, I already knew I'd never be able to go through with it. I don't want to kill any human, least of all you. And I never meant for Jake to get hurt either.
How did he even find me? And how did he know the whole blood thing?
He's a smart detective. I did have a tattoo on my wrist, which is my family crest, and I had a feeling Jake had seen it and would dig into it, so I removed it. Also, I found some microbugs on myself today. And there's probably some on you too. He's been hearing everything and tracking us.
And he just decided to come and deal with vampires and save me without any backup? That's crazy.
People do crazy things for people they love. By the way, I'm resigning as your bodyguard.
You were fired anyway. Magnus smiled, then took my hands.
There's no chance you would go out with me, right?
Not if I have to turn into a vampire. What did your brother mean by that?
I am, after all, a creature that thirsts for human blood. If I was around you long enough, I wouldn't be able to resist the temptation, and I'd eventually end up turning you into a vampire too. It wouldn't be the worst life. You know, you'd get superpowers. I'm really rich. We could fly around the world.
It sounds tempting and hella scary. Magnus, you're lovely, but I don't see a future here. I don't like you enough to even think about giving up my life as a human.
And you shouldn't. You're a pretty special human. And between the two of us, Jake's the better guy anyway. He's got a really good heart, and I do see you two having a future together. So, I guess this is goodbye then, Marion.
Goodbye, Magnus. He kissed me on the cheek and then left. And a few hours later, I was so relieved when Jake woke up.
I overheard the whole crazy conversation about Magnus being a vampire and your blood being the cure to the vampire disease. It was so absurd, it sounded like those stupid stories you write.
Can you stay on track and not insult me?
But it all added up, and you figuring out that he was a vampire was actually pretty cool. You seemed convinced that he was going to protect you, but I couldn't trust him. So I followed you to his mansion, waiting for a chance to get in. I figured if your blood is special and that's why vampires are after you, I had to do something to make you just like the rest of us. I didn't know if it would even work. It was just a hunch.
I guess your gut instincts make you a good detective. You knew from the start something was off about Magnus.
Yeah, but that might have more to do with jealousy. I mean, come on, I'm straight as an arrow, but sometimes even I just wanted to stare at his face and touch his hair. I don't blame you for crushing hard on him.
Yeah, but maybe that's all it was. A crush. He left anyway. He said you're the better guy.
What? He did? Why?
Beats me. I mean, given his superior looks, his amazing voice, his superpowers.
I'm sorry I asked.
But you're definitely the better kisser. Believe me, even I was surprised. His kiss kinda gave me a brain freeze.
Wow, I kiss better than a hot vampire? Can I have this in writing?
You'll have to kiss me again, so I can be sure.
Hey now, wipe that frown out of your pretty face. Listen to me, Marion. I won't hesitate to take that supernatural blow many times over just to save you. Bleeding will stop, bruises will heal, and broken bones will mend back together eventually.
I knew something wasn't right with you. Anyone, please help! Jake! Hi, I'm Anna Sorokin, aka Anna Delvey. Con artist? Maybe. Opportunist? Definitely. Icon? Obviously. Anyway, I grew up in a drab, working-class Russian town where I fantasized about a completely different, much more glamorous existence. I refused to turn out like my boring, generic parents. Nope, I was going to pursue fame and fortune, no matter the cost.
In high school, I got pretty good at designing my own clothes. And honestly, people noticed. Compliments were flying left and right. But then, when I was 16, my parents decided to move us to Germany. I thought my new classmates would totally vibe with my unique style, but nope, they roasted me for being different.
What? You didn't get enough attention in Russia?
I couldn't even understand what they were saying. I was still learning German, but the pointing and snickering I heard loud and clear. Can you free me the ketchup, please?
Sure.
What the heck?
You said free the ketchup!
Just then, I grabbed my harmonica bottle, taking a sip before casually playing a tune on the cap's built-in harmonica. I wasn't even thinking about it, just something I did. But suddenly, all eyes were on me.
Wait, what was that?
What was what?
The bottle. You played it like a harmonica.
Oh, yeah. It's a water bottle and a harmonica, obviously.
That's insane! I need one.
By the next week, I had ordered a few bottles for them from Amazon. They acted all grateful. For a while, I thought, maybe this is it. Maybe they'll start being nice to me. Then, a few days later...
So, there aren't any left from the ones you gave us? Can I have yours? It's for my sister.
I hesitated, but handed it over, thinking this has to be a turning point. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. They stayed mean. By the way, grab your harmonica bottle from the link in the description, guys. I was holding back tears. No way could I let them see me cry. They'd tear me apart. So I bolted to the bathroom and let it all out. But as I sat there, staring at the same ugly black loafers peeking out from the stalls, it hit me. They're the ones who have it all wrong. Just small town chic with zero taste. Me? I had the big dreams. They didn't hate me. They were just jealous. When I was 18, I was accepted into the prestigious Central St. Martin's Art School in London. But my first class was boring. The professor had no charisma, no sense of style, and his voice sounded like listening to paint dry. I can't take it. How do you expect anyone to learn anything when you're more dull than the subject matter? Everyone stopped and stared at me dumbfounded. I didn't belong here either. Russia was too drab, London too stuffy. It was time to go to a place where people weren't afraid to stand out from the crowd. Berlin. I got an internship at a PR company where I learned that everything in this world is built on image, money, power, and success.
Darling, are you wearing polyester to a client dinner with a fashion company? I cannot have your poor taste reflecting poorly on me. Where do you shop?
I make my own clothes, actually. It's cheaper.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I could tell my boss totally lost respect for me after that. No one takes a poor person seriously. Ugh, I quit the internship before I could get fired. I was ready to fake it till I made it. It was time to inhabit the successful fashionista I would one day become. I moved to Paris with $20 in my pocket to pursue an internship with Purple magazine. My great aunt was the first woman in our family to wear a tube top in Russia. She was so counterculture. Let me bring that love of the bold to your magazine. You won't regret it. It worked. I was hired on the spot. But Paris was expensive for a 20-year-old, and $400 a month wasn't enough to fake being glamorous. So I asked for a job and didn't get it. I begged my parents for money to help me finish my internship, but let's just say I spent it on trying to make a name for myself. Dinners at Paris's finest restaurants, nights out mingling with the rich and beautiful at the most exclusive clubs. But soon, I ran out of money.
You owe me 2 months' rent, Anna.
I had no way of keeping up rent, so I decided to flee the country and move to America. 48 hours later, I arrived in New York City and checked into the chicest hotel in Manhattan. I used my Purple magazine ID badge to gain access to an exclusive event at New York Fashion Week. And with my blazing blue power suit, I arrived on the red carpet, confidently posing for pics. People seemed to believe I was someone, because suddenly, click, 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 photos were being snapped of me left and right. The taller I stood, the more interested people were to know me. A woman a little older, maybe 23, with perfect hair, started chatting me up.
Oh my gosh, I love your blazer. Where did you get it?
Custom made by moi.
Oh, I think I detected an accent. Where are you from, if you don't mind me?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm from Germany, Berlin.
Oh, no way. I have friends in Berlin. What's your last name?
Delvey. Okay, I lied. But I was trying to reinvent myself. I didn't want to be seen as the poor working-class girl from Russia.
Your badge says Sorokin and I don't see you on the list. Can I see ID?
Ugh, sorry. I'm going through a divorce and I keep forgetting it's not finalized.
ID.
If I showed my ID, the woman would know I wasn't on the list, and Rachel would know I wasn't from Germany. So I rifled through my purse, pretending to look for my wallet. Oh my gosh. Ugh, I think I left it at home. I can't go back there. He's there. I can't see him. I'm sorry. It's been... And then I started weeping, a skill I practiced back in Russia.
Oh my gosh, honey, don't cry. Your makeup is going to smudge.
Rachel must have actually believed me, because soon she was lying to the check-in woman.
She's with me. It's okay. My guest canceled. Please, she's clearly going through a lot.
The check-in woman looked at me pitifully, and then stoically nodded, letting me through. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you.
Of course. I know how hard divorces can be.
You've been through one?
I feel like I have. I just watched Eat, Pray, Love, and what Julia Roberts goes through in that movie, I can't imagine.
Rachel was perfect. She was bubbly, energetic, and was a photo editor for Vanity Fair. She knew everyone who mattered in Manhattan. Her best trait, though, was believing everything I told her, including that I was a German heiress who was looking to launch the Anna Delvey organization, a private art foundation where all the best creators and entrepreneurs in New York could feature their work and foster a like-minded community of tastemakers. Rachel loved it.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Well, I could use some help. I'm looking for investors.
I can introduce you to some people. You deserve something good after what you've been through.
She was right. I did deserve something good. And the more the idea of my organization looked like it could become a reality, the more obsessed I became with making it happen. I opened 5 new credit cards and followed Rachel's lead. She showed me where to eat, where to party, and where to be seen. And through her, I met the upper crust of young, successful New Yorkers. DJs, chefs, architects, artists. But finding investors was taking longer than expected. Within weeks, my credit cards were almost maxed out. I needed to go big or go home, literally. So I hosted a swanky party in the Hamptons and invited the wealthiest people I knew. But on the day of the party, there was a slight hiccup.
What do you mean your credit card isn't working?
My ex-husband must have accidentally canceled it or something. Ugh, now the venue is saying they won't let us have the party. 1 second. I took out my phone and pretended to be on hold with my credit card company. Hello? Yes, I'm here. What do you mean I have to wait 5 to 7 days to use it? My party is today. It's in 10 minutes, actually.
Anna, it's okay. I can cover it for now. You're good for it, right?
Oh my gosh, of course. Thank you. And I was planning on paying her back. But rich people are very protective of their money, and I couldn't find investors. I tried securing a loan, but the bank wouldn't give me money unless they saw I already had some. The system was so rigged. So I forged some bank documents, saying I had a great deal of funds in a Swiss bank, and managed to get a nice little loan of $22 million, just as long as I paid the legal fees up front. Let's just say I had to figure out how to get $10,000 overnight. If you lend me this money, I promise I'll pay you back as soon as possible. Just email my financial advisor if you don't trust me. They did email him. Luckily, it was me who created the email address of this fake advisor and sent a message back to them ensuring Anna was good for the money. And it worked. I secured my $22 million loan, but I was hasty and made one fatal error. I accidentally told the bank I was born in Germany, even though my passport said Russia. I couldn't even keep up with my own lies. So the bank pulled my loan, and I was back at square one. Instead of bailing, I decided to go bigger, to create a reputation no one could ignore. I checked into a fancy hotel in Soho, bought an entirely new wardrobe, changed my hairdo, and started seeing a personal trainer named Casey. I also befriended the concierge at her hotel, Neff. You know Neff. Me and you aren't that different. I once knew what it was like to be close to the wealthy, but unable to reach them.
I thought you were an heiress.
Oh, well, it's complicated. Hey, how about you come with me to that new 5-star French restaurant on Park? My treat. I treated the staff members to spa days and fancy dinners, sparing no expense. But soon, I ran out of money. The hotel owner threatened to kick me out if I didn't pay up. I didn't know what to do. I needed time and space. So I booked a little vacation with
What money, you ask? Oh, just some fake checks in the amount of $80,000 that wouldn't bounce until after I went with Rachel and Casey to Morocco. But when we arrived at the hotel, my credit cards were declined.
Anna, what is going on with your finances? You said you own a yacht and you can't even pay for a Caesar salad?
It's just a glitch with the credit card company. I promise I'll pay you back. I have the cash back in New York. I'll give it to you first thing when we get there. And I meant it, truly. But when we returned to New York, I was shocked to find that my hotel key wasn't working. Neff, what's happening? Why can't I get in here?
You're getting kicked out. They said you owe them $30,000.
I have the cash. I just need to go get it from the room.
Your stuff isn't in there. They're keeping it and selling it. They gave you a lot of warnings, Anna. And why do you have $30,000 in cash? Who even are you?
Who am I? After everything I did for you? So ungrateful. Luckily, this country loves to give away credit cards like candy, so I just got a brand new one and checked into the Beekman Hotel, continuing my business plan with a renewed desperation. My strategy was this: get a loan from one bank and pay off the debt at the other bank. When the second bank realized I couldn't pay, I opened up a new account at a new bank and got a loan. It worked as long as I kept moving. Unfortunately, that meant I couldn't stay at any one hotel long enough to make an impression on the money-hoarding elite. By the end of 2017, I had lived in more than 7 hotels on credit alone. By my 8th hotel, my credit card was declined and I had to leave. But when I tried to get a new credit card, I was denied. Overnight, I was homeless, sleeping in my car on the side of a loud Manhattan street. Okay, I have friends. It'll all be fine. I always figure it out.
Anna, where have you been? Where is the money you owe me?
Rachel, I'm sorry. My life has just been crazy. I'll tell you all about it at lunch. Just meet me tomorrow and I'll bring the money. Promise.
You sound freezing. Are you okay?
I thought about telling her the truth. I really did. But I didn't want to hear it myself. Never better. At dinner, Rachel was staring daggers at me from across the table. I'll have the braised short rib. Thank you.
Who's paying for this?
Don't worry about it. I've got it.
You don't look so good, Anna.
Really? Is it my bangs?
No. Where is my money?
So, look, I'm still working on...
Anna, do you have my money or do you not?
Please, Rachel, I need a place to stay. I promise I will get you the money. But right now, I'm sleeping on the streets.
I don't believe anything you say anymore.
Wait!
If you try reaching out to me again, my lawyers will be the ones answering.
I was speechless, and I totally lost my appetite. With my head heavy, I walked to the bathroom. But as I was opening the door, a big, burly hand grabbed mine. I looked up and saw the gruffest, nastiest-looking cop glaring down at me.
I need you to come with me.
The cop slapped his handcuffs on me, dragging me out of the restaurant. He shoved me into the back of his cop car. When I arrived at the police station, they tossed me in a cell like a criminal. Hey, you can't do this. I want my lawyer. I get a phone call, don't I?
You owe a lot of people a lot of money.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Consider this a warning. You're gonna spend the night for attempting to dine and dash.
What?
And if you don't pay your debts within 30 days, the FBI is coming for you. 4 hotels are threatening to sue, 6 restaurants, 4 clubs. Should I go on?
I think I might have growled at him. He slammed the metal bar doors. At least I had a place to sleep for the night, I guess. Ugh, this sucked. I had to admit it. I had failed. The next morning, I decided to cut my losses and leave New York City. But as I was taking the subway to the airport, an advertisement caught my eye for a fancy rehabilitation center in Los Angeles, like the place celebs would go to. I Googled it, and it was totally that place. It was like a sign from above telling me what to do next. I needed to go to Malibu for rehab, so I booked a ticket with my credit card and arrived at the beautiful beach resort. But a month later, the rehab said my credit cards weren't working and gave me the boot. You're just going to kick me to the streets? What kind of rehabilitation place is this? I didn't even meet any celebrities there, and none of the rich people would invest in my foundation. The whole thing was a flop. As I watched the waves crash into the shore, I felt empty. Maybe it was time to admit I'd never win this game. It was rigged in favor of the rich, and I'd always be just poor. I was all alone, with nothing. Tears started pouring out of me, and then I got a phone call. Rachel?
Anna, I'm sorry I abandoned you and said such horrible things. I heard you're not in a very good place. Can we meet for lunch? I want to make it up to you.
I was actually relieved to hear someone's familiar voice, but still livid, obviously. I don't know. You treated me very cruelly, but I guess one lunch couldn't hurt.
Great. Meet me at the 5-star sushi spot you love. See you tomorrow night.
Wait! Tomorrow night? I was in Los Angeles, but I had no one else to turn to and nowhere else to go. And maybe this would be my chance to start over the right way. So I took a cab to the airport and bought a red-eye to New York. On the plane, I made a list of all the ethical ways I would try to achieve my dream. Hey, maybe I had learned something in rehab. I arrived the next morning, enthusiastic to start my new life. And when I met Rachel for sushi, she actually appeared happy to see me. I told Rachel about all the celebrities I'd met in rehab and all the new life lessons I'd learned.
Wow, you were only there for a month, but sounds like it was really good for you. I'm so happy. I just gotta run to the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
Okay. Honestly, it felt nice to have a friend again. Plus, she offered to cover the bill. She was taking a while in the bathroom, though. I got up to check on her, but a man was blocking my way. Wait, it wasn't just a man. It was that horrible cop again. Excuse me?
Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to come with me.
Ma'am?
You're under arrest for failing to pay over $150,000 in debt to credit card companies, hotels, and your peers. You have committed a federal offense. Anything you do or say will be held.
The officer slapped handcuffs on my wrist and kept reading me my rights. I was so caught off guard. On my way out, I saw Rachel emerge from the bathroom, smirking. Rachel, help me. Tell them they're wrong.
Anna, I'm the one who called them. I did some digging, and I know you were never married. And I know you're not an heiress. And I don't know what else you've been lying about, but I know this for sure. You're a crook and a fraud.
Traitor! The cops dragged me out of the restaurant in front of celebrity diners, fashion designers, models, all of the people I had spent years trying to impress. Everyone was staring. It was humiliating. And outside the restaurant, the scene was even more chaotic. Paparazzi were snapping photos left and right. Apparently, Rachel had gone to the press with a juicy story about a fake heiress. I was devastated until I came to a realization. People were taking my photos. They were looking at me. When I got to the police station, I saw my story being televised on primetime news.
Anna Delvey, a self-proclaimed socialite and heiress from Germany, swindled her way through New York City. She is now standing trial for her crimes.
Rachel didn't realize it, but she had finally gotten people to pay attention to me. I started bursting out laughing. I couldn't control myself.
What are you laughing about?
I did it.
Are you confessing?
What? No, I did something else. I got famous. Over the next few weeks, I sat in my prison cell, sketching ideas for all my fabulous trial outfits. I even got my attorney to arrange a wardrobe styling. I had the chicest outfits for every day I'd be sitting in that dreary courtroom. And if any of the other prisoners were rude to me, I wouldn't let them get away with it. Not anymore. One day, someone called me a fraud and spat in my food. I tackled her to the ground, and we got into a full-on slap fight. The guards pulled us apart and shoved me in solitary confinement. Thank God, I can finally focus on my sketches without all the noise. I had been getting more attention than ever before. I was all over social media, magazines, and TV. The fake heiress, the chic scam artist, the sly socialite. There was even an Instagram dedicated to my courtroom outfits. When a reporter asked if I felt guilty, I simply said, I'd be lying to you and everyone else and to myself if I said I was sorry for anything. I'm just a girl from a poor family who wanted the American dream. Some people get handed money when they're born. Not me. Why should the rich get all the opportunities? I didn't hurt anyone. I just wanted more for myself. And I meant it. What was the point in lying? I had done that enough. I was tired of it. After 2 days of jury deliberation, the verdict was announced. I was on the edge of my seat.
Anna Sorokin, aka Delvey, is charged with 2 attempts of grand larceny, larceny in the 2nd degree, and theft of services, and sentenced to 4 to 12 years in prison.
4 to 12 years? I thought only murderers got that kind of time. I guess I'd have to make it worth it. I spent my prison sentence keeping to myself and writing my biography about the fake heiress who went to prison. It was a compelling story after all, and Netflix agreed. While I was in jail, they paid me almost $500,000 to consult on a television show about my life. 2 years later, in 2022, I was released from prison. I had made enough money to rent a flat in Greenwich Village in New York City and was able to serve the rest of my sentence
sentence there. I was neighbors with all the greatest creative minds of this century, working on my art, getting the finest food delivered to my door. What else can a girl ask for? Oh, how about a gallery show and $500,000 in sales for my artwork? And let's not forget my latest stint on Dancing with the Stars, though that didn't go over so well. After all I've been through, you're probably wondering, was it all worth it? Well, my criminal years are behind me. I'm a household name, and people are still writing stories about me and paying me for it. And also you, watching my story right now. So yeah, it wasn't the most conventional route, but I think I pulled it off.
Hi, I'm Ariel and I live in California. Please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll find a surprise on the third shelf of your closet tomorrow. Believe me, it works. I wasn't born in California. For most of my childhood, I lived in a small town where everyone knew everyone. I wasn't popular, but I was friendly and loved my life. It was perfect, except for one little thing. My mom was obsessed with making me a star. Wear pink, it brings your eyes out. But I like black, Mom. It's a cool color, and I even have matching shoes. You do as I say, or I won't allow you to play at all. She tried everything, like putting me in the most adorable kid contests and posting me all over social media. I never won anything, but that never stopped her. She made me sing, but I was so bad that my instructor quit after my second lesson. I tried learning a musical instrument, but that only led to me being banned from music class. When I turned to—
You have the nerve to talk back to me? You— Dad stopped mid-sentence when his eyes met mine. Seeing me, Dean rushed out of the room, but I followed him. Why were you fighting with Dad? It's nothing, Sakura. I failed my exam, so Dad was angry. I tried to talk to Dean after that, but he shut himself in his room. I knew what would make him happy, the present. I waited for him on the roof, but he didn't show up. The next day when I went to his room, Mom told me he'd left for his university while I was asleep. I couldn't believe he'd broken our tradition. How could he do this? I immediately called him. You left without saying goodbye. I'm sorry, Panda. Something came up, but I'll make it up to you, okay? With the best gift ever. Yay, cool! But what about your gift? Keep it safe with you for now. I'll take it when I come back home next. Deal? Deal. But Dean never came back. I waited every year for him, but he missed all the occasions. Every time I called him, he said he was busy. It broke my heart. With time, I got used to not having Dean around and started concentrating on making Dad proud. Soon, I was 18 and going to medical school. I was excited, but not as excited as my dad. He was over the moon. I tried my best, but being a medical student was tough. And before I knew it, I was failing my classes. Dad was gonna be so mad. I remembered how he was fuming at Dean for failing. My fear got the best of me, and I asked my tech-savvy roommate to make me a fake report card with an A+ grade, and she did a fab job. I wish I had this talent. That weekend when I went home, Dad looked at me with a poker face as he saw my result. Dad, look, I'm the smartest in my class. You could have done a better job, Sakura. I'll do better and get better grades, don't worry. No, I mean with this Photoshop work. Blood drained from my face as I saw Dad looking like he was going to explode. Your professor called me and told me you failed your semester exams. I got your original report card a few days ago. Dad, I'm so sorry. You better be. Do you know how much money I spent for you to get into that college? Not only did you fail, you're also lying. How could you? I flinched at how loud Dad's voice had gotten and saw Mom run into the room. It's just, medical school is really tough, and I knew you'd get mad at me if I failed. I got stressed out, Dad. I don't think I'm made for this. I want to drop out. Drop out? Have you lost your mind? Life is tough, Sakura. If I had to quit every time I was stressed, we would be homeless now. And what would you do if you quit medical school? I could get into sculpting. I'm really good at it. If you could just see that, maybe you'll agree with me too. You want to make clay dolls? No way. You better get your grades up soon. Listen to me carefully, Sakura. If you decide to leave med school, you will not come back to this house. Understood? His words really angered me, and I snapped, "Loud and clear, Dad. Loud and clear." With that, I packed my stuff and went straight to my aunt's place. Aunt Lexi was my mom's younger sister. She was the cool aunt of the family and lived by herself in a big villa. I told her everything, and she gave me a big hug and sent me to my room. When she called me for dinner, my jaw dropped at seeing Dean sitting in front of me. "Dean, what are you doing here?" "Hi, Panda. I missed you so much." Dean hugged me while I cried. "Ew, you're getting your snot all over my shirt." "Oh, I'm sorry, Dean." I then told Dean about what happened, and he looked sad for me. But I had only one question for him. "Why did you stop coming over?" "I told you, I was busy with uni and stuff." "It was because Dad and you fought, right? About your—" "What? Oh, yeah, because I failed my exams, yeah." The following week, Dean helped me get admission into the art college I wanted, and I was finally free from med school. Art school was everything I dreamt of, but I was still upset that I couldn't share this joy with Mom and Dad. Dean and Aunt Lexi always tried to cheer me up with visits to museums or art galleries and yummy food every night, but I still missed my parents. One night, I couldn't get any sleep and decided to get some water. As I tiptoed my way to the kitchen, I heard my aunt and Dean talking, and what I heard knocked the wind out of me. "Dean, did you try talking to your father? I'm really worried about Sakura. She misses both of them so much." "I know, Aunt Lex, it's just, you know how Dad can be. He's not answering my calls. I think he still hates me. I hope he finds it in his heart to forgive me someday." "Forgive you? He should be the one to realize his mistake. How could he just kick out his own son for falling in love with a boy?" "He did what?" Hearing my voice, Aunt Lexi and Dean turned to me with wide eyes. "You're lying, right? Dad wouldn't do that. He even helped his assistant come out to her family." "That's just for the world to see, Sakura. He's always been like this. He pretends to be this modern person, but he's not. It's just the way he was brought up, these traditions." My whole world came crashing down. I couldn't believe that my dad was capable of doing something like this. He was a completely different person for me now. I was furious, so I went home with Dean the next day to confront my parents. When Mom saw Dean, she hugged him tight. "My Dean, I missed you so much, son." Just then, Dad walked into the house, and Dean moved away from Mom immediately. "How dare you come back?" "I brought him here. Yes, I know you kicked him out. How can you be this two-faced person, Dad? You go around supporting others and being this modern person, but here you are holding back your own children." "Sakura, you have no right." "But I do, Dad. He's my brother, and you kept him away from his family. How did you have the heart to do this to your own son?" "He was ready to ruin the name of this family. He is not my son." "How can you say that?" "Why, it's the truth. Ask him or your mother." When I looked at them, they looked pale. "What are you doing? You promised never to bring it up." "He left me with no choice. He is breaking apart this family. I loved him and brought him into this house from that orphanage, and this is how he repays me." "What in the father-freaking world?" I looked at Dean and instantly knew that Dad was telling the truth. "You're adopted? Why did you never tell me?" "I found out the day you were born, and you'll always be my little sister. I couldn't hurt you. And Dad, I never meant to hurt you either, but I won't apologize for being who I am and falling in love." "I can't believe you still have the nerve to stand in my house and talk to me that way. Get out." His words made my head spin, and it was then that I heard Mom yell, for the first time, You are such a cruel person. Congratulations. You yourself broke this family apart. I'm going with my children. You can have all the traditions and your wealth and business, but we are going to live a better life, where we can breathe." Saying that, Mom took mine and Dean's hands and stormed out of the house. I'd never seen her this angry. We stayed with Aunt Lexi for a while until we could figure out what to do. One day, Dean introduced us to his boyfriend, and we loved him. He was kind and yelled at Dean for teasing me and calling me a panda again. I liked this guy. One afternoon, the doorbell rang as we sat down to have lunch. Aunt Lexi entered the room with Dad right behind her. He looked like a mess. Can I talk to you all, please? We have nothing to say to you, and I doubt we would want to listen to you. Mom. Dad then began sobbing, and it broke my heart. Dean went and held him. Dad turned and hugged Dean tight. Son, I'm so sorry. I was rude to you and I shouldn't have done that. I thought what I was doing was right, but it wasn't. You're my son, the future of my house and business. But before all that, you are my son. And then you came along and my world was complete. I hope you'll forgive me. Please forgive me. I ran toward my dad and hugged him as well. Of course, Dad. We're so glad that you found your way back to us. Everyone in the room was a sobbing mess. Dad agreed to meet Dean's boyfriend one day, and to everyone's surprise, they bonded really well over sports and the fact that they dislike ice cream and loved Grey's Anatomy. Weird. Our family was nowhere close to perfect, but it was much stronger, and that's all I could ask for now.
Hi, I'm Sasha. I live in Arizona with my parents and my brother Matt, who's a year older than me. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Dad was a business tycoon, and our lives were just perfect. That is, until one Christmas when I was 5 years old. Dad had invited the whole neighborhood for dinner, and the house was buzzing with excitement. We were all busy with the preps when suddenly Dad cried out, "Matt, that tree's fallen! Catch it before it breaks my glass table!" Matt ran to the tree and caught it just in time, but he couldn't hold it any longer than a few seconds. I dived forward and caught the tree, holding it up easily. But just then, Matt suddenly lost his balance and went crashing straight into the table, breaking it now. Oh my God, what a mess! Dad came running to push the tree back in place, and then he lifted me up on his shoulders.
Oh, darling, you're a strong one, aren't you? That was amazing. And you, Matt, you're such a shaky old lady. Can't you watch your own freaking feet? You must be ashamed to be weaker than a little girl. Some older brother you are.
Matt turned red, burst into tears, and left the room. And from that day on, Dad kept singing praises about how strong and tough I was. And Matt just hated me. He built a huge Lego wall between our beds so he wouldn't even see me. Once, I broke the wall by accident, and he immediately shot me using his plastic toy gun. Its bullets hurt my butt so bad. I couldn't sit on it for 2 weeks. One day at school, I noticed Matt wasn't in the cafeteria for lunch, and I went looking for him when suddenly I spotted a crowd surrounding him outside the boys' restroom.
Are you gonna take all day, Maddie? It's so simple. Just use your tongue and lick the doors clean. I want to see my reflection in it when I come back. Come on.
Matt looked close to tears, and I felt so mad. What do you think you're doing to my brother? Get away from him.
Or you'll do what, little girl?
I'll hit you so hard, it'll make your ancestors dizzy. As the boys laughed, I punched one of them and sent him flying. He got up to his feet and ran away like a scared mouse, and the rest followed. I turned around to Matt, and suddenly he pushed me away.
Why'd you do that, you moron?
Wow, is that your thank you, Matt? I just saved your butt.
You just made everything worse. Now everyone in school will think I need my baby sister to fight for me. Isn't it bad enough that I live in your shadow at home, Daddy's little princess? Just stay away from me.
And he stormed off furiously. All I'd done was try to help him, but he just ignored me more than ever after that. On my 12th birthday, Dad surprised me with the latest PlayStation. The minute Matt saw it, he flung his plate of food at the wall and walked out of the room.
What the heck is wrong with that boy?
Dad, I think I know why he's mad. He's been asking you for a PlayStation for years, but you didn't get it for him.
And why should I? I got him Iron Man and Spider-Man figures on his birthday, and what did he learn from them? Nothing. He's just a weak, lazy couch potato staying locked up in his room. No, you deserve this. He doesn't.
I felt bad for Matt, but my birthday gift was something new and exciting for me. I placed it in my room, and after dinner, when I went back, it wasn't there. Just then, I saw Matt passing by my room with a wicked smile. I knew he'd done something. I ran out and jumped on him, knocking him down. "Where's my PlayStation, Matt? I know you took it from me. Give me back my gift. I will, if you give me some answers. Why do you spoil everything for me? Why did you get what I asked for? And why's Dad crazy about you? I just can't sit and watch all this. But it's not my fault, Matt. I didn't do anything to you. Now, where is my PlayStation? Boom! And he ran off and shut his door. Suddenly, we heard a loud explosion from the backyard. We all looked out the window, and it was my new PlayStation. Matt set fire to it? I cried my eyes out, and the next day, my parents got me another PlayStation and a cute kitty, who I named Kit Kat. I adored her, and I spent the whole summer playing video games. I was obsessed with this whole new world. I even discovered that by being a gamer on YouTube, you can earn big money. That was amazing. I started off with a simple game, and things were going better than I expected. And in no time, I started streaming my games on YouTube, and I was getting so popular in school. One evening as I sat down for a live stream, I saw a video had been posted a few hours earlier from my account. I clicked on it, and to my horror, there was a figure sitting at my desk in my hoodie with the face covered, speaking in a weird, shrill voice.
I just came online to confess that I'm a fraud. I made my brother play all these games for me because I'm just a dumb girl who could never be a good gamer. You all are pretty stupid for believing me. Now my brother has left me and I'm done. So go follow somebody else, you morons.
There were tons of hate comments under the video, and so many people had unfollowed me. Oh my God, I was gonna kill Matt. Matt, what's your freaking problem? Your stupid prank could ruin my career as a gamer. My followers are hating me now. Well, yeah, it's time for you to know what hate really feels like. And it's just a reminder, girls can't be gamers. Oh, really, Matt? Well, you are so mistaken. I'm gonna get into a big esports team and earn more than you can imagine real soon. So watch out, loser. I ran to my room and recorded a video explaining everything and posted it, hoping to get back my viewers. Later that night, when I went to the kitchen to get water, I saw the light was already on and I heard someone's voice. I peeked in to see Matt holding Kit Kat, talking to her lovingly. You're so adorable. Who wouldn't love you? Everyone loves you, right? Aw, was I just seeing Matt's sweet side? But suddenly, he put Kit Kat in a baking dish and opened the oven door. And that's why I hate you. Your time is up, stupid Kit Kat. Oh my God! Before he could push her inside, I leapt forward and attacked him, and we went flying into a rack of dishes. Everything came crashing to the ground, and my parents came running at the noise. Mom, Dad, Matt has lost it. He nearly baked poor Kit Kat. I always knew something was off about this boy. You better behave or I'll send you to an asylum. Matt left the room quietly, and I just knew this wasn't the end of it. The next night, when I was fast asleep, someone pulled me off the bed from my legs. I opened my eyes in horror to see Matt standing near me with a knife in his hand. OMG, I thought he wanted to kill me. I shouted and hid under my bed, but then, all of a sudden, he started screeching a plate with it. Ow! It hurts my teeth. Stop it, Matt. Are you crazy? I'm trying to sleep here. No one sleeps when I'm awake, especially you. I'm gonna play this till morning, every night, even if you send me to an asylum. I screamed and managed to run out of my room, locking it from the outside. Matt kept beating the door with his chairs, almost breaking it. My parents arrived on the scene too, and they were horrified. That's when it struck me. My system, my camera. Oh no, he was gonna wreck everything. I asked my parents to open the door, and the moment they did, he ran out of the house like a maniac. Gosh, he didn't come back all night, and we were all so worried about him. The next day I went to school alone, and when I got back, there was a note stuck on the door from my parents. Sasha, we've left for Chicago. Grandma had a terrible accident. Tell us when your brother returns. We will be back tomorrow. What the what? So they'd left me alone? Oh no. How was I gonna deal with Matt if he came back? You're strong, Sasha. Why should you be afraid of him? And it's just a day. You'll be fine. The whole day went by, and Matt didn't come at all. The next morning, I heard someone at the front door. I opened it to see a courier person. It was a special post addressed to me. When I opened the envelope, I saw the names of other gamers like Sniper Wolf and Gloom. The best part? I was invited for a gaming marathon where Sniper Wolf and other famous gamers would be joining. OMG! I could get all my viewers back! I was dancing around in excitement when I suddenly turned around and shrieked. Matt was standing inches away from me, looking down with an evil grin. "When did you come?" Who said I ever left? And with that, he grabbed the letter out of my hand and ran into the kitchen. And then he switched on the stove. Matt, no, please, don't do that. That is very important. Yes, everything about you is always important. And who am I? Just worthless garbage? As he was looking at me and talking, his long sleeve caught on fire. As he screamed and waved his arm around like crazy, I leapt forward with a jug of water and threw it at him. The fire was put out and he was okay. Oh my God. Thanks. No, don't smile at me. You just saved me from the fire and I'm thankful for that, but I still hate you. And he just walked away. Mom and Dad arrived later that night and were shocked to see Matt so quiet in his room. Weeks passed and still, Matt never talked to me. But at least he didn't do anything to hurt me either. A few days later, our school was celebrating World Children's Day, and the chief guest was talking about how we were all lucky to have the love of families, unlike many children. Just then, Matt got up and shouted at the top of his voice, "Lucky? I wish I was an orphan. Families don't give love or happiness. All my life, they've given me only disappointment and tears. Families suck, and you suck for giving this stupid speech." The teachers immediately dragged him out of the auditorium, but I couldn't help thinking about his words. Matt wished he was an orphan? I suddenly felt like the most terrible sister. We'd all ignored Matt's cries for help and attention too long. Later that evening, I went to my parents to talk to them about Matt's outburst. Mom started to cry, but Dad, he got really mad. "That stupid boy said we made him miserable? What does he want, huh? He has everything. He lives under my roof and eats 10 times a day. He's just a spoiled, whiny, weak little—" Dad, stop it. Do you think that's all he needs? A place to stay and food? You've never given him love or respect. All you've done is make him hate me and hate himself. You've made him this crazy, Dad, and you should apologize to him. And we should get him to therapy. I'm doing nothing of the sort, and therapy is for the weak. Suddenly, Mom rose up from her seat. "That's enough. I kept telling you all those years to be kinder to Matt, but you didn't listen then and you're being a jerk now. If you can't own up to your mistakes, you're the one who's weak and stupid. You want to pamper that little baby? Go ahead. I'm leaving." Suddenly, Matt barged in. "You can leave, Dad. That would make me happy. You've ruined my life and I won't let you do that anymore. I want to change. I know I'm a good person. And I want to say that I'm sorry for all the hurt I caused Sasha and Mom. I'm really sorry, and I just want to fix everything." Mom and I hugged Matt and said sorry to him for all the hurt we'd caused him as a family. I'm so proud of you, Matt. Asking for help and deciding to make a change needs a lot of courage. I love you. I love you too.
Hello, I'm Annabelle from Maryland. Please like and subscribe. My parents were both computer specialists who worked from home, so they were always around to shower me with their love. They'd throw me big birthday parties in our backyard and invite the whole neighborhood. Everyone around liked us because my parents were kind and friendly. I looked a lot like my mom, but I took my dad's curly hair, which I loved. But once in first grade, some mean girls started teasing me about it.
Hey, Annabelle, how many birds live inside that nest on your head? Oh, God, you have spiders coming out of your nose again. What? No, I don't. But I made you look.
The other kids started to laugh, and I kind of became popular after that. People thought I was funny. My life in Maryland was good until one day in the 4th grade, I got home from school to find my parents running all over the house and packing. "Annabelle, go upstairs and take only your most important things."
What? Are we going on holiday?
"Annabelle, just go." I packed my favorite sweater, some gadgets, and my favorite book. I fell asleep reading in the car while Dad drove miles away from our home. Hours later, I woke up in a cabin deep in the woods.
Where are we?
"This is our new home."
Huh?
"Yes. And tomorrow, you'll be starting a new day at your new school."
What?
I was so confused and angry. My parents had just moved without even telling me.
All my friends were back in Maryland, and I left without saying goodbye. When I asked my parents why we moved so fast, they just said it was related to their work and left it at that. The next day, I joined my new school, and I made new friends, and my life went on. Until one day in the 7th grade, Mom and I were in the grocery store when I spotted a man who kept looking at us. I tried ignoring him, but then I saw him making a call, and I heard those words. I found him.
Mom, see that man in black? He's been following us.
Her face went pale, and suddenly she took my hand and ran out the door. I saw the man chase us, but we managed to escape. And that night, we had to move again.
Are you guys gonna tell me what's going on?
The kind of work we do. It makes us special. What do you mean? We're like undercover detectives. But detectives are always out searching for things, and you two are always at home on your computers. Then we're computer detectives. I knew he was lying, which made me more frustrated. And my parents even told me not to become close friends with anyone now. I didn't see the point anyway, since we'd probably just move again. One day in 10th grade, I was putting stuff away in my locker when this pretty girl leaned against the wall and kept staring at me. Can I help you with something?
Hi, I'm Leela, your neighbor. We just moved in next to you.
I think you're mistaken. I don't have any neighbors.
Yes, you do. We moved into the old abandoned cabin.
Oh, that place? I thought it was haunted.
The ghost of the haunted cabin would like to be your friend.
I laughed, and we started hanging out after that day. I could guess from her worn-out shoes and bag that she wasn't well off, but she always knew who was wearing which brand and seemed to be really into fashion. Her dream was to be a big designer in Paris one day. One day at recess, I caught her looking at the necklace I was wearing, and I asked her if she'd like to try it on.
How does it look?
Better on you than me. It really suits you. Keep it.
Really? Oh, thank you so much.
A few days later, we were walking home when I felt someone was following us. I turned around to see a really cute guy walking a few steps behind. Do you think that guy is stalking us?
Oh, him?
He's my brother, Kyle. Wow, he's cute.
Not you too.
Please, promise me that you'll never fall for my brother like the other girls.
He's such a douchebag.
I promised I'd ignore his existence, which was hard because he was drop-dead gorgeous. Just as Leela and I got to my house, my parents appeared at the front door. Who is this? She's my friend from school, and we're also neighbors. Mom and Dad looked at each other, then pulled me inside, slamming the door in Leela's face. We have to move again. What? No way! I'm not moving anymore until you guys tell me what's going on. And this time, I want the truth. Don't treat me like a kid. My parents finally told me everything. We are in witness protection. I testified against some mobsters when you were younger, and that's why we've been on the run ever since.
What? So we're in danger?
Not if we stay clear from people. We just can't trust anyone right now. My mind started spinning, and I couldn't even eat dinner. The thought of being in danger made me sick. Later that night, I was half asleep when I heard some noise downstairs. I quietly crept to my parents' room, but it was empty, and I found the front door wide open. Mom? Dad? My heart was beating like crazy when suddenly Leela's brother walked in. What do you want? What did you do to my parents? What? My dad's van got stuck in the mud and your parents are outside helping him. They sent me to get a crowbar? Oh, it's by the fireplace. I followed him outside and saw Mom, Dad, Leela, and her parents pushing the van. Once it was done, everyone came to our house for coffee. My parents didn't look so scared anymore, so I guessed we were staying. Just then, Leela sprung up and asked me if we could go to my room. And when we entered, she threw herself on my bed.
Oh, your bed is so comfortable.
Okay, don't you have one?
No, I sleep on the couch and my stupid brother gets the bed because he's older than me.
I knew they were poor, but I didn't know things were that bad. Why do you hate your brother so much?
Because he gets everything, and my parents are always favoring him.
Since Leela started opening up to me, I decided to open up to her too, and I ended up telling her my parents' secret.
Wow, so you and your parents are like special undercover people?
Yeah, you could say that.
That is so cool.
Just then, Kyle came to my door and said they were going home. He looked directly at me while I spoke to Leela, and I blushed. Leela clearly noticed it because as she was leaving, she whispered in my ear, "Remember your promise." The next day at school, the principal had a shocking announcement to make. She said that someone had broken into the cheerleaders' locker room the day before and stolen many wallets, watches, and cell phones. We have a hooded figure caught on the security footage, and when I identify the culprit, he or she will be expelled. But if you come forward and confess, I'll be willing to consider another punishment. It was all anyone could talk about. Later that day, I was in the library trying to reach a book when suddenly Kyle appeared next to me and took it down. I mumbled a thank you and turned to leave, but my charm bracelet got caught in his sweater. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. It's okay, I'll get it out. While he tried untangling it, I couldn't help looking into his blue eyes. What's going on here? My bracelet got caught into Kyle's sweater. He's just helping me out. After Kyle was done, Leela walked with me quietly down the hallway, but then she suddenly stopped. I have to tell you something, Annabelle. I think Kyle stole all the things the principal was talking about. What? Why do you think that? Because he's done it before in our old school. I was shocked. Leela stayed back for some after-school club that day, and as I was walking back home, Kyle suddenly joined me. We could walk together, if you don't mind. Okay, if you insist. He tried striking up a conversation, but I kept my answers really short. Just then, I tripped on a rock, and he caught me before I hit the ground, but I quickly pulled away. Annabelle, did Leela say something about me? As a matter of fact, she did. Did you steal all that stuff from the cheerleaders? Gosh, no. I'd never do that. Listen, Leela hates me because our dad left her mom for my mom. She's been making my life miserable since forever by making up awful stories about me. He looked so genuine that I couldn't help believing him. We took a walk by the riverside and spoke some more, and I felt butterflies every time he looked into my eyes. And when he dropped me home, he gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. I couldn't stop thinking about him the whole night. But the next day at school, Leela approached me looking upset. I thought you were a good friend, but I guess you're more desperate to be with my brother. Yeah, I came home early and I saw that kiss. Wait, Leela, please. But she stormed off and ignored me the whole day. After school, I saw her by her locker and walked up to her, and she looked startled. Before she could shut her locker, a couple of watches fell to the floor. Where did you get these? And what else do you have in there? They're mine, of course, and none of your business. You stole those from the cheerleaders. No, I didn't. I found these things in Kyle's room, and now I'm returning them before he could sell them. And I'm covering his butt. See what a good sister I am? Stop lying. If you don't confess to the principal, I'll tell her. Suddenly, Leela dropped to her knees, crying. Okay, yes, I took them. I have a problem. I can't help it. I want to be able to afford beautiful things, and sometimes when I see the girls here with their branded stuff, it makes me feel crazy. I know it was wrong, and I'll go to the principal tomorrow, okay? But please don't tell anyone yet, especially Kyle. I promised that I wouldn't, and I said I'd go to the principal with her. And everyone had to bring their parents for the first class. As my parents explained their fake computer job to my classmates, Leela suddenly spoke up. You're computer specialists? Well, that's not what your daughter says. In fact, she makes up these tall stories about how you're undercover detectives who testified against the mobsters and now you're on the run? Clearly, Annabelle has a lying and attention-seeking problem. My parents' faces turned white, and I just couldn't believe Leela had announced my secret. They signaled at me to come out, and Leela leaned over and whispered, "See you never again." My parents were furious that I told Leela everything. I'm so sorry. I thought I could trust her. We frantically started packing, but just as we were leaving, we heard a screeching car coming towards our house. But it was a police car.
We were alerted by someone that you might be in danger, but we came here to tell you that the threat to you guys is gone. The mobsters who have been after you were arrested earlier this week, and just today they were sentenced to life in prison. You're safe now.
My parents and I were overjoyed. We didn't have to run anymore. But I certainly had some business to take care of in school. I went back and marched straight to the principal, and moments later, she ordered Leela to open her locker. All the stolen items were found. Her parents were called in, and she was expelled. She turned furiously to her dad. It's all your fault. You made me crazy by leaving Mom and by always giving everything to Kyle and not me.
Your mom and I got divorced because that's what we both wanted. And Kyle works 2 jobs to help me. He has things because he earns them, while all you do is complain.
As Leela was storming off, she suddenly leapt at Kyle, but I pushed her back. Her dad took her away, and soon after, I found out that Leela had been sent to live with her mom. Kyle asked me out, and we dated all throughout high school. After we graduated, I was going to study abroad. A few hours before my flight, I met Kyle at our favorite spot by the river.
I got you something. Close your eyes.
He put something around my wrist, and I saw that it was a silver bangle with our names carved on it. Wow, this is beautiful.
Yeah, no more charm bracelets. I don't want you getting stuck on another boy's sweater.
Never. I like being stuck right here, and I'll be coming back to you, Kyle.
Hi, my name's Lucy, and I really don't like to be the center of attention. Until I decided to make myself the center of the whole world's attention, and now my life is totally destroyed. As far back as I can remember, I've loved taking photos. The hidden stories they tell, the raw honesty in a single frame. And, most importantly, it keeps me behind the lens and never in front of it. Achoo! Now, I know what you're thinking. Fancy rich girl gets a fancy camera and can coast through life while spending her time taking photos of fancy things. But that's not really the case. Sure, my dad is one of the wealthiest people in town, but you'd never know it from the way he treats me. He's never bought me any branded clothes, never spoiled me at a 5-star restaurant. He's never even given me a birthday present, come to think of it. He'd rather use his money on his fat cat clients so they can keep making each other richer and richer. In fact, he didn't even buy me this camera. That was a gift from my best friend Taylor's mom, Miss Margolis.
Wow, thanks, Miss Margolis.
Are you kidding? Thank you for coloring our lives with such wonderful photography. And please, call me Regina.
Miss Margolis? Regina, was like the mother I never had. My mom left us when I was 4. I don't remember much, but I know for sure that that's when my dad's heart started freezing over, until the man I once knew had become a full-grown yeti with a glacier for a chest.
When are you gonna stop with this photography nonsense? How are you gonna ever make any money with that stupid stuff?
Needless to say, I spent all my time at Taylor and Regina's. It didn't bother me that they could only afford an air mattress to sleep on, or that we ate microwavable meals every night. It was the one place that felt like home. And then, when I was in the 10th grade, everything changed. Regina got sick, couldn't work anymore, and could barely keep up with household expenses, let alone afford the surgery that would make her healthy again. I tried asking my dad for help, but that went as well as you'd expect it to go.
What am I, a walking ATM? You need money, you earn it. Just like I had to.
I began to feel guilty that I'd been practically living there without contributing so much as a single dime. I even offered to sell my camera.
Absolutely not. You don't owe us anything, Lucy. You've already given me plenty by spending all these years with us.
I didn't know what to do. But just when all hope seemed lost, Taylor found an advertisement from the billion-dollar brand Floriful saying they were looking for photography submissions for their Be Real campaign. The chosen winner would win a huge cash prize. I knew it was a long shot, but being real is kinda my thing. If you ever want to see the realness of how messy life is behind the glitz and glamour, my dad is a masterclass in how not to live your life. I walked around for hours combing the town, capturing life in its rawest form. Candid smiles of couples in love, faded graffiti on old brick walls, anything that told a real story. Then I submitted them to Floriful, and after 3 agonizing days of waiting, my heart exploded with excitement. I won! Or at least, I must have won. Those were my photos, front and center on Floriful's website homepage. But why hadn't I been notified? As I clicked on the article and looked closer, what I saw nearly crushed me to pieces. Someone else had taken credit for my work.
I'm so humbled to know that my vision, my passion, my soul touched Floriful so deeply, they just had to pick me and didn't just settle for something amateurish.
As I looked deeper, I found out that Fiona was the niece of Floriful's CEO. What a scam! I couldn't bear to tell Regina the news. I went to school the next day, hopelessly depressed. That's when I saw Eli walking in my direction. Now, normally, we would do our typical routine. Me, cowering beneath the shadows of his beautiful hair and massive brain. Him walking by like I was a particularly uninteresting ficus. But this time was different. This time, He was walking straight towards me.
Hey, you're Lucy, right?
Well, I can be a Lucy if you want me to be.
But your name's Lucy, right? Like Lucy with a C?
Yeah, Lucy with a C. How smart. Some people think it's with an S. One guy thought it was a Q, but he was an exchange student, so I guess that doesn't count.
Okay, Lucy. My name's Eli. I'm the editor for the school paper, and I saw some of your photos. They're brilliant. We're looking for a photographer for our next big story. Only problem is, we don't exactly have a story yet. Well, there was a fish that went missing from a classroom, but that's not exactly Pulitzer material.
And then, under the weight of the pressure and sadness and indignation of losing what was rightfully mine, my shyness evaporated. I burst out and told him everything. I told him about Taylor and Miss Regina, and the Be Real competition and Fiona. And I watched as I saw a side of Eli that I had never seen in all those years of pretending not to gaze at him from afar. He was mad, like fuming mad.
How could they do that to you? After all the great work you put in? That's outrageous!
I couldn't believe it. The smartest kid in school, and third most handsome by gossip's consensus, was angry on my behalf. Eli vowed to go forward with the story in the school paper. But first, we had to find Fiona.
As an investigative journalist, I know a lot more than I probably should.
Like what?
Like Fiona's address, for example.
We got into Eli's car and sped to Fiona's house. I felt more alive and more assertive than I have in years.
Don't be nervous. When she answers, just...
Thanks. But when it comes to defending my work, I don't need a pep talk. Who was this person I was becoming? Or was I finally rediscovering my old self? Was the Be Real campaign uncovering a real me I'd forgotten years ago? I rang the doorbell, and Fiona herself answered. But to my surprise, she looked different, more tired than she did online, and maybe almost nice? At that moment, all my previous confidence shriveled up like an overexposed photo left out in the sun.
Hey, can I help you?
Fiona. It is Fiona, right? Of course it's Fiona. After all, this is Fiona's house. What were we here for again?
I'm Eli Bellinger. I'm with the Northwood Times. We're here to ask you some questions.
Oh, right. Okay, well...
Fiona, don't slouch and fix your hair. You look tired. What have I told you about answering the door like some intern?
And suddenly, everything about her changed. She began to morph into every it girl that ever terrorized me at school, like a werewolf at full moon.
I don't have time for this. But Eli, here's my number. Call me if you want to interview someone who doesn't need a pep talk to ring a doorbell. No offense.
This witch! First she takes my work, now she tries to take my friend, I guess? I couldn't contain myself anymore. My name is Lucy, and you stole my photos to win the Florful competition.
Excuse me? Your photos? Please. In case you weren't aware, I graduated as the top portfolio pick at the Willow Ridge Visual Arts Academy, won 2 regional youth photography awards, and got featured on the front page of Shutterstone's Next Gen Visionaries issue. But sure, let's pretend I needed to steal your pictures. Now, why don't you make it like the Florful campaign says and get real? Call me Eli.
I didn't know what was worse, having my hard work plundered or being brutally embarrassed in front of Eli. The drive home started off silent, but just as I was wondering what could possibly be going through Eli's mind, he said the perfect thing.
We should get pizza.
He took me to my favorite pizza joint, the same spot I would go to with Regina and Taylor every Tuesday. And as we started having our first real conversation, I realized we actually had a lot in common. All these years, I had been avoiding him out of fear, when in reality, he was one of the easiest people to talk to. He also had problems with his father, who got scammed by a rich con man when Eli was little. Now his dad only showed up to his house every couple of years to ask his mom for money. 2 broken homes, and a basket of garlic knots holding us together.
That's why I can't stand people like Fiona. Just another snobby rich kid feeding off of people like us who really need the money. You know what I mean?
Yep. Unlike her, just two humble peasants. Gotta go harvest some potatoes after algebra.
Makes me mad just thinking of her.
Yeah, she's like a squirrel with a credit card.
What?
I don't know. It made sense in my head. And he even found me funny. After Eli dropped me off at Regina and Taylor's, the weight of my reality crashed back down on me. I barely slept through the night. I just kept refreshing Floriful's homepage over and over again. I even began to doubt whether those photos really were mine. The next morning, I sulked into the kitchen, totally dejected. But that's when I saw Regina cheerily making us her special secret pancake recipe. And I remembered, this wasn't about me or Fiona at all. This was about Regina and her health. And if she could put together a smile and trudge forward every day, so could I. So later that day, I marched right up to Eli. I didn't even care that other people were looking at me. That weird feeling was back again. You know, confidence. We need to write this article, and we need to write it now.
Now that's the girl who took those photos.
We spent the entire day secretly messaging each other bits and pieces of the article back and forth while pretending to pay attention in class. I scribbled a note to Eli as fast as I could. We need a stronger ending. Fiona's gonna wriggle out if we're too polite. Eli read it, and then, like the true nerd he is, pulled out a pen. First, he actually corrected my grammar. Then, just for extra spice, he scribbled a note above the word polite.
Polite? Weak sauce. We're going full spicy.
I blinked at it. This boy had literally proofread my panic scribble in the middle of algebra, and he was proud of it too. I bit my lip to keep from laughing, grabbed my pen, and drew the dumbest, soggiest looking noodle you've ever seen, right next to his weak sauce edit. The teacher noticed the note passing.
Lucy, is there something you'd like to share with the class?
Just gratitude, Mr. Barnes, for algebra. Eli barely held back a snort. The teacher gave us the side eye, but moved on. Sure, it was just the school newspaper, but Eli was good. Some of his articles had gone viral in the past. He even served as a TV correspondent once on the news. Later that week, I found Dad in his office, buried in spreadsheets as usual. Hey, Dad, do you have a minute?
I have 30 seconds. I got a meeting.
I hesitated, then held out one of my photos, the one Regina said looked like hope. Maybe, just maybe, my photographs could help sway him. I thought this one turned out well. He gave it a glance for maybe a second.
Still wasting time with that camera, I see.
It's not a waste. I actually won. Well, I almost won this contest, but...
You want to play artist? Fine, but don't come crying when the real world eats you alive.
I swallowed hard. But Regina's really sick, and I was wondering if maybe...
Still not my problem.
But she's practically family.
All heart, no sense. Just like your mother.
The doorbell rang for my dad's meeting, and at first I was relieved to get out of this conversation, until I saw who it was.
You must be Eli.
OMG, is that Eli?
You're a lot younger than I expected. Let's just get this over with.
My dad went into the conservatory, and just as I tried to hide behind one of the statues in our foyer...
Lucy?
Eli! Hey! What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
I work here. May I take your jacket, by the way?
Oh man, you have to work for this guy? I'm sorry to hear that, but don't worry. I'm about to write the most scathing expose on him.
I forced a laugh and led him to the conservatory, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might echo off the marble. Would you like a refreshment before your meeting, sir?
Sure. Orange juice?
I darted toward the kitchen, which I'm usually not even allowed to go into, and grabbed a tray of orange juice, much to the horror of our housekeepers. I balanced the tray for dear life, And just as I arrived in the conservatory, the housekeeper burst through the door.
Ma'am, please don't. Your dad would kill me if he saw you doing this.
My dad, the cook? Why would he care? She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. And then I did exactly what I was trying so hard not to do. I tripped and spilled the juice all over my dad's favorite antique rug. To my dad, this was a nightmare. To Eli, it was a bright, sticky confession.
I'm a journalist, Lucy. I know a lie when I see one.
I couldn't say anything. I just stood there, frozen, orange juice pooling at my feet. The next day just so happened to be the day our article about Floriful was supposed to come out. I checked the school newspaper, but the front page was just a dumb story about our school mascot's favorite rock and roll bands. In fact, the whole entire paper and its corresponding website didn't have a single story from Eli anywhere, which almost never happens. I looked for him all over the place, but he was nowhere to be found. That night at Taylor and Regina's, I felt both embarrassed and abandoned. And just when I thought things couldn't get worse, I received an email with a subject that said, "One more photo to add," from a sender that made my stomach drop to the floor. Fiona. I clicked on it, and there, enlarged on my computer screen, was a horrifying picture of Fiona and Eli? And she had her arm around him? I couldn't make up my mind about whether to throw up on the screen or smash my computer to pieces. But instead, I sprung from my chair and marched all the way down to Eli's front door. No more Miss Shy Girl! I got there just as he arrived in his rickety old car. Care to explain where you were?
I had an interview.
An interview. Then what's this?
So what? I can't interview someone anymore? She apologized for the way she acted. She said she gets defensive when it comes to her work and explained she was out of line.
Her work? Eli, she's lying.
And what about you? Do you really need this contest money after all?
Look, I'm sorry I lied about my dad, but you don't understand.
Save it, Lucy. I just don't know what to believe anymore. You're just another spoiled rich kid too.
Wow. You know what? I'm gonna go storm off home. And you know why? Because I don't have my dad's car to drive off in, or my dad's money to call a cab home, or my dad's love to come pick me up. But yeah, I'm real spoiled. For the next couple of weeks, I redirected my efforts. I'd spent so much energy fighting Fiona that I'd forgotten how great it was to spend quality time with Taylor and Regina. We settled back into our routines. And truth be told, I settled back into my shyness. Being behind the scenes started to feel comfortable again. But I could tell Regina was still in pain, and she really needed surgery. Even worse, Floriful had the nerve to advertise an upcoming Q&A with the special winner of their Be Real campaign. Not me, Fiona. A couple of days later, I found a note stuffed in my locker. Meet me behind the library. Yeah, no thanks. I threw it straight in the trash. The next day, there was another one. Please, it's important. Trash. Third day. I'm sorry, at least hear me out. Trash. Hey, I was perfectly happy never speaking to him again. Mostly. A few days later, I was just minding my own business, walking home, backpack slung over one shoulder, dreaming about microwavable mac and cheese. When suddenly, a bag slipped over my head. I knew high school would kill me! Then someone shoved me into a car. 20 minutes later, they plopped me onto a chair. I thrashed around like a feral raccoon until the bag was finally lifted. And standing there, looking way too proud of himself, was Eli.
Relax, it's just me.
You kidnapped me?
You left me no choice.
I glared at him, panting like a cornered cat. And then he pulled out his secret weapon. A sad, crumpled bag of garlic knots.
Truce?
I stared at the bag, then at him, then back at the bag. Some battles aren't worth fighting. You're lucky I'm weak for carbs.
I'm so sorry. I know it'll be impossible to make up for what I said to you, but I have a surprise that might help.
I braced myself for, I don't know, a heartfelt speech. Instead, he pulled out his laptop, and front and center was that same disgusting photo of him cuddling up with Fiona. Eli, if this is some sort of twisted joke, it is not funny.
No, Lucy, seriously. Look closer.
I was about 2 seconds away from hurling his laptop into the sun, but then he zoomed in, and there it was, hiding in the background of that gross photo, Fiona's email inbox. A whole page of messages, including one that said, "Like and subscribe to MSA, or I steal your work." Just kidding. But seriously, you should. Anyway, there, between all the junk mail and regrets, was a message from her uncle, the CEO of Floriful, with a subject line that read, "Be Real contest winner, Lucy Roth," dated 2 whole days before Fiona was announced as the winner. As much as I tried to stay mad, a tiny, smug grin betrayed me. Well, this doesn't excuse how you treated me, but I'll admit, it's a good catch. However, you're writing the article this time.
I think we're gonna need more than just a photo. Otherwise, she'll be able to say it's fake. We need to catch her off guard.
Well, lucky for you, your bestie Fiona is making a public appearance soon at the Floriful Q&A.
She's not my bestie.
Oh? Could have fooled me. You two looked very cozy.
I was investigating undercover.
Sure. Real deep cover operation there, Agent Bellinger.
Focus, Roth. This Q&A might be our shot.
Perfect. Let's blow her cover live. Eli used his journalism connections to get 2 press passes to the event, which was being held at the fanciest hotel in town.
Seeing as how this is your plan and your work, I think it's best if you do the talking.
What? Me? But there's so many people here, and so many cameras. I'm more of a behind-the-lens kind of girl.
That's all in your head. You got this. I believe in you.
But as the event started, and Fiona started lying her face off on the stage, it became harder and harder to stop myself from bursting.
And for this next photo, I really wanted to capture the feeling of solitude, of inner peace.
People were eating up her fake work like it was the second coming of Picasso. I had enough. I shot my hand up so fast and nearly dislocated my shoulder. I have a question. The whole crowd turned. Fiona spotted me, and for a half a second, she flinched. Then she slapped on that fake smile of hers.
Oh, sure. You there, with the confidence.
You talk a lot about solitude, but honestly, your photos just look lonely, not real. You ever think maybe it's because real friends can spot a faker from a mile away? I guess friendship's not really your thing.
Oh, please. I have loads of friends. In fact, some of us are practically family. Right, Eli?
I stood up fully, striding toward the front, feeling a fire I hadn't felt in, well, maybe ever. The rest? All mine. Lucy Roth. Hi. Nice to meet you. Gasp. Somewhere, someone actually dropped a wine glass.
That's a lie! She's obsessed with me. She is like my biggest fan. Probably has a shrine to me in her closet made out of my Instagram stories.
People started snickering. Fiona straightened up like someone had just pulled her strings.
You know what? Maybe I did inspire her. Maybe if she spent more time working on her talent instead of obsessing over me, she wouldn't be crying in public like a little crybaby.
And without missing a beat, I turned to Eli. Was that an inspirational quote? Should I embroider that on a pillow? The crowd cracked up. Fiona's face went purple, like an eggplant wearing mascara. And then it happened. Eli gave the secret nod. For our plan, it was go time. Suddenly, the big screen behind Fiona flickered, and boom, there it was. A blown-up screenshot of the email from Floriful's CEO, clear as day. Be Real contest winner, Lucy Roth. The whole room gasped like someone had let out a massive fart in church. Fiona didn't notice at first. She just kept talking, acting
acting like the queen of authenticity. But when she finally turned around and saw it, it was like watching a Jenga tower collapse in slow motion. She froze, then let out this tiny, pitiful little squeak.
Oh, fudge.
And that's when things got really chaotic. Her dad practically launched himself onto the stage, flailing like a businessman who had just lost a deal.
That's a fake! Security! Remove her!
I barely had time to panic before a squad of security guards came barreling toward me like I was some kind of criminal mastermind. I braced myself to get dragged out by my hair, but then Fiona absolutely lost it. Stop! And when I say the whole room froze, I mean like a Disney movie where time just stops. Fiona stood there, shaking like a soda bottle about to explode, and croaked out,
She's right. I stole the photos, okay? I stole them because I just wanted my dad to finally look at me the way he looks at his stupid golf trophies.
I swear you could hear a pin drop. Even the security guards looked awkward. Then, and I'm not making this up, Fiona grabbed the Be Real trophy off the podium and shoved it into my hands like it was a hot potato.
You're more real than I'll ever be.
And then she ran off stage, sobbing into her overpriced designer scarf, with her dad stumbling behind her, yelling something about lawsuits and PR disasters. Meanwhile, I just stood there, on stage, holding the trophy. And for once, I didn't feel like hiding behind a lens. I stood tall. Cameras flashed. People clapped. And somehow, in the middle of all that chaos, I finally felt seen. By the next day, the story wasn't just in our school newspaper. It was everywhere. Suddenly, I wasn't the girl behind the lens anymore. Floriful's CEO scrambled to fix the mess, even doubling the cash prize. It was enough to pay for Regina's surgery, and maybe open a few new doors for me too.
I got a scholarship to the Bernbart Journalism Institute. I was thinking you could, maybe you could apply too? Because, every writer needs a good photographer, right?
When I got home, the last thing I expected to see was the school newspaper framed on my dad's desk, next to a cup of cold coffee and a spreadsheet, like it had always belonged there.
That one, that's your photo, right?
Yeah. He nodded, like he didn't trust his own voice. Then he added,
I didn't know you had that kind of eye. Your mom, she used to see the world like that too.
He didn't say, I'm sorry. He didn't say, I'm proud. But he left the frame right there. And that was enough. For now.
I'm not sure how you noticed all that.
I don't know, Dad. I guess it's just called being real.
When I got home from school one day, I heard loud laughter and glasses clinking from the lounge. I got out of sight quickly before anyone spotted me. Ugh, it was Mom and her friends. They always sounded like a group of hyenas when they got together. I heard one of her friends say, "But seriously, you're so beautiful. Can't believe your daughter is that ugly." Mom laughed, and so did everyone else. In case you haven't guessed already, I don't like my mom. In fact, I hate her. She really seems like such an airhead. She enjoys nothing except gossip and shopping. And I hate the way she dresses. Once she came to school and I wanted to die of embarrassment. She was wearing the tightest, shocking pink dress and had a ton of makeup on. And she was strutting down the street like she was a runway model. The boys in my class were staring and grinning at her. It was so gross. To make it worse, I heard one of them say, "Wow, now we know where Ella gets her looks from. I should ask her out already." Yeah, great. Except they weren't talking about me. My name is Mallory. My sister, Ella, who's a couple of years younger than me, is one of the most popular girls in school. People are so shocked when they find out we're related. She looks just like Mom and acts just like her too. I told Dad about how Mom had turned up at school and how I hated the way she acted. He sighed and said she didn't used to be this way before, but she changed completely after her sister left. I didn't even know she had a sister, but her ditziness wasn't why I really hated her. I still couldn't forget that night when I had woken up in the middle of the night feeling really thirsty. I was on my way to the kitchen to grab some water when I heard Mom's loud sobbing and Dad's voice coming from their bedroom. What's going on? I wondered. I crept up to their room and peered in through the slightly open door. Dad was sitting on the bed, his head in his hands, and Mom was kneeling next to him, crying and begging him to forgive her. "How could you do this, Melissa?" Dad said, his voice full of despair. "And with my best friend, you ruined everything." "Please, please don't say that," Mom sobbed even louder. "Please say you'll forgive me. It was a terrible mistake." I couldn't listen to any more of this. My head and heart felt like they were going to burst. Mom had been cheating on Dad with Jack? God, I had never liked that scumbag. Dad packed his bags the next morning and left. He kissed me on the cheek and said he was going away on a business trip. He looked so heartbroken. I knew he wasn't going on any trip. He was moving out. I couldn't even say anything. I just choked back my tears and nodded. I couldn't stand to be around Mom. I could hear her crying in her room, and I just wanted to smash something in her face. It was all her fault Dad had left, and he might never come back. Just then, the door opened, and it was Dad. Oh, thank God. Clearly, he had decided to forgive Mom and give their marriage another chance. I was so relieved to see him, but I just couldn't look at Mom in the same way ever again. I had no respect for her. The secret had been eating me up inside. I hadn't told anyone except my best friend. If I told Ella, she probably wouldn't even have believed me. She was Mommy's little puppy dog. I could hear Mom calling me down for dinner. At the table, she asked me how school was, and I pretended I hadn't even heard her. I turned to Dad and started talking about an upcoming sports event at school. When I took the first bite of the meatloaf Mom had cooked, I made a disgusted face and pushed my plate away. Yuck. That tastes awful. I'm just going to make myself a peanut butter sandwich again, I said. I could see the hurt look on her face, but I didn't care. I wanted to hurt her. "Mallory, it tastes just fine," Dad said sternly. "Just sit down and finish your food." "No!" I screamed, getting up from my chair. "Her food is terrible. I'd rather go hungry." And with that, I ran upstairs to my room. Before I slammed the door shut, I heard Ella talking in her sickly sweet voice. "Mommy, the meatloaf is delicious. Mallory is just going through a phase. Probably boy troubles." And then I heard them both giggle. I felt so pissed off. Gosh, could she ever stop sucking up? A couple of hours later, my stomach was growling so loudly, I was pretty sure the neighbors could hear it. I snuck into the kitchen and took a look in the fridge. Sadly, they finished the meatloaf. Ugh, I really would have to eat that peanut butter sandwich now. I was sneaking back upstairs when I heard my parents' low voices in the lounge. And I heard my name. Mom was telling Dad that she'd just had about enough of my behavior. Dad said he'd talk to me later, but it was probably just me acting out as a teenager. A couple of days later, I woke up to some shouting. "Too early to hear your screeching, Mom." Her voice was like nails on a chalkboard. I walked downstairs to find Mom waving something in Dad's face. "I just want to know how these got in your car. Who do they belong to?" she shrieked. Dad stood there silently, which seemed to make her even angrier. She threw whatever was in her hands to the floor. It was a pair of earrings, and I recognized them immediately. They were mine. I rushed over and picked them up. I felt so furious. How dare she accuse Dad of cheating? I turned to her, not bothering to hide my hatred for her one bit. "Mom, you're such a stupid psycho!" I shouted at her. "They're my earrings! I probably forgot them in Dad's car. You have no right to talk to Dad like that. I don't even know how he puts up with you. No wonder your sister left you." Mom looked completely shocked for a minute, and then she burst into tears. Just then, Ella came running to Mom's side, and she glared at me and started screaming. "Don't talk to Mom like that, you dumb cow! Seriously, what is wrong with you?" Ella said. It was Dad's turn to be furious, also at me. "Mallory, that's it! You are grounded for a week! Go up to your room, now!" Dad said. I ran up the stairs, tears pouring down my cheeks. Thanks to Mom's drama, I was now grounded. Mom gave me the cold shoulder, and I was more than happy to not talk to her. On Sunday, I heard my family leave for church service, and I let out a big whoop. Great! Finally, I could go watch some TV in the lounge. I ran downstairs joyfully, grabbed lots of snacks, and settled down on the couch when I heard something from the basement, where Dad had set up his home office. I froze for a second. No one was supposed to be home. I tiptoed down the stairs, and as I got closer to the door, I heard Dad's voice. Phew. Relief flooded over me. I was about to go back to my spot on the couch when I heard a woman's laughter. Feeling really curious, I turned back around and peered in through the door. Dad was having a video call with someone on his phone. Emily, we have to be really careful. I have to make sure my wife doesn't suspect a thing, Dad said. I tiptoed back upstairs, feeling a bit sick. Suddenly, I lost my appetite for snacks and TV. Dad couldn't be, could he? Well, even if he was cheating, I couldn't really blame him for trying to find love somewhere else. Mom wasn't exactly wife of the year material. Later at lunch, Mom walked into the room with a bouquet of flowers and a wrap present, which she placed in front of Dad. She kissed him on the cheek and said, "Happy 15th anniversary, darling." Why thank you, Melissa. Dad looked completely surprised and flustered. He started apologizing and saying it had slipped his mind. Mom said it was totally okay, but I could tell that she was really trying hard to not look hurt. Ella squeezed her hand and gave her a sympathetic look. What a goody two-shoes. It made me feel sick. I was tired of being in the house around the two of them. I was dying to go to my best friend's house and vent. I walked downstairs to grab something from the kitchen when I saw Mom in the lounge, all by herself. She was curled up on the sofa and sobbing like a big baby. What now? Geez, Mom, your favorite soap actor died? I said sarcastically. She looked so dumb with all that mascara running down her face, but her sad face turned to a furious one in seconds. She jumped up from the couch and glared at me with bloodshot eyes. She was a small woman, but it scared me. I've had enough of your nonsense. I'm going to throw you out of my house, and your good-for-nothing cheating dad, too, Mom yelled. You're a paranoid freak. Dad would never cheat on you, I managed to scream back. Ella had heard our screaming and come running. To Mommy Dearest's defense, I'm sure. Oh, really? Well, take a look at this. And of all the people, Anna sent it to me. She'll make sure I'm a laughingstock. And with that, she thrust her phone screen in my face. I could tell in an instant that it was Dad, in what seemed to be a really fancy restaurant. Sitting next to him was a beautiful blonde woman dressed in red. They seemed to be having a good laugh. I fell silent for a few seconds, trying to take it all in. Could this be, what was her name? Emily? I just looked at her coldly and said, "So what if he is cheating on you? You deserve it. You cheated on him first." Mom stood frozen on the spot, her eyes wide, her mouth slightly open. Ella looked equally stupid. Aha! I know you cheated on Dad with Jack, and I will always hate you for it. I was shaking now. Mom sank to the couch. After what seemed like ages, she looked at me and said, "Oh, Mallory, you've got it all wrong." She then explained that she had made a bad investment decision with Jack behind Dad's back. Jack had turned out to be a con man and had run away with all their money. It was a huge blow. Wait, she expected me to believe her nonsense now? Really? No. My dad was better than her, and we all knew that. Ella had the phone in her hands now, and she was staring at the picture. Finally, she said angrily, "How could he do this to you, Mom?" I looked at them and said, "No, he isn't a cheater, you idiot. Dad is innocent, and we can ask him together." Mom was hurt and said he wouldn't confess. Then I said, "You know what? I'm going to spy on him just to prove you wrong." So here I was the next day, a couple of blocks away from Dad's office, hiding out in Mom's car. She'd made me skip school and sent me off in her car. Half the day had gone by with nothing happening. I'd almost dozed off when I saw Dad walk out of the building. A shiny black car had driven up outside the main entrance. A leggy blonde in high heels stepped out of it. My dad kissed her on the cheek, and then he got into the car with her, and they drove off. I frantically revved up my engine and started following them. Where were they going? I wondered. We had been on the road for 2 hours now. We left town and were on an empty road between a stretch of fields. Just a few moments later, the car turned left onto a smaller road leading up to a huge mansion. I parked my car at a distance and walked up to it on foot. I quietly slipped in through the main door. I walked down the large hallway and heard Dad and that Emily talking in another room. Suddenly, I could hear her clicking heels getting louder, and in panic, I ducked behind the huge plotted plant near me. "Wow, this really is a beautiful place, Em," Dad said. "And it'll all be yours soon." "Yes, thanks to you," she said, looking at him with a huge smile. "As soon as you can get that wife of yours to sign the papers." Her evil laugh echoing through the hallway made my blood run cold. And what was worse, Dad joined her. That wasn't the worst of it. They started going up the stairs, and suddenly Emily lost her balance. Dad was quick to catch her. "Oh my God, Em, are you okay? You really shouldn't be wearing such high heels," Dad said. "Oh goodness, yes, I'm fine. You're right, I should be more careful. What with the baby on the way?" She smiled shyly up at Dad, who smiled back and they went upstairs. My legs shaking, I bolted towards the door and ran to my car. I'd heard enough. Dad wasn't just replacing Mom. He was about to replace me with a shiny new baby. I felt so heartbroken. I drove back home like a mad person, rushed out of the car and called out to Mom. There was no reply. I ran up the stairs and looked in every room, and I couldn't find her anywhere. I had her car. Where could she have gone? Suddenly, I noticed a large note stuck on the fridge. Hey Mal, your dad sent a card for me to take somewhere secret. I have to go see what this is all about. Maybe I'll get some answers. Don't wait for me for dinner. I've taken Ella with me. Oh, no! I frantically tried to call Mom, but there was no answer. This was so bad. And there I was on the road again, driving another 2 hours like a crazy person to some unknown location. I knew exactly where that was. I parked my car at the gate and rushed to the mansion. Emily's car was still there, and Mom and Ella must have been inside because another car was parked outside. I ran in through the main door and looked in all the rooms downstairs. Nothing. I ran upstairs and heard voices from one of the bedrooms. I peered in and saw all 4 of them in there. Mom and Emily were crying. I still don't understand why you suddenly left. Mom wept. You just broke my heart, Em. Oh, Mal, you know how hard it was with Mom and Dad. I couldn't live that life anymore, and I didn't even find out till much later about their accident, which is why I never came to the funeral. Just please forgive me. I will make it up to you. Emily sobbed. I stood there in shock. So this was the long-lost sister. My sister was there, crying like an idiot. Then Mom hugged Dad and thanked him for reuniting them. And behind her back, he mouthed, I love you, babe. Then he winked at Emily, who also mouthed, I love you too, babe. I looked at my sister, who had just witnessed this. We exchanged worried looks. Then Mom said, we are all going to have so much fun together. Oh, poor Mom. For the first time in years, I felt sorry for her.
Hi, I'm Violet from Vermont. If you like my story, like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up with a single mom who made sure to provide everything for me. Mom was awesome, but whenever I'd see my friends at school with their dads, I'd ask Mom about my dad, and she'd just make light of it. I asked him to get bread one time. Looks like he's still searching the aisles. Even though she laughed, I knew the question bothered her, so I stopped asking. My mom loved me to bits, and that was all that mattered. One time when I was 13, everything changed. I was just minding my own business when a fight broke out in school. I tried to get out of the way, but a kid shoved me. When I got up, I saw a huge puffy rash appear on my skin, and I screamed. What was that? I was taken to the doctor, who told me I had dermatographia, a major skin allergy to anything I touched. My skin was sensitive to everything, even just scratching an itch. The doctor told me it was normal for it to start at my age. She reassured me the rashes passed quickly, but the condition would not. Mom, these look so ugly. Oh no, darling. You're just overthinking it. You'll be fine. We'll get you new clothes. If you're uncomfortable telling it to others, you don't have to. Of course I didn't want to. After that day, I started wearing long sleeves and jeans and even wore gloves. But soon, kids started to have a problem with me being covered from head to toe. I would always tell them that I had a condition, but they'd ask me to show it to them, and I didn't want to. My illness wasn't some freak show. Are you some kind of werewolf? Do you have tons of body hair that you have to keep yourself covered? Or maybe she has scales. Who knows? It's so weird. Who knew people could be so annoying? One time, as I was putting my books in the locker, a girl came over to me. It was Charlotte. We were both in the same class. How come you always wear long sleeves? Another one. I was so done with these questions now. It's never too late to shut up and mind your own business. Wow, so rude. I was just asking, because you know kids say so many things about you. But I know the reality, I think. Well, I know you have a tattoo. That's why you keep yourself so covered, right? Bingo! Whoa, really? How did you get it? My dad would never let me. I guess if my mom was still living with us, then she would have allowed it. Oh, she didn't have her mom with her. That made me feel sad, and I decided to cut her some slack. I asked her to sit with me in class, and it turned out she was a pretty nice girl. I liked her. Soon we started watching MSA videos and hanging out after school. My mom welcomed her into our home with open arms,
and her dad was really nice to me.
Nice to meet you, Violet.
Dad, you're embarrassing. Thank goodness Violet understands how it is. What really solidified our friendship was when we went ice skating. I was so afraid of falling because my rash would appear, and when it did, I was so embarrassed. But Charlotte, she was so understanding. Ah, it's nothing. Come on, let's skate more. Over time, we became best friends, and we were super close. One time when I was in 9th grade, I saw Mom talking to someone in a hushed voice on the phone just as she saw me enter the house. Well, that was weird. I tried to leave it alone, but it became a routine. She'd be on the phone, and the moment I'd appear, she'd act on edge. One night, I heard her go out, and when I looked out the window, I saw Mom with Charlotte's dad. What the heck? I even told Charlotte about it, but she wasn't too concerned about it. But I was, 'cause it started to happen almost every other night. When I confronted Mom, she straight out lied. No, honey, I just went out to get some milk, nothing else. But when one night I heard Mom leaving the house, I decided to follow her. Suddenly, a car pulled up in front of me. Just then, I heard a familiar voice.
You look like you need a ride.
It was Ben. He was the new guy in school and a couple of years older than me. And since he was so active in the Students' Council, everyone knew him. He was someone I could trust. So I got into his car and followed Mom.
So, who's in that car?
My mom. I want to catch her red-handed today. She's been sneaking out a lot lately.
That's a first.
All of a sudden, Ben hit the brakes seeing a cat, and before I could jolt, he grabbed my wrist.
Are you all right? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you.
It's nothing. I just don't like being touched, okay? We found my mom at a small diner sitting across from Charlotte's dad. After Ben dropped me off, I barged into the diner. I knew it! You lied! Violet, it's not what it looks like. Please, sit. Honey, please. I didn't want to, but seeing Mom plead, I sat down. I should have told you earlier, but I wanted to wait for the right time. Violet, Charlotte's dad is also your dad. What?
It's true. Darling, I am sorry. Leaving your mom was the biggest mistake of my life. Now, I want to make up for lost time.
Apparently, Dad and Mom had dated but broke up after I was born, and Dad moved on to marry Charlotte's mom. And now, Mom and him wanted to get back together. My head was spinning. They both lied to me. Why now? Why wait all this time? Does Charlotte know?
She doesn't know about this, and I'm afraid I can't tell her right now. The divorce from her mom has been tough on her, and I wanted to wait until the right time to break the news to her. Can you keep this a secret, please?
No, none of this makes sense, and I hate you. I ran out of the diner with tears in my eyes, but Mom chased after me and drove me home. She begged me to give him a chance. Don't you at least think Charlotte should hear it from her own dad? She had a point, so I agreed. For now. The next day at school, I was feeling so nervous to face Charlotte. Hey girl, I tried to call last night. How about we catch a movie tonight at my place? At her place? No way! Right then, I saw Ben walking down the hallway. Before I could think of what to say, he came up to me.
Violet.
Ben! Charlotte, this is my date tonight.
Date?
Yeah, we're going out. Right, Ben?
Yeah. I'll pick you up at 7. See ya.
Vi, this is your very first date! I felt bad lying, but hey, it was a good save. But at home, Mom told me Dad wanted to talk to me, alone, and I had to see him. But in the evening, I found Ben waiting for me at my door with flowers. Oh, I am so sorry. I totally forgot about our date. I have to meet my, someone. As I started walking, Ben offered to drop me off, and I accepted. I met Dad at a park, and he had nothing new to say except tell me how sorry he was about leaving Mom and me. Please, don't you have anything new to add to your story?
Listen, honey, I know...
Don't you dare. You don't get to call me that. You can't just come waltzing back into our lives and act like everything's fine. Saying that, I ran out of the park and saw that Ben was still there. When I asked him why he waited for me, he told me how he just wanted to make sure I was all right. I found that quite sweet. On our way back home, Ben got me some ice cream and we talked. He sure was a sweet guy, and I was liking him a lot. All of a sudden, Ben came near me and touched my nose.
Got it. You were looking cute with some ice cream on your nose, though.
Oh, I thought...
I was gonna kiss you. That wouldn't be so bad, would it?
It sure wouldn't. But the rash,
Gosh, I couldn't tell him about it. What if he was grossed out by it? I told him I wanted to take things slow, and he nodded. After that day, Ben and I started to go out often, and I guess that's why avoiding Charlotte became much easier. Whenever she'd ask me to come over to her place, I just told her I was with Ben. So, does he know? I almost jumped, thinking she meant about Dad, but she was just talking about my skin. No, and you can't tell him. I just can't deal with that right now. Okay, how about I ask my dad to come pick us up and we can go to the mall? I feel like I'm not spending enough time with you. Maybe later. A couple of days later, I was having lunch when Charlotte joined me. But just when Ben came and sat next to me, her face twisted. She got up and walked away. I followed her, and when I asked what happened, she went bonkers on me. Ben, Ben, Ben! He's always around you. Do you know that you have a best friend too, who is missing you? I thought we were like sisters, but now you're ditching me like I'm some third cousin. You don't even come over to my place anymore. Well, that was 'cause I didn't like seeing her dad, our dad, but I couldn't tell her that. But I realized it wasn't her fault. After all, Charlotte was my best friend. So I decided to go to the movies with her after school, and she was ecstatic. We had loads of fun at the movies, but just when we got into the cinema's elevator, the door suddenly closed before others could get in, and the lights went off. Oh God, this wasn't good. Getting stuck in an elevator was my worst nightmare. Vi, you okay in there? I'm calling for help. Hang on in there. Charlotte, fast. I can't stay in here. Every second passed inside that elevator felt like a lifetime. Finally, when the elevator door opened, I saw Dad. He instantly swept me in his arms.
Oh my God, my baby. I was so worried. When Charlotte called, your mom and I rushed here. I just couldn't imagine losing my daughter again.
What did you call her? What's going on? Dad had no choice but to tell her the truth. And when he did, Charlotte went completely ballistic. Out of nowhere, she transformed into a loud, angry monster. How dare you lie to me? You're ditching me, just like Mom did. Charlotte, please, at least listen to him. Dad had a reason. And you knew about this? How could you do this to me? You and your mom? Stay away from us. Saying that, Charlotte ran off and her father followed her. I was so shocked, I didn't know what to do. I was sure that Charlotte would understand eventually. After all, she loved me and always considered me a sister. I was really expecting Charlotte to apologize at school, but she just stared at me. The last thing I want to do is see your face, you liar. Charlotte, you always wanted us to be sisters, right? Can't this be a good thing? I don't anymore. Why did you have to lie to me? Right then, I saw Ben walking towards us, and seeing him, I saw a vicious look on Charlotte's face. Maybe it's because you're a natural-born liar. You lied to me. You even lied to Ben. Did you tell him your secret?
What is she talking about, Violet?
Charlotte, stop right now. Oh no, I'll tell you, Ben. Better yet, I'll show you. Suddenly, she pinched me hard on my arm. By the time she was gone, a huge allergy spot had appeared where she pinched me. Everyone stared at my arm, including Ben. He didn't say one word, but the look in his eyes made me realize nothing between us was going to be the same anymore. Because of the stunt Charlotte pulled, she got detention while I called Mom and she picked me up. I just couldn't be at school. I refused to talk to Mom and didn't even go to school for over a week and just locked myself in my room. I even turned off my phone. I just wanted to be away from everything and everyone. Thank God winter vacation started and I had some time to deal with the whole drama. One day, Mom entered my room and hugged me. I felt like I hadn't hugged her in a million years. Mom, can we move away? I don't want to go to school, see Charlotte, her dad, Ben, anyone. Honey, that's not the right thing to do. I know what Charlotte did was very wrong, but put yourself in her shoes. I never told you, but when Charlotte's mom left, the poor girl was completely traumatized and depressed for months. She totally lost it. Oh my God. Turned out, Charlotte had had a huge breakdown when her mom left. She needed years of therapy and only stopped going recently, which is why Mom and Dad thought she could finally be ready. But perhaps they were wrong. That would explain her reaction. She went through so much. You should have told me, Mom. I should have known about her condition. Honey, we thought to tell her when the time was right, but the way things unfolded left her shocked.
The entire night, I kept thinking about Charlotte. Her mom had already left her. No wonder she was freaking out about me stealing her dad from her. I needed to make things right. First thing in the morning, Mom drove me to Dad's. He had Charlotte standing up front, who was so angry, she was shaking. Why are you here? To tell you that I love you and that won't change.
I love you both too. Even before you knew about Violet, I loved you both, sweetheart.
You don't love me, Vi. You abandoned me for Ben, and now I will forgive what you did. I can't be abandoned again. I can't. No one is leaving, Char. I understand you were hurt. I just wish you would have told me. I stepped closer to her and grabbed her hands. But you hate being touched. I don't care. You are more to me than any skin rash. And it's about time you knew it. We're family. I should have never tried to hurt you or keep you away from our father. I was selfish. I'm so sorry. We all went into the house together for our first family breakfast. Charlotte and I got closer than ever, and our dad was pretty cool too, but no one was better than Mom. A week later, Charlotte made a plan for us to visit a ski resort in our town. Considering what a disaster our last outing was, it was so much fun. We both went for the ski lift, and just as I sat, I saw Ben next to me instead of Charlotte. Talk, you two! Well, it was awkward, considering how hard I was avoiding Ben lately. I'm sorry. I then showed Ben my skin condition, and he just smiled, saying how it only made me cool.
Charlotte, your arms are beautiful. I can't believe you'd hide something so cool from me.
You know, I think so too.
May I?
Ben drew, "I love you, Violet," with his finger, and it appeared quickly in big, puffy letters. But it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. He kissed me on my lips, and I didn't have an allergic reaction. After that, I learned to listen, trust, and be proud of who I was. Hi, I'm Sophie from France, and my story, you'll have to see to believe. My life was brilliant. I grew up in a vineyard, and my parents worked super hard to make it a worldwide success. Even though they were super busy, they made sure I got the best things in life.
I've just bought you a pony. You can take him out on rides around the property. Do you want to get a puppy too?
We were super rich, but I didn't care about that. I was homeschooled to take over the family business, but I spent most of my time going on adventures with my best friend Luke. He was the son of our surveyor, Mr. Duran, and a major scaredy cat, but he never said no to my crazy plans, even when they landed us in trouble. Come on, Luke! Let's go to the lake and search for sea monsters. Are you crazy? We'll catch a cold, and besides, it's against the rules. Rules schmools. If there was a rule against sneezing, your head would explode from keeping them in. And you'd pick your nose just to tick people off. No, we're not going to the lake, and that's final. But I never took no for an answer. So I jumped over the fence and went running towards the lake. And poor Luke had to follow. But I stopped short when I saw a couple of village boys throwing rocks at a beehive. Hey, leave those poor bees alone. What's it to you, princess? Go back to your stupid grape juice farm. Sophie, we need to head back now. No, you should go back to school and learn how important bees are for the environment. What, Luke? Those aren't bees, Sophie. They're hornets. Just then, a rock tore through the nest, and all the hornets flew out, and they were pissed. But instead of going after the village brats, they attacked Luke and me. We ran for our lives, but we got stung so much that by the time we got home, our faces resembled beach balls, and it hurt. And Luke went ballistic. I told you we shouldn't go. You never listen to me. I'm sick and tired of being your babysitter. Babysitter? The stings really mess with your head. I'm your friend. Friends listen to each other. You're not my friend. Your parents hired me to keep you out of trouble.
Luke, stop it. We're honored to serve in any capacity.
You might be, but I'm not. She's a reckless maniac. I'm sick of getting hurt because of her. I quit. Mom, what's going on?
Sweetie, you're an adventurer, and we didn't want to hold you back. And Luke was the perfect balance to your hyper-personality. So, we paid him to keep you safe. We were only doing what was best for you.
You think this is best for me? My entire relationship was a lie. What else have you been lying about? Are you two even my parents, or is someone paying you too? I stormed off to my room and didn't speak to anyone for days. Luke left for the city without saying goodbye, and
I felt humiliated that I was such a loser. No one would be my friend if I wasn't rich. Mom and Dad arranged playdates with other kids, but it wasn't the same. Every day I missed Luke, and every day I hated him more. But things at the vineyard got worse. Our wine sales went down, and then a freak storm destroyed more than half the vineyard. We had nothing left, and the bank seized the family estate. Suddenly, we were homeless.
Don't worry, darling. As long as we're together, we'll be fine. The Durans have invited us to stay with them for a while.
Stay with Luke? But he hates us.
Beggars can't be choosers, love. And it's been years. I'm sure he's over all that. It'll be cramped in their small house, but it's temporary.
But my jaw nearly fell to the floor when I saw their house. It was a mansion with fountains in the garden. Mr. and Mrs. Durand had made a fortune by making the right investments and were super nice. But Luke, I had to blink hard because I couldn't believe how handsome he'd become. His eyes were still as green as I remembered, and the small dimple still appeared near his lips when he smiled. Suddenly, he reached out and touched my hair.
You've still got bugs in your hair.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know it was there. I guess I'm a real bug magnet.
Yeah, you always did attract the creepy crawlers.
That was weird, but at least he wasn't angry or rude. After lunch, I was strolling around trying to let out a quiet burp when suddenly I slipped and fell in the pool. Strong arms pulled me out of the water, and I was face to face with Luke, and to my complete humiliation, I burped in his face like a bullfrog.
I thought you had changed, but I still have to save you from yourself, and I'm sick of it.
Hey, it was an accident.
Once a troublemaker, always a troublemaker. Mom, you better hide the good plates or she'll break them in a freak accident. Luke, that's enough. Whatever. I have homework to do anyway.
Mr. and Mrs. Durand apologized for Luke's behavior, but I didn't want to be a burden. I spent the night thinking of several business plans to get us back on our feet, but we just didn't have the money. A week later, I was waiting at the bus stop when suddenly a sports car raced by me, drenching me with muddy water. Hey, watch where you're going. I am so sorry. I didn't see you there. You're headed to school, right? Let me give you a ride and we can get you cleaned up. My name is Bella and I'm kind of a big deal there. You should stick with me because you're obviously new, and don't mind me saying so, but you look like you got dressed in the dark. I just moved here from the village. OMG! Love that for you. I've always been a city girl. Last year when we went to my family's, Bella talked non-stop till we got to the school, and by the time we were sitting in first period, I knew her entire life story. She was an only child, her mom and dad were rich politicians, and she loved corgis. They have the cutest, slappable butts. I've wanted one for so long, but my parents say I'm too irresponsible, and my boyfriend is super scared of dogs, and OMG, there he is! Babe, come meet my new bestie! Oh wait, I totally forgot to ask your name. It's
Sophie?
Whoa, did you just read her mind, Luke? I didn't know you had super normal powers.
No, I know her. She's the family friend I told you about. The reckless one.
Even turtles look reckless to a chicken like you. Guys, do you know what this means? We can be besties together! Bella was the sweetest girl imaginable. She didn't care whether I was rich or poor. She just liked me for me and took me everywhere with her, even on dates. Oh, wow, babe, this is such a cute bracelet. But you know I'm allergic to pink. But it looks so cute on you, Sophie. OMG, you should totally have it. Bella, you're crazy. Luke got this for you.
I don't mind.
See? Our boyfriend doesn't mind. Put it on her, Luke. Our boyfriend? What was going on? My skin tingled as his fingers touched my skin, and Luke stared into my eyes. He was oddly sweet when we weren't at home. And rather than get jealous, Bella clapped and cheered. They were the weirdest couple I'd ever met. But Bella thought I was the weird one. What do you mean you've never read Shakespeare? I was only taught things that would help me run a vineyard. Like, that is hollyroot and will help you with fevers. And that thing you're taking a selfie with is poison ivy. Yikes! Hey, you should make TikToks. OMG, this is the best idea I've ever had. We can go on nature walks, and you can talk about what's poisonous and what isn't. Incredibly, Bella's idea was a hit. I went viral and people in school started calling me Nature Girl. I even started getting sponsors, and one day, my fans challenged me to participate in Mr. Beast's Squid Game. The contest was tough, and as expected, many people joined the fight. I did my best to win the game, but I lost during the tug of war. Still, it was the best adventure I had ever done. I made tons of new friends as well. Not to mention, seeing Mr. Beast personally is the coolest. My heart jumped when I saw him heading my way.
Hi there. Thank you for joining our version of Squid Game. You were great.
Thank you, Mr. Beast. We all had a blast, even though we lost. Just being part of your content alone is an experience of a lifetime.
Well, making people happy is what my content is all about. I'm glad you had fun.
I really did, and it's been quite a long while since I had fun like this.
Really? Why is that?
Well, sometimes life could get rough all of a sudden. Things happen without warning.
That is so true, but no matter what, never stop walking the road to happiness. Never forget the quote, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step."
I felt my eyes sting as Mr. Beast gave me a hug. And just like what Mr. Beast said, I never stopped walking the road to happiness. I kept on seeking adventure, teaching my fans about plants through TikTok. Bella supported me 100%. Eventually, the money I got from my sponsors were used to set up a small grocery shop in the city. And little by little, we were saving up to move out. Life was getting better, but Luke's behavior at home was getting worse and worse. He was rude to his parents and ignored them all the time. One time, Mrs. Durand asked them to pass the bread, and he accidentally dumped them all on the floor. What is wrong with you? That's no way to behave with your parents.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Stay out of it, please.
This isn't you, Luke. You used to be so sweet and caring, even if you were pretending. His eyes softened, but then he shook his head and pushed past me.
I'm not the boy you used to know.
It's okay, Sophie. It's just a phase. I didn't get what his problem was. He had everything he could ever want. Loving parents, a roof over his head, and a great girlfriend. But things with Luke and Bella were getting weirder. The old feelings were coming back and made me nervous. So when Dad announced we'd be moving to our own apartment at the end of the month, I was relieved, but also bittersweet. Late one night, I was packing up my things for the move when I heard footsteps on the roof. I freaked out and picked up a baseball bat to investigate. There was so much crime in the city. We never had this problem in the village. What if there was more than one burglar? But it was only Luke. You scared the farts right out of me.
Oh, great. Just what I need. A damsel in distress.
I'm the one holding the bat, smart Alec, and I was always the brave one while you were scared of your own shadow.
I sure was a coward back then. Remember that time you couldn't sleep and you made me push all those sheep from a fence so you could count them?
They were goats, and Farmer Jack was so mad.
He made us shovel horse poop for weeks.
You have to admit, it was fun pretending to be my friend.
I was never pretending.
He looked at me like there was so much he wanted to tell me, but he couldn't. His lips were so close, and my heart beat like crazy. I wanted him to say more, but I also wanted him to shut up and kiss me. But Luke pulled away suddenly, looking angry.
Forget it. You won't understand.
Had I almost kissed my best friend's boyfriend? What was wrong with me? It was a good thing we were moving out in a few days anyway. On our last day in the house, Mr. and Mrs. Durand held a farewell party for us. They invited all their friends, including Bella and her parents, and held a mini promotion of our little grocery store and even showed my videos on a big screen. Luke looked handsome in a suit, but I had to look away. I still felt guilty about the other night and confused by his hot and cold attitude. But suddenly, he was standing right in front of me.
Hey, wanna dance?
I shouldn't.
Why? Do you think you'll trip and fall?
No.
Then come on.
He whirled me onto the dance floor, and I felt like I was dancing on air. It was magical and thrilling. Then his lips came close, and all the voices in my head fell silent, but the music suddenly stopped.
Luke, what are you doing? Bella's parents are watching.
You should be dancing with her, not
the poor grocery girl.
Yes. Sophia can't bring you any connections or wealth. I'm sorry, dear, but we have to think of Luke's future, and that is with Bella. I was so shocked my mouth fell open. My parents were furious.
Is this how you feel about us? Why did you invite us to stay with you? Why throw us this party? Because they want to rub in your faces how rich they are now. They always envied you, and they didn't throw you this party. Bella and I did.
It was all Luke's idea. He's been planning this party for weeks. I just helped with the decorations. Suddenly, all the guests left saying they were disgusted, and Mr. and Mrs. Durand looked panicked. What's going on? I'm so confused.
Let me explain. When we were kids, I loved being your friend. You were awesome and brave, but my parents wanted to cash in on that friendship and started charging your parents for protection services. I hated it. We did it for you, son, so you could have everything rich kids had. I never wanted any of that. And even here in the city, you insisted I date rich girls so you can make connections with their parents. You two have always used me for your own gain, and I'm sick of it.
And look what it got you. You have luxury cars, you live in a mansion.
But I can't be with the girl I love.
I thought you two were in love. I'm a cheerleader and he's a jock. We had to date. It's like in the Bible or something. But we were never in love. And when I saw how much you two loved each other, you knew? Always. Why do you think I kept leaving you two alone when we hung out? You two are super cute together.
Can you ever forgive me for being such a jerk and not getting in touch sooner? I thought you hated me.
I did, but only because I missed you so much.
I'm never gonna leave you now.
Me either. Best friends?
The bestest.
And he kissed me, and it was everything I'd imagined. Hi, I'm Ashlyn from Argentina, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. My brother Carter is my twin. We don't look anything alike, but we've always been competitive. On the day we were born, we even fought to be the one to come out first. My dad was a professional soccer player, and my mom was a really successful business executive. They were both super competitive and encouraged us to be the same. Everything was a competition. My brother and I competed to see who could crawl the fastest, who could walk first, hold their breath the longest, and draw the best picture. The winner always got a reward. At the time, it was friendly and fun. We just loved to try and outdo each other. Sometimes, the boy next door, Nico, would come over and be the judge. He had a cool camera and loved to take photos, mostly of me making weird faces. Carter thought he could make even weirder faces. So, of course, it became a competition. And Carter wins again! What? Come on, Nico, why are you always siding with Carter? That wasn't even close, and you know it! You heard what Nico said. I won. We always play fair, sis. Whatever. Carter and Nico became best friends and loved teaming up against me, which was so annoying. Still, I loved my brother. He meant the world to me, so I was always a gracious loser. But Carter, not so much. You cheated. I did not. I beat you fair and square. It only got worse as we got older. My parents pushed us to compete with each other even more.
Winning is everything. If I don't win, my team loses. And if I don't win, my company will fail and I'll be out of a job.
But does that mean that everything has to be a competition?
Of course it does, dummy.
I just wanted to have a normal relationship with my brother, where we didn't always have to prove that we were better than each other. But whatever I did, he had to do it better. I even let him win just so he wouldn't hate me. Not again! I guess you're just better than me. What can I say? Then one day, he crossed a line, and everything changed. When we were in the 10th grade, I was getting straight A's, I was captain of the girls' soccer team, and got the lead in the school play. Carter got B's, didn't even make the boys' soccer team, and only got a tiny part in the play with no lines. He hated that I was doing better than him. He stopped speaking to me in school unless it was to say something mean in front of his friends. Hi, Carter. You want to eat lunch together?
Wow, you guys smell something? Someone really needs to take a bath.
I could tell that Nico didn't like it, but he never stood up for me. When I announced that I was running for class president, Carter ran against me.
Vote for me if you want longer lunch periods. Vote for Ashlyn if you want twice the homework.
And then he humiliated me in front of the entire school.
You can't be class president if you have secrets, and my sister has a huge one.
What are you talking about, Carter? I don't have any secrets.
That's not what your diary says.
My body froze like an icicle. I did have one big secret, and in that diary, I must have drawn Nico's name 10,000 times in every color, shape, and size. Carter opened one of the pages and held it up so everyone could see. The entire school burst out laughing, and I just exploded. I attacked Carter with all the strength that I had, and it took 5 teachers to pull me off. We were both disqualified from running for president and suspended for a week. I was removed as captain of the soccer team, and they gave the lead in the school play to another girl. I was devastated. I couldn't get over how my own brother could betray me, and now so much of my hard work had gone down the drain. Even my parents were furious with us, but I knew that Carter was secretly happy. In his mind, we were equals again. My life was ruined, and my grades declined. It just wasn't fair. Then one day, I was crying by my locker when I felt a hand on my shoulder.
You okay?
I turned around to see Nico. My heart started pounding in my chest. I was so embarrassed I tried to run away, but I tripped over my shoelace and fell. But Nico caught me. For a moment, I just lay there in his arms, staring into his big blue eyes.
Ashlyn, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Listen, don't be embarrassed about the diary. Carter was a jerk for doing that, but the truth is, I only started coming over to your house in the first place because I had a crush on you.
Really?
Yeah, and when I would go home, I'd print out the photos I took of you and just stare at them. Kinda creepy, right?
About as creepy as having your name written all over my diary. Over the next few weeks, Nico and I spent a lot of time together. And at first, Carter tried to ignore it, but I could tell that it was driving him crazy. I was happy again. My grades went back up, and the girl who took my role in the school play got sick, so I got it back. I even scored the winning goal in our soccer championship game and was awarded Most Valuable Player. Carter finally couldn't take it and confronted Nico and me in the hallway.
Nico, you can either be my best friend or hang out with my loser sister, but you can't have it both ways. What's it gonna be?
Everyone stopped to watch. I was too terrified to speak. I just stared at Nico, who looked like a little boy lost in the woods. But then, he made his decision and walked over to Carter. I rushed up to Nico and grabbed his hand. Nico, this is stupid. There's no reason you have to choose.
But he does, and he did. Sorry, sis.
Nico shoved me away, and my heart shattered into a million little pieces. What a jerk! That night, I burst into Carter's room and confronted him. What is wrong with you, Carter? Why do you always treat me like I'm your worst enemy?
Because I have to, Ashlyn.
What do you mean? It's Mom and Dad and the stupid competitions they make us do, isn't it? You're worried that you're gonna disappoint them.
I never said that.
I know that's what it was. Look, I forgive you for everything, but let's stop this right now before it completely destroys our relationship. Please. For a moment, it looked like I was getting through to him. He seemed so vulnerable. I swear I thought I saw a tear in his eye. It's just what? But then his body tensed back up like he was suddenly possessed by a demon.
It's just that you're a loser and I